Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody, to our latest live stream. I really want to apologize. Again, I was going to be live earlier, but I had a conflict. I actually went to a local news station. So with that being said, we are live. We are going to be doing live coverage here for the next several hours, sponsored by Radar Omega, which you can download at the top link of the description below. I don't know really what's happened so far. I have not really looked much at all over the last couple hours. I know we just had a tornado warning in Illinois, but we have some nasty storms out there, and Connor Croft is on one of them right now. We'll go to him in a minute, but we got a lot of thunderstorms out there. Many of these are producing golf ball sized hail, 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. We do have a tornado possible label on this storm that was just tornado warned back up in western parts of Illinois. This will be going through Whitehall and the Rude House area over the next several minutes, near Route 67, and I accidentally just closed out of Radar Omega. Give me 1 second, sorry about that. All right, let's get back to the live radar, but that storm's moving east right now. That is producing some golf ball sized hail. In addition to that, it is also producing the threat of 60 mile per hour damaging winds. We do have 11 total severe thunderstorm warnings, so there's obviously a lot happening right now. We got a massive hailstorm right now just to the west and northwest of St. Louis. Look at this thing. Wow, this is a serious hailstorm in progress right now that is approaching St. Louis and Whiteside here in eastern parts of Missouri. Yeah, correlation coefficient is showing a lot of hail in this storm right now. So significant hail right now ongoing with this storm. It is driving to the east towards Ellsbury and the Birch Island area. So right on the eastern side of Missouri and the western side of Illinois. But we got some nasty storms that are going to be heading towards the St. Louis metro here over the next hour. And outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, but it is a low tornado threat overall today. We're going to be dealing with maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes probably at most. I don't know why Logitech is updating right now, but that would be what we're looking at overall in terms of the severe weather threat for the next several hours. We also have a severe storm north of Interstate 44 south of Jefferson City that is producing quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Another area that we will be watching for within the next couple of hours is going to be right here in North Texas as well. This is where we're going to see some significant hail storms that are going to start developing between now and about 6 o'clock. So we'll be watching that activity pretty closely as well. We have some isolated supercells that are back over in the lower Mississippi Valley as well. But our primary focus this entire live stream will pretty much be anything that's happening here in the enhanced risk for severe weather, which is across parts of Illinois and as well as southeast Missouri, back into southwest Indiana, and as well as back into western parts of even northwestern parts of Tennessee. So this entire area, again, under the threat here of some significant hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a couple of tornadoes. But this storm right now looks really nasty. I think we're going to go with Connor here in a second, and I'm going to pull up his feed. I'm not sure which storm he's on right now, but I'm going to figure that out here. So he's on the White House storm, or the White Hall storm. So that's the one that is rotating. Let's go to him. This gives me a second to catch my breath after running literally to go live. Literally running.
Turn south again here in a second. I'll give you guys another view.
So once again, Connor's on the storm that was tornado warned a few minutes ago. Looking at the velocities, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, but definitely can't rule out an isolated tornado with this as it moves further east. This storm's also producing golf ball sized hail, by the way. So this is a pretty significant storm. We'll see if he gets a better view of this here in a second.
Oh my God.
Wow, look at that storm in Hillview, Illinois. Unbelievable.
What a monster.
Holy cow. That storm looks crazy. Hey, this is the one that was tornado warned. It's no longer tornado warned, but it was. Wow. I think you just broke the record of the fastest talking at the beginning of a YouTube live stream. Probably did. Yeah, this storm is gnarly. That's one way to put it.
Hello, beautiful. Goodbye, beautiful. Just a little better road, maybe.
We'll go back to him in a second once he gets back into position. But again, this is the storm that we're talking about that's in western parts of Illinois. And again, this is the only severe storm right now that we have in this particular part of Illinois where the severe thunderstorm watch is ongoing just north of St. Louis. We do have one other severe storm that is just to the south of Carbondale. This is mainly producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We will continue to keep a close eye on that as that continues to develop as well. Also, once again, we do have a pretty hefty hailstorm right now that's going right across Route 161. Wow, that is a huge hail core that's developing. Correlation coefficient is picking up on some significant hail right now northwest of St. Louis. This is near Auburn. Going to be approaching Birch Island in Ellsbury, and we actually had a scatter spike on this, but that is a massive hail core that's been developing over the last several minutes. You do not see reflectivity values that high that often, especially when you see that white color on the radar. Yeah, those DBZ values are near 75. That's crazy. So this storm once again is producing some golf ball sized hail, but I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't rule out that that hail is a bit larger. That is again, some very significant hail right now that is moving towards Ellsbury. Have another severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Jerseyville. This is going to be going towards Carrollton, Illinois. That's quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Yeah, we got a bunch of storms right now forming into a line, and the one that Connor's on right now is this one near White Hall in western Illinois. And once again, this storm is capable of damaging winds and large hail, and there is a tornado possible label on this storm. So definitely gonna be something to watch for here over the next several minutes as it continues to evolve and it continues to move to the east. Definitely gonna be a storm to watch for. We're gonna stay zoomed out here for just a second. We'll go back to Connor in a moment. Anything for Ohio? Ohio, I don't think will be too bad. And it's going to be only southwest Ohio. It'll probably primarily be overnight tonight. It's like a very low chance maybe for damaging winds. That's about it. Any confirmed tornadoes today? I could not tell you. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So for those that are wondering, I was at a news station doing a little kind of tour. I met a couple meteorologists, and I have had no time to look at anything. So, you know, I've literally just been looking at the radar for the last like 8 minutes. I looked at it a little bit, but oh my god, look at this storm. Wow. That's unbelievable. Again, this is a storm that was tornado warned near Whitehall.
What?
That is a...
Get out of here.
That might be the storm of the year when it comes to...
Get out of here. Are you kidding me?
Connor can't even believe it. I can't believe it either.
No.
That is insane.
Wow. What a storm.
It doesn't even look that crazy on radar. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It doesn't look crazy on radar, but in person,
Wider view, maybe.
looks insane.
Yo.
Wow. The storm's moving east at 35 miles per hour, by the way. That's near Whitehall, Illinois.
Get out of here.
Very photogenic. I have to agree with that. That is a very impressive looking storm. I'm glad that Connor has a bunch of cameras now, too. Helps be able to see a lot of the stuff that's happening.
Dude.
That's unbelievable.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't see any big rotation anywhere, but just what a storm. There are a couple.
This is probably one of the coolest things about severe weather, is the storm structure, especially when they're not producing tornadoes. Like, this is pretty cool to see.
Just for a little sample, why not?
And this is why I'll be storm chasing at some point in the future. What do I expect in St. Louis today? I think anywhere around St. Louis is mainly hail and wind. I'm not ruling out a tornado threat. The storms right now west of St. Louis do not look overly impressive, but they always could strengthen. So we'll have to watch that trend closely. We do have a massive hailstorm that's ongoing near Winfield. That's north of St. Louis. So that'll be something to watch for.
It is looking straight. There's the angle view. Look at that.
Just wow. Thank you, Samantha, by the way, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Also, thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. Any severe weather for Waco tonight? I would expect large hail is the main concern tonight. Also, thank you, Janet, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And also, thank you, Angel, for the $2 super chat. St. Charles, Missouri, hail. I think anywhere in Missouri has a chance for hail tonight. I'm not sure where
Look at the structure.
that was again. Let me look real quick. Yeah, St. Charles, you're under the threat too for potentially some hail. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it is a chance.
A lot of dust right there.
Wow, wow, yeah, look at that thing.
Lots of dust on the.
Either that's a strong downburst, which it probably is a strong downburst. I'd be surprised if that's a tornado. It's not really spinning.
A lot of dust right there.
Yeah, that has to just be strong downburst winds.
Cannot confirm nor deny anything. It's not rotating really. I think it's just dust in the RFD. I think that's just dust in the RFD.
That's not a tornado, I don't think. It's not spinning.
Let's get close to it. Let's see.
Again, this is the storm in Whitehall, Illinois.
There's just a lot of dust right there. There is some left to right up in the cloud base, but not enough for me to call it a tornado. I don't think it's a tornado. I think it's just dust in the RFD, but
Yeah, I don't think there's enough here to call that a tornado. It's not spinning.
a lot of dust right back in there. Yeah, it'd be where the RFD is. I think it's just RFD. Yeah, buddy, I don't have a stop sign. Only you do. Trying to get through the town now. I want to see what that is.
Ooh. We're stay on for a second. We'll stay on for a second, then I'll go back to radar. No big updates on radar right now. Again, same thing as like 5 minutes ago, but I do want to recap it here in a second.
The consequences of any hail. I want to get under that thing. So much dust. Just really curious on what that is.
Thank you, Jackster, for the $4.99. St. Louis tonight. I think again, St. Louis probably going to be mainly large hail and damaging winds.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure it's not a tornado, but
I'll show you in a second what radar looks like. Actually, we'll do it now while he's going through town. So once again, what's happening right now is that we have a bunch of severe storms, right? I mean, it's kind of up and down this entire area from Jacksonville, Illinois, back into areas near St. Robert. Really, the main concern, again, with any storms tonight will be large hail. That's the main concern, and as well as damaging winds. Those are the primary concerns across the St. Louis area and anywhere surrounding that. We still have to watch for an isolated tornado threat, but a lot of these storms are, for the most part, outflow driven. So if it stays like that, the tornado threat should stay on the lower side of things. We do have a massive hailstorm, as I mentioned before, near Ellsbury, Missouri. That's going to be approaching the Mississippi River here in a second. And that could produce some upwards of like 2-inch diameter hail. It looks like from earlier this did produce 2-inch sized hail. Again, I wasn't live when that happened, but I'm guessing this is the same storm. That likely produced 2-inch sized hail there. So obviously, again, significant hailstorm for sure. And then again, we're watching this Whitehall storm in western Illinois. It does have a tornado possible label. Connor Croft is on that storm right now. He is getting eaten by the storm right now with the rain at the bottom right of your screen. But this storm does have a chance to produce a tornado. I haven't seen much rotation in the last few minutes, but that could re-strengthen as it continues to move eastbound just south of Springfield in Illinois. And that'll be something to watch for. But notice the storms right now up and down between this area here. You notice, like, let's kind of cut off the line right here. These are all the storms right now that are pretty much moving towards St. Louis. They're all moving eastbound. So right now, most of the storms are relatively weak around the St. like going toward the St. Louis area. Let's hope it stays like that, but obviously these could strengthen as they continue to move to the east. But as of now, again, these storms are relatively weak west of St. Louis, but obviously they could strengthen as it continues to move that direction. Yeah, I think Connor forgot to change the tornado warning on this thing. I think it's a manual updating thing on there. Yeah, we don't have any tornado warnings. Obviously, our tornado warning counter would be at 1 if there was a tornado warning. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, once again, I would have been live like 2 hours ago, but... Alright, looks like Connor's gonna camp under this gas station and see how large the hail is on that storm. Have there been any tornadoes today, by the way, guys? Does anybody know? I kind of doubt it. I think there was only that one tornado warning. It's live right now inside that storm in Whitehall, Missouri. Very strong winds. You hear it. Hey, JD for the $10 super chat. A Chevy Malibu or a Chevy truck? And this truck is backing up. They don't want no part of this. Free car wash. And that storm's at the bottom right of your screen that Connor's in. It's also on his screen, but obviously it's a bit better of a view of it. I don't know if we've seen much hail though falling yet from where he is. Correlation coefficient is picking up on hail, so presumably there's hail here. This is gonna be, yep, again, this is cheese curd sized hail if we have any. I don't see any though. Trampoline meter in Killeen, Texas. It's, I would say it's low. I think the main concern there will be hail.
Right here.
Storms are firing up quick in Texas.
All right, let's get out of here.
They are currently just exploding.
No hail on this, at least the part that we
The instability in Texas today is insane. It is literally like 5,000 joules per kilogram. One of the highest numbers that you can get when it comes to severe weather. But yeah, once again, we do have a storm here that is actually no longer tornado possible labeled. So this has been downgraded to just a normal hailstorm with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Obviously, that could change as it continues to move eastbound. We do have a couple of storms right up and down this area just south of Jacksonville that, again, are all producing their fair share of damaging winds and hail. I am still pretty concerned about this storm that is moving towards Ellsbury right now. We've had recent reports of quarter-sized hail, but I wouldn't rule out that we have a couple of hailstones in there that might be getting closer to golf ball size or even maybe Easter egg sized hail as this storm does move towards Birch Island and Batchtown right along the Mississippi River northwest of St. Louis. And then further down to the south, we do have storms ongoing near Interstate 44. These are producing ordinary threats of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then we also have some storms just south of Carbondale. Oh man, this is a big hailstorm that's growing. So there's now tennis ball sized hail in this storm that is south of Carbondale, Illinois. This is the furthest south you can get in Illinois pretty much. This includes the Pulaski and Johnson counties until 4:45. So tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are going to be possible in this storm. That is a huge hailstorm here. This thing's blown up in the last few minutes. This is very recent. So, significant hailstorm, again, just south of Carbondale, Illinois, with tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is a considerable threat of severe weather. No problem, Kel. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for the $4.99. Glad I can help. Yeah, both these warnings here, they're for the same thing. And there's your correlation coefficient picking up hail right now in that storm near White Hill. Again, in southern Illinois, this is a tennis ball sized hailstorm. In addition to that, it also has 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So once again, a pretty significant hailstorm right now in progress there. And we are still watching the other storms up and down this entire area. Most of this still is outflow driven, so the tornado threat still does remain a little bit on the lower side of things, but that could always change. By the way, we did have a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust out of this near the Nebo, Illinois area. So north of St. Louis, probably about 40, 50 miles. There's also some golf ball sized hail. Let's see how fast these are moving down here. So right now, these are all moving east at 35 miles per hour. So if you're in St. Louis, I'll give you a quick ETA here. And give or take, 30 minutes on this. It can change sometimes. Where is St. Louis? All right, St. Louis is about an hour out from these storms, maybe an hour and a half. So you're still a good ways away from these storms. But again, it could speed up. We also could get a storm that fires up in front of this activity. That is entirely possible as well. Seems like the spring has been very active. We've been live, I think, 14 times in this month, and that's like every day, basically. We've only had 4 days off this month from live streaming. It's been very active. That's not an overstatement by any means. It's an understatement, if you will. Cars driving through the storm in Whitehall. Illinois. Have I witnessed a snow NATO? I have not witnessed it, but I've seen photos from 2021, back when that huge freeze happened in Texas. It's crazy. Like, snow NATOs are actually pretty cool to see. All right, while Connor gets back into position on that storm, I do want to show you guys what I'm talking about. So I went to Fox 35. Here's a photo of their storm truck that they have. Pretty cool. So yeah, I was able to meet a couple of meteorologists there, and it was a pretty cool experience. And that's, again, why I was not live earlier, just for the record, for those that were wondering. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of St. Louis. That is for O'Fallon and Wentzville near Warrenton. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So, pretty ordinary severe threat right now. And I would expect these storms in here to actually intensify a bit over the next hour. I do think for those in St. Louis, you do still need to stay vigilant, because this will definitely be at least severe to some extent, I think, once it gets there. Whether that's damaging winds, whether that is hail, whatever it might be, you're going to probably at least get some sort of threat of severe weather there, at least in the suburbs, somewhere surrounding it, but definitely have a shot there if you're in the downtown area as well. And once again, these storms will be arriving in about an hour. Quick little look at the timing for tonight. We'll go through that while we have a second, and while Connor's positioning. This is what it looks like for the next few hours. So by 7, storms will be moving through the east side of St. Louis, going into Illinois. The main concern, again, is damaging winds and hail, but a couple of tornadoes still remain a possibility. By 9 o'clock, the storms are moving through southern Illinois and southwest Indiana, and even back into northern Arkansas. And there will be storms down into Texas as well that do have the potential for hail today. By 11, most of the storms are moving into Kentucky, northeast Arkansas, and southern Illinois. And overnight tonight, most of the storms are moving into Ohio, which, by the way, if you are in Ohio, you do have a threat for severe weather tonight, but it's mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. So I'm not super duper concerned about a tornado risk, but definitely be mindful of the wind potential. And this is a live cyclone port on Radar Omega out of the Dayton area, which looks beautiful right now. Looks like you're not going to get anything, but unfortunately, one more round of storms is in the forecast for tonight for that area. And so we'll continue to keep you posted with the latest as those storms do get a little bit closer to that area. And I'm not sure if we have any view of that massive hailstorm that's ongoing in southern Illinois. I don't think we do. This storm, again, if you're just tuning in southern Illinois, south of Carbondale, this is currently producing the threat of at least tennis ball sized hail. It might even be larger than that now. If they warned this for tennis ball sized hail when it was, you know, not even that huge of a reflectivity spike, it possibly could be upwards of baseball sized hail now. And we're not even talking about cheese curds anymore. We're talking like blocks of cheese that are falling out of the sky. That's a horrible reference. I don't even know how big a block of cheese is, but you get what I mean. Again, we are looking at a pretty significant hailstorm here that's once again producing some tennis ball sized hail, possibly larger though. This has been really growing over the last few minutes. I don't see a scatter spike, but that doesn't always happen with huge hail cores. Yeah, that's a large hail core. That's going to be approaching Vienna, again, in southern Illinois. South of Carbondale, south of Marion, near just east of Interstate 57 right now, in between 57 and 24. Again, moving northeast. It's not a super fast-moving storm by the looks of it. Yeah, it's only moving 20 miles per hour to the northeast. But, again, pretty significant hail core right now in progress near Cypress, moving towards Vienna and Interstate 24. It looks like this storm's getting downgraded. So the one storm that Connor's on right now in Whitehall, Illinois, is producing the threat of some half-dollar sized hail.
Just a couple rogue big hailstones, man.
And 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. He's saying that there are some hailstones here. Somebody in chat from Whitehall just said they had hail as well. So there has been hail. Looks like we have a report of quarter-sized hail in Rood House, which is just north of Whitehall.
Yeah, still some bigger hail coming down. Thankfully,
How large does hail have to be to break auto glass? I mean, most of the time, if you get like a crack or something, it's typically over the size of ping pong balls, but it can even be quarters. It depends on a lot of factors, though. Typically, it's going to be something that is like greater than 1.5 inches in diameter. I mean, it's almost definite if you have anything larger than the size of like an Easter egg, it's gonna break through those windows. You can actually see the hail, by the way, falling right in front of him. A couple of hailstones bouncing up. And don't forget, hailstones, they race to the ground. Like, they go fast. So, you know, they're gonna bounce up. Even though it's a block of ice, it's gonna bounce back up. That's how fast these hailstones fall out of the sky. Quarter-sized hail at my house, leaves torn off, high wind. Yeah, the storm, again, this is the one that Connor's on that's producing those threats. Do have a tornado possible near Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation. So just heads up if you're back down that direction. We'll keep a close eye on that. It has a tornado possible label. I'm not seeing a whole lot right now. Looked a bit stronger near Lake Providence, but the rotation weak as of right now. We'll continue to watch this. So once again, that's near Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which obviously for those that remember, last year we had a strong tornado rip right through the downtown area there. High winds, by the way, approaching Wentzville, Illinois. If you're in Wentzville, you need to be staying away from your windows. Go back to Connor in a second. Wentzville and O'Fallon and St. Peter's on the west side of St. Louis. A significant area of damaging winds right now is riding along Interstate 70. That'll be approaching Wentzville and O'Fallon over the next several minutes. And it's also going to be making its approach to St. Charles in about 20-ish minutes or so. So once again, this area of storms moving quickly right now towards the St. Louis metro, which that again will be producing the threat for some significant damaging winds. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois, just south of Springfield. Looks like Springfield might get missed by the brunt of the severe weather. We'll have to wait and see if this little convective activity near Jacksonville intensifies. But right now, the main concern is this storm right here just to your south. That is the one that Connor's on right now, near the warm frontal boundary. This one is producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as half-dollar sized hail. That is again moving eastbound towards Interstate 55. And we have our first severe storm of the day in North Texas. That's for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So just heads up there. Storms are beginning to fire off there in Texas. Back to Connor here for just a second. I gotta type something out.
Right in there, chat. They're a tornado. Where would be?
Once again, Connor's on the storm near Whitehall, Illinois. This one has been producing hail and wind. It was tornado warned at one point, so we are still monitoring that potential here for maybe some sort of isolated tornado. It's definitely not impossible to have that, especially since the storms that are right now up where he is right along the warm frontal boundary, which those are usually a bit more favorable for a tornado threat in this sort of setup.
Right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning just issued northwest of St. Louis. This is a storm that is rapidly developing just northwest of St. Louis. So if you're in this tornado warning near just north of Wentzville, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado located near Moscow Mills, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So this includes Calhoun, St. Charles, and Lincoln County in Missouri. Again, it's radar indicated rotation that is just to the northwest here of St. Louis. And this will be a rotation. It doesn't look super strong yet, but that could intensify. So once again, this is moving eastbound. Seek shelter. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows if you are currently included in this tornado warned cell that is, again, just northwest of St. Louis. That is, not looking too good. Hopefully the rotation isn't, I mean, again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of strong rotation right now, but it is a storm that's in development. And obviously this is a pretty populated region of Missouri, obviously just north of St. Louis. Again, luckily the rotation isn't super strong right now, but it is a storm that could intensify with its rotation and perhaps produce a tornado as it continues to move eastbound. It's going to be approaching St. Paul, Missouri, and also it's going to be near Brussels over the next several minutes, again, just northwest of St. Louis. So continue to stay in your safe place. That is a shelter spot like a basement, a storm shelter, a closet, or a bathroom that's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, as this storm does continue to track to the east at 40 miles per hour. And also, I'm getting a report of a wall cloud near Rolla, Missouri. That might be this storm, I'm not sure. It might be further south. I need to figure out where that is first. That's the one that's back down near Interstate 44. That's well southwest of St. Louis. Once again, this storm will be approaching St. Paul over the next several minutes, just north of O'Fallon. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter immediately. If you're just tuning in, this is just northwest of St. Louis. It's in the suburbs. Our new radar scan just came in. We have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. The activity's definitely peaking. Even if we don't get a tornado, by the way, we are still talking about the threat of damaging winds up to 60, even 70 miles per hour, and that would be coming out of this activity here near Wentzville. So just keep that in mind. I'm not seeing a whole lot right now in velocities. But if we do get a tornado, it would probably be right about here, just to the east of Route 61. Again, this is tracking eastbound, and it will be approaching Brussels and St. Paul over the next several minutes. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to make sure that you are getting, again, to your safe place that is away from windows on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I do want to quickly bring your attention to Connor.
See a tornado.
There's a base that's lowering here near the Whitehall area.
Whoa. It's right where that bowl is, Chad.
So there's a lowering up there, not on the tornado warned cell, but that is the storm that's further up to the north near Whitehall, Illinois. So just want to bring your attention to that. We'll obviously keep a close eye on that. And that storm right now does have some broad rotation, so we'll have to watch that one as well. New severe thunderstorm warning for Jerseyville, that's in western Illinois. That is for the threat of damaging winds and $half sized hail. And again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. That's radar indicated rotation. It's not confirmed. That is northwest of St. Louis. So again, if you're in that tornado warning, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is for Lincoln County, St. Charles County, and Calhoun counties in eastern parts of Missouri. The rotation was located near Moscow Mills a few minutes ago, and so that will be approaching areas near St. Paul and Brussels. So again, that rotation embedded in a lot of rain here. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped. That'll be approaching against St. Paul and Brussels, just north of O'Fallon. There is a there is not, right as of right now, there's not a tornado possible tag on that Whitehall storm, but that one is, at least has a lowering of some sort that Connor's on. Funnel cloud in Whitehall. Well, Connor's right on it right now. He's a little bit embedded in the rain. I'm not ruling out that that is a thing, though, right now on that storm. At least a wall cloud, but possibly even a funnel cloud.
This dumb road shoots me north. I gotta go north here.
I'm not sure if we're going to see anything here yet. We'll go back to once it gets a bit closer to that base. Again, we do have a tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning that we currently have, but the one that Connor's on right now, we've had at least a report of at least a funnel cloud, so there's definitely a chance there that we do end up getting some sort of maybe isolated tornado threat out of that. With that being said, the storm that we do have right now that is tornado warned is northwest of St. Louis, just northwest of St. Charles. It's at least somewhat rural areas here of the suburbs, so not the most populated place, but obviously pretty close to St. Louis. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you are in your shelter spot, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We have a storm down here in southern Illinois, by the way, that is now up to baseball-sized hail. That is a destructive supercell now in progress near Vienna, Illinois. So again, a huge baseball-sized hailstorm right now happening down here in southern Illinois that is moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Luckily, it's slow, so it shouldn't hopefully impact too many people, but that's a baseball-sized hailstorm that's in progress there in southern Illinois. Weather's getting kind of crazy right now. We got a lot of stuff, and there's apparently now at least some rotation near Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which we've had that for several minutes now, but that's also happening. It's not tornado warning, but it does have a tornado possible label. So things again are ramping up relatively quickly right now. And I'm hearing Connor say that there's a base on the storm now, the one he's on in Whitehall. There's reportedly a tornado right now in Whitehall. We don't have a warning yet. Or just east of Whitehall. This is going to be approaching Palmyra, and as well as Barr and Garrard, and as well as Standard City. If you're in this warning, I would seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, Connor's right on the storm too, so we might see something on his perspective too, if there maybe being a tornado there. We might get a tornado warning on that storm here shortly. We'll see. But again, at least some report there, maybe a tornado that's on the ground. I don't have any confirmation on that yet, but at the bare minimum, there is a lowering, so it's definitely a possibility that we do get a tornado there. Once again, the storm that's right now near St. Paul, I'm not seeing any super strong rotation here. Let's go to Connor. That right there on the left side of your screen, that might be the lowering or perhaps even tornado that's trying to develop right now near Whitehall, the non-tornado warned cell right now, which apparently there may have been a brief tornado moments ago. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have a tornado warning on that right now.
Saw that dust, chat, but I just don't think that's I don't think that's a tornado. I just don't think it is.
Connor's saying he doesn't think it's a tornado from the dust. I'm also seeing dust kick up, and I don't see a... I don't know. Yeah, it's not tornado warning right now, but that one storm again, this is the one that we're talking about. This one, let's go back full cam. Yeah, that looks like a tornado. I don't know why this is not tornado warning, but this is a potential, at least there's a possibility that there's a tornado on the ground right now near Barr. If it's not a tornado, it's just very strong winds that are hitting the ground, and that's definitely possible too. So one of the two, but obviously if you're in the Palmyra area near Modesto or Garrard or Standard City, you need to be seeking shelter just in case. It doesn't look like a super big circulation. It just looks like a very strong downburst wind from what I'm seeing on this storm right now. With that being said, obviously make sure that you are seeking shelter just in case that we do have some sort of tornado or either that or just strong winds there that would be approaching areas just north of Carlinville. And again, Connor saw that earlier on this particular storm where there was some significant, you know, significant winds hitting down on the ground, like downburst winds, very strong. They were hitting the ground, and it was just kind of kicking dust up. That's possibly what that is. I don't see a violent circulation. It's a very minimal one, if anything, right now. So I do think it's probably more of a damaging wind threat at that point on that storm. But obviously, I would still seek shelter if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning as a precaution. Let's go back to this tornado warning cell northwest of St. Louis. Once again, we do actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning now just northwest of St. Louis. That is for damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And then in addition to that, we have that tornado warning with broad circulation that is north of O'Fallon. That'll be approaching Brussels and southwest parts of Illinois over the next several minutes. So again, make sure that you're in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. And then we also have back in southern Illinois, we do have that baseball-sized storm that's currently ongoing. That is right now near Vienna. So again, that storm's moving northeast. All right, let's go back to Connor. He says he sees something on that storm. This is again the one that could have a tornado or just very strong downburst winds near Carlinville.
Tornado, it looks like.
All right, it's official. It is a tornado.
So hard to tell.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
We're going to go back to Connor immediately,
Seek
but this is
shelter
again a tornado
immediately.
warning for Bar, Palmyra. This is a tornado in progress. It is not a PDS, but it is a tornado.
Again, I think this is just dust.
We'll give you all the locations in a second. That's again a tornado on the ground in Illinois, and that is a large hook on it too. Look at the bottom right of your screen. This is approaching Bar and the Palmyra area.
So hard to tell. They just tornado warned it, but
So again, tornado on the ground right now in Illinois.
deny it. This is actually a tornado.
Again, this will be approaching Palmyra and Bar, Illinois. Those are the only two locations right now in this tornado warning. Garrard and Standard City will be in the track of this, but this is again a confirmed tornado that's in progress in front of Connor right now. He is again right on that storm.
A lot of dust under this thing.
There might be two tornadoes. There might even be three. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. Like, I've seen at least from what Connor's going through a ton of rain right now and very strong winds, but
Okay, that's probably a tornado. Yeah, that's a tornado.
yeah, that right there is a tornado.
Wow, big motion.
There might be another one behind it too.
All right, that's a tornado. Right here.
This might be twins. We might have twin tornadoes happening right now here in Illinois.
Multi-vortex. Wow. Right here.
Look at that spin. Yeah, that's definitely a tornado. I couldn't confirm it before. We didn't have a great visual, but
There it is. Tornado on the ground, condensing. Tornado on the ground, right here.
that is a dusty tornado going through a farm right now. And this is in Palmyra and Bar in Illinois, where there is a confirmed tornado. Look at that hook on this storm right now.
Dusty wedge.
This hook is insane. I'm gonna wait for the next velocity scan.
Lot of dust.
And get to your safe place. You gotta run if you're in this area.
Big left to right though.
Bar or Palmyra in western Illinois.
Woohoo! Wow.
Wow, yeah, this is a huge area of circulation on radar now.
Big circulation.
This right here, by the way, near Bar, that is debris. That would be all the dust that's getting kicked up right now. That you know, green stuff. But look at this thing on radar. That is a really strong hook echo. Really classic looking supercell. Strong inflow going to the storm. Once again, this is a tornado in progress that is approaching Palmyra. Connor should have a view of that again here in just a second. This is moving eastbound going towards Garrard near Standard City.
Condensed tornado right
That's
there.
the tornado again right in the middle of your screen.
Watching my stream. Right there it is. Tornado. Why did it take them so long to warn? I have no. Well, I thought people kept saying about a tornado. I was like, I don't know, I saw the dust, but then I came around, I'm like, oh, that's condensed. Well, now it's not, but...
Wow.
No longer condensed.
Well, it might redevelop.
For a second.
And Connor's in a pretty good position for that. Let's go back to live radar. Once again, this is a tornado that was on the ground. It could be on the ground again, and it might have just gotten sucked up into that rain. We don't know. So once again, this is a hook echo that we have on radar. Very definitive hook. Very strong inflow going to the storm. And again, if there's a tornado still, it would be near Barr, that is approaching the Palmyra area over the next several minutes. This is a confirmed tornado again near Athensville, Illinois, moving eastbound. That's for Greene in the Macoupin County. And it is moving eastbound at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So if you're in Palmyra or Barr, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And we still have a tornado warning back down north of St. Louis, north of O'Fallon. I have not seen much on this storm. With that being said, I would still stay in your safe place for the next few minutes as it continues to move eastbound. Veronica, yes. But again, all this activity right now moving east. We got 2 tornado warnings. And this is your tornado that's in progress. So go back to Connor if he has a view of it again. But once again, that right there is your hook. And it's still a confirmed tornado as of right now that's moving eastbound. We're going to go back to Connor once he has the camera on. Looks like he had a view of it. Maybe not. I don't know if he's going to come back. Let's go back to velocities. This is still 3 minutes old. It should update in a second. Once again, southwest Illinois or western Illinois, that's where this tornado on the ground is right now, moving eastbound. It is back to a broad area of strong circulation near Barr, and it is still showing that dust, by the way, that's being kicked up from that particular area of circulation. And that right there, again, on the correlation coefficient, would be showing that possible debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. Now, once again, that is moving eastbound.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning just south of this one. That's near Kane. North of Jerseyville. Another tornado warning, and this one's radar indicated a new area of circulation right now developing near that warm frontal boundary where there is some strong shear. Again, this is heading towards Kane right now. If you are in Kane in western Illinois, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And look at that hook too. We got another one here that's forming. Once again, western Illinois, just north of St. Louis, another pocket of rotation. So we have a trio right now of tornado warnings here, anywhere from St. Louis back near Auburn, south of Springfield, Illinois. So if you're in any of these pink polygons, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, we have a confirmed tornado that's likely rain wrap now that Connor's on, that is back up north of Carolynville. That is still on the ground as of right now. Again, weather spotters confirm that tornado. It is still a confirmed tornado at this exact time. That is north of Carolynville in western Illinois. And then we have our other 2 tornado warnings, one northwest of St. Louis, and then the other one that's right now northwest of Jerseyville. So again, seek shelter if you're in any of these tornado warnings, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's back to a bit of a broad area of circulation, but still pretty strong area of rotation near Barr and the Palmyra area, moving eastbound. Again, correlation coefficient is indicating that we still have at least some sort of debris in the atmosphere, and that is likely dust. And that right there will be your tornado on the ground. It would be somewhere in that rain now, which is a crazy structure, by the way. So it's somewhere in there with this completely rain-wrapped area of rotation with a tornado that is heading towards Palmyra, Illinois, Heddick, Illinois. If this does continue to stay on the ground, it would be heading towards Garrard and Standard City.
Still over there, just buried in rain again.
So once again, that would be the storm that we're looking at right now that has a tornado rain wrapped heading towards Palmyra. We will have another radar scan. Just came in. Again, look at that storm structure. That tornado is completely rain wrapped. Yeah, if that's still on the ground over bar, it's completely rain wrapped. I'm not seeing any sort of CC drop now. At least it's pretty minimal if there is any. But it could obviously re-intensify and produce a tornado as this moves eastbound here towards Garrard and Standard City in western Illinois over the next several minutes. We are up to 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. There is a lot of warnings right now. This is the other pocket of rotation, bottom right of your screen, near Kane, Illinois. This is our other tornado warning. And then once again, the tornado warning northwest of St. Louis, still pretty broad rotation, but still stay in your safe place if you're in Brussels or St. Paul. It's mostly a wind threat right now if you're in St. Louis. So once again, that's the storm right now. That is the tornado on the ground. We got 3 different tornado warnings across western Illinois. I think we're going to go back to Connor again.
We got a road coming up here in...
I think Connor's about to drive into this, or drive toward that at least, that storm. We are going to be losing Connor. Maybe. Nope, maybe not. Change the cameras. Again, that would be where the tornado is. It's completely rain wrapped. You're not going to see it at all. Unless he somehow, you know, gets closer to that. Or it becomes unrain wrapped, which that doesn't happen very often. But definitely possible. All right, let's go back to, again, live radar. So here's the trio of tornado warnings that we have right now in Missouri and as well as western Illinois. We have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to the 3 tornado warnings. Again, this is the one that's confirmed and on the ground. That's going to be northwest of Carlinville in western Illinois. Again, this is your area of circulation. This was on the ground. It may still be on the ground. It's going to be approaching Garrard and Standard City over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in Barr, Palmyra, Garrard, or Standard City, at least stay vigilant if you're over here. But if you're in Palmyra, you still need to run to your safe place, as there is still a chance that we have a tornado that's in progress here. It's a very dusty tornado from what we already saw moments ago, and so that'll continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. And then we are still watching the tornado warning cell near Carrollton, Illinois, just south of there, between that and Jerseyville. Broad area of circulation. I'm not seeing anything super strong here, but that would also be something we'll have to watch for, as you can actually see that hook that has developed on this storm. This is moving eastbound, going to be going towards Rock Bridge over the next several minutes. So once again, if you're in that tornado warning, get to your shelter spot. And the tornado warning that is just north of St. Louis is still ongoing. They just condensed it, so it now includes Brussels and areas just north of St. Peters. I'm not seeing really much on this storm, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case something tries to develop here over the next few minutes. Overall, rotation seems to be mostly more of just a wind threat, I think, but obviously still stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just in case. Unbelievable. We got another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Mississippi near Rolling Fork. It's just south of Rolling Fork, southwest of Yazoo City. Not even close to where the other storms are, but that right there is your circulation just south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, moving east-southeast. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this storm is moving east-southeast towards Highway 3. So we now have 4 tornado warnings, and we have 19 severe thunderstorm warnings here across the country. As I mentioned before, we are going to be mostly focused on tornado warnings. We're not looking at a whole lot of severe storms right now because, you know, tornado warnings obviously much more important in this case. But once again, we do have a tornado warning now just south of Rolling Fork. Obviously, for those that know history here, Rolling Fork had that very devastating tornado last year, and so not far from that time. Hopefully this stays a bit weaker. I don't think this environment is nearly as favorable for a tornado, but there is rotation here, and it is moving east-southeast. It is radar indicated rotation, so we'll continue to watch that storm very closely over the next several minutes. And then once again, we still have 3 other tornado warnings, one northwest of St. Louis, and we got one again just south of Franklin, south of Interstate 72, which is still reportedly on the ground, but I do think that rotation's broadened out quite a bit. Again, this would be your hook right here. Inflow going into the storm. If we have a tornado, it'd be right there where that black dot is, and that's completely rain wrapped. And Connor is on that storm. That is the storm right there on the right side of your screen, which looks like a complete beast when it comes to a storm structure.
Here we go.
And I'll be moving towards Garrard and eventually Standard City over the next several minutes in western Illinois. Bottom right of your screen is that tornado warning that, again, this could still be on the ground right now.
Literally in that rain core. Oh boy. That's
Oh my goodness. That is unbelievable.
It's gonna be a fun one to find.
That is a... I don't know how else to describe it. It's unbelievable. That blue tint comes from a lot of the reflection of water droplets, and it makes it look very eerie. And that looks awfully eerie. And again, if we have a tornado on this storm, once again, it is completely rain wrapped. Looks like a spaceship. Yeah, I mean that's just unbelievable. That's a large rain shaft. I mean, we got rain dumping with this storm right now. Looks like we do still have some strong rotation right now near Barr. It's gonna be approaching the south side of Palmyra. So again, if there's a tornado on the ground, south side would probably be more impacted by it. But obviously, if you're anywhere in Palmyra, Illinois, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We do still have a broad area of circulation near Kane, Illinois, that is tornado warned. This is moving east. It'll be going towards Highway 267, Medora, and Rock Bridge over the next several minutes. We still have a tornado warning north of St. Charles that's been ongoing for a few minutes now. That one still doesn't look super impressive to me, but just stay in your shelter just in case. And then back down here in Mississippi, completely unrelated to the storms that are ongoing in Illinois, we do have this discrete cell south of Rolling Fork, only by about 20 miles. That is tornado warned. And if we do have a tornado, it would be this right here. So that would be your rotation, which is going to be approaching areas near the Sataria area, and just to the southwest there of Yazoo City over the next several minutes. And that could also produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move that direction. So again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in that tornado warning in Mississippi. Crazy. And this is still, as of right now, it is still, this is actually, as of a minute ago, there is still a tornado on the ground. Emergency management just confirmed that. So this is still on the ground, and Connor is looking right into it right now. So this tornado is still on the ground, you know, near Palmyra, Illinois, moving east. It'll be approaching Garrard over the next several minutes. So again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you are in this tornado warning, because there is still a tornado in progress. Where, again, Connor Croft is. We'll go back to him if he does see anything. But that right there will be your tornado that's on the ground approaching Palmyra. And it'll probably be more in here now. So it's approaching Highway 111 between Modesto and Hettick. Or, yeah, Hettick, something like that. And that tornado is somewhere in there. We don't know where, but it's completely rain wrapped by the sounds of it.
Lightning's insane.
That area of rotation, if the tornado is still in progress, it is approaching Palmyra.
We're gonna get a view of it at some point.
I'm gonna go back to screen here. If this is still on the ground, it will be approaching the downtown area of Palmyra. So the rotation is taking a bit of a turn there. It looks like perhaps going to be going towards the south side or even the downtown area of there, Palmyra. So continue to stay in your safe place. Again, moments ago, this was confirmed by emergency management as still being a tornado on the ground. It's somewhere in that mess. We don't know where. It's probably completely rain wrapped at this point. I'm checking the other storms right now on my phone. Broad rotation approaching Kane, Illinois. That tornado warning still in progress. And then the tornado warning north of St. Charles is still ongoing in Missouri. But again, just stay in your safe place if you're in those two spots.
Cycling, I think. What is the storm even doing right now?
And tornado warning still just to the southeast of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which is a strong pocket of winds, by the way.
Got 2 circulations now. Both of them are wrapped in rain.
So once again, this is a storm that has a tornado in progress. It would be completely rain-wrapped at this point, which will be approaching Palmyra. There may be 2 different areas of circulation. Connor just alluded to that, which is, again, moving east. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning, as there has at this point been a confirmed tornado over the last few minutes moving eastbound. And that Mississippi storm, that might be ramping up on rotation. We'll have to go to that here in a second. All right, let's go back through these tornado warnings real quick. So again, this is the tornado warning for those in Palmyra, the one that has been on the ground for several minutes now. There's been multiple different circulations with this one. The new area of circulation that may be trying to develop here would be southwest of Palmyra, kind of on the back side of this storm. So we'll have to see if that evolves. So if there is still a tornado, again, it would be in that area. Let's quickly pan to Connor. Looks like Connor has some sort of lowering in front of him. I can't tell. Camera has to be more up. We still have a tornado warning for Kane, Illinois. That rotation's still broad, but it could drop a tornado.
A new circulation forming on the front.
Seek shelter if you're in Kane, Illinois. Still an area of rotation north of St. Charles. That tornado warning, I believe, will be canceled, though. So the one near St. Charles. And still a tornado warning southeast of Rolling Fork. As a hook echo, bottom right of your screen, we'll go full cam to it, because I thought Connor was going to maybe say something about this. But this is the other tornado warning just southeast of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, near Holly Bluff, moving east-southeast, going to be approaching Betonia and just southwest of Yazoo City. This storm, I'm not seeing anything on radar that's confirming a tornado, but obviously this could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move east-southeast over the next several minutes. So again, seek shelter if you're in that warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And that baseball-sized hailstorm in southern Illinois is no longer producing baseball-sized hail. So just a heads up for that. So once again, this is where we would have a tornado in progress. It's going to be approaching Palmyra in Illinois. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. By the way, that CC drop on the storm in just southeast of Rolling Fork, that is not a CC drop. It is still radar indicated rotation, and they just updated that warning. So just a heads up there on that storm. It still could produce a tornado. Southeast of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. But obviously the storm we're on right now is the one that is still confirmed as of now, which will be approaching the Palmyra area and eventually going towards Nillwood and Garrard. Standard City, Illinois will be in the track of this, and that particular storm may get a new tornado warning here in just a moment. It might be occluding. You can kind of see here the hook that we had before is kind of going out of shape right now. Might be trying to recycle perhaps on that storm. By the way, if you guys see anything on Twitter, feel free to at me in it. It's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. I'll be trying to relay any reports that we get on other stuff. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in St. Louis. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The storms are awfully messy right now around St. Louis. They are extremely messy. So I think right now the potential for a tornado is probably pretty low in the St. Louis area, but still does exist. It's just, I think, a bit lower due to all the convection we have in this area. And then back up near Palmyra, looks like that rotation is kind of losing itself here. Again, I do think the storm is trying to recycle right now near Palmyra, Illinois. It could still be on the ground, and if it is, it will be approaching Palmyra, and it will eventually be approaching the southeast side of Palmyra, going towards Millwood and Standard City. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as that storm continues to move eastbound. And Connor is going through a ton of rain right now. He's inside of that tornado warning cell. I'm not sure if he's going to see anything, but we'll quickly pan to him, and I'm just kind of curious what he's saying here. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's completely rain wrapped, and he's kind of in the area where there was circulation. Near Palmyra.
Keep an eye out. We're about to drive right into it, I think.
I'm not seeing a CC drop for the record, but it doesn't always mean that we don't have a tornado. We are pretty far away from the radar site, for the record. Severe thunderstorm watch was just issued, by the way, for the eastern side of the DFW Metroplex. So just heads up there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Do a brand new tornado warning that was just issued. This is going to be for that same tornado warning cell. They have downgraded this one to radar indicated. So this is a radar indicated area of rotation that'll be approaching Standard City over the next several minutes. So they've downgraded it. It was confirmed for a pretty long time, and they've just put it back down to radar indicated rotation as the storm is trying to recycle right now as it continues to move eastbound. It'll be approaching Standard City near Garrard. Again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place away from windows and the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. We now have 5 tornado warnings that are currently ongoing. I think 2 of them, though, are about to end. So the one that's been observed for a while will end here in a second. And then the one that gets back northwest or north of St. Louis will end as well here in just a minute. But once again, this is a rain-wrapped area of rotation, so if there's a tornado, it is going to be completely rain-wrapped as that continues to move eastbound. Very favorable environment up here. We have the warm front that's really kind of, again, giving it more shear to work with and basically giving it a more favorable environment for tornadoes. So that's kind of riding right along the warm front there, which is why we have that elevated tornado risk. But yeah, this tornado warning that's north of St. Charles, this one's about to end. The tornado warning that's here for those in Palmyra is also about to end, but you have a one that you're now in Palmyra. So if you are still in Palmyra, you need to make sure that you are still staying in your shelter because you are still included in the new tornado warning that was issued here just moments ago. And then here's the Kane tornado warning. This one's going to be north of St. Louis. This one's also about to expire. So I think 3 tornado warnings here are all simultaneously going to expire. This one included. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. I do think that this storm's been weakening over the last few minutes. You can actually see that rotation just kind of dissipate. So this storm is weakening, at least for the time being, near Kane, Illinois. And then we still have, again, all 3 of these that will all end simultaneously. And then we also have the tornado warning that you might not see on the screen that's back down in Mississippi. And we've been talking about this a little bit. It's southeast of Rolling Fork. and we do have a hook still on this storm. I don't see any strong rotation, but this would be where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. And again, Rolling Fork is right up here where my black circle is. You can't see it, but that's where Rolling Fork is. It's not far from this area of rotation, but this is moving east-southeast. It'll be going towards Betonia, Little Yazoo, and Yazoo City, probably going to stay just south of you over the next several minutes. So that area will be in the track of that here relatively soon. All right, let's go back up to Missouri, and we'll all watch all three of these tornado warnings just end here in a second, hopefully. And there you go. So this is we're now down to 2 tornado warnings. And we're down to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back to Connor. He's inside of that tornado warning cell that is again near Palmyra. See if he sees anything.
You can see the motion.
It has been a crazy last several minutes here. We do have some broad rotation northwest of St. Louis near the fluorescent area. Not super concerned about that right now, but
Might be the funnel. Right in front of me, I think.
and Connor right now is on the Standard City tornado warning cell in western Illinois.
I think there's there it is. That's a tornado. That's the tornado, chat. There it is. You can only see it on the GoPro contrast. I can't even see it with my own eyes. There it is. Funnel cloud. I don't even know if it's on the ground anymore. I can see the motion though. Wow, look at the occluded mesocyclone. There it is.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been looking at this for a solid 30 seconds. I still don't see it.
Sitting here in the rain.
I don't know. I think my monitor brightness is too low to be looking at this. I have to change my monitor here. 1 second. I know you guys can see it.
Light funnel. There it is. Not too rain wrap for me. Look at that thing. It's dying. It's dying. You still can't even see it. Oh, there we go. I can see it. Yeah, there it is. It's dying. It's roping out. It's basically dead. Yeah, it's dead now. It's dead now. Really, right when it gets unrain wrapped. It's still spinning.
Again, this is a tornado warning once again for those near Standard City. And we just had a brief touchdown, it looked like, of a tornado.
We're out to go fast. Wow! Yeah! It's still spinning right there!
But it looks like it's occluding again. I can barely see it now. I had to change my monitor brightness. But it's already gone, so I barely saw it. I only saw the tail end of it.
Pretty much gone now. That's the occluded meso. That's the occluded meso, chat, right there. It's pretty much, it's dissipated now. It's pretty much gone, but...
So this is a storm that is still capable of producing tornadoes. Once again, this is still the tornado warning near Standard City, Illinois. Just dropped another one. And obviously, it could drop another one down the road, especially with how volatile the environment is, especially right along that warm frontal boundary, which is where this storm is. It is going to be moving eastbound. It's going to be going towards Zanesville and Interstate 55 eventually near Garrard. So again, make sure that you are continuing to heed warning here and continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We have another tornado warning. Holy cow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one is on now the south side of St. Louis. And that is a strengthening area of rotation. Watch out. If you're near Barnes Mill, Parkdale, Murphy, you need to seek shelter immediately. This rotation is beginning to intensify south of St. Louis. And that is a strengthening area of rotation right over Twin River Park. It's let me zoom out a little bit so you can see it. So that's near Twin River Park, Sunset Hills. Green Park will be in the track of this. Maxville, Fenton, all those areas. You need to seek shelter just south of St. Louis. This is a stronger pocket of rotation that's right now developing, moving eastbound. And radar, I believe, yeah, radar's pretty behind right now, but this could drop at any time. That that might be on the ground. The reflectivity hasn't updated yet. And this is moving eastbound, gonna be approaching Parkdale, Murphy, and Fenton over the next several minutes. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning, and this one's confirmed.
This
is confirmed, I believe, by radar.
A tornado is on
this
the ground.
is a confirmed
Seek
tornado
shelter
in Missouri. This is a CC. We have a CC drop right now. Southeast of Eureka. I thought that was a CC drop. The radar never updated. That right there is your tornado that's on the ground near Barnes Mills, southwest of St. Louis. You need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Again, moving eastbound right now. If we zoom out really quickly here, we have another tornado warning for those in Carlinville. This is radar indicated rotation. We are going to watch this storm, but we are mostly focused right now on the tornado that has just dropped southwest of St. Louis. This is going to be approaching Sunset Hills, Arnold, and Barnesville over the next several minutes. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place. You got to run. Do not walk to your safe place. This is a tornado that has just dropped northwest of Barnes Mill, and that is a correlation coefficient drop. For those that don't know what this means, that means that there is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere right now in Barnes Mill, which means that, again, there is a tornado in progress. Radar hasn't updated, but that is a tornado. Let me see if we have another view on this radar site. Yeah, that tornado right here, it's going to be right over Echo Lake Ranch, Parkdale, High Ridge, Murphy, Fenton, Sappington, Sunset Hills, Lakeshire, Green Park, Maxville, Tenbrook, Arnold, and the Seckman area, and as well as Shady Valley. All of you in right now in southeast part, or kind of eastern parts of Missouri, south of St. Louis, you need to be in your safe place. That is a shelter spot. That is a basement, a storm shelter, a closet or a bathroom, furthest away from windows and your lowest floor possible. Like if that tornado is still on the ground, it'll be right there near Echo Lake Ranch, which that is still debris being lifted up into the atmosphere near Echo Lake Ranch. Moving eastbound. Yeah, this is a radar confirmed tornado moving eastbound right now. Zoom back out. And this is a confirmed tornado just southwest of St. Louis, right there. Moving eastbound, this is going to be moving east at about 40 miles per hour. Yeah, debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere near Echo Lake Ranch. This is going to be moving right into downtown High Ridge, probably as I'm speaking right now, and Parkdale. It'll eventually be moving into Rock Creek, Polina Hills, and Fenton within the next 5 minutes. Again, if you are anywhere in those areas, you need to be going to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is going to be approaching Interstate 55 as well. That, again, is your tornado. New radar scans should be coming in here in just a moment. Connor's looking at Scud. That's not a tornado. Connor Stream is not a tornado. That is, again, Scud. And he's on the storm again back over near Standard City, Illinois. The radar scan should be in here in a second. Let me go to the close-up radar site. Just to give you a better perspective, that tornado now is going to be right in between. That's the tornado right there. It's crossing over Highway 30 southwest of St. Louis. It's in between Parkdale and Barnes Mill. It is moving eastbound. It will be approaching Highway 141, Highway 21 over the next several minutes. Again, you need to go to your safe place immediately. This has been confirmed and on the ground near Parkdale, Missouri, again, just southwest of St. Louis. Hopefully the other radar site updates here in a second. See what we have on the CC in a second. But again, that tornado is going to be right over Parkdale and Murphy near Highway 30, moving eastbound. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. All right, new radar scan just came in. That is, yeah, it's the tornado right now near Parkdale. So again, tornadoes right now on the ground near Parkdale, moving eastbound. Again, continue to stay in your safe place. This is, again, a confirmed tornado that is moving towards Oakville, Arnold, Melville over the next several minutes. It's a damaging tornado. The other 3 tornado warnings that we have are not confirmed. This is the only one we have confirmed right now. And this, again, let's go back to the CC. This right here is your tornado. It's over High Ridge. And if we go back to the CC, this would presumably be to the debris that's being lifted up right now near High Ridge and Highway 30. That's going to be right over Polina Hills in a second, just south of Fenton. If you are in Fenton, though, you have to go to your safe place just in case this tornado takes a left-hand turn, which does happen, by the way, sometimes. Sappington, Lake Shire, near Interstate 55, near Maxville, Arnold, Tenbrook, and Seckman and Shady Valley. All of you need to be in your safe place. Again, that is a interior room of your home or building, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Gotta run to your safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you have to go to a sturdy structure. Do not stay in your mobile home. It is not safe. For those wondering, by the way, that Texas storm, that is contamination. It's not a tornado in Texas. Had a lot of people asking about that. If you know any friends or family in this particular area just southwest of St. Louis, make sure you give them a call or text. Make sure that they are in their safe place. Hopefully you can get through to them. Power might be going out, obviously, with the tornado in progress, which has just crossed over Highway 30. It'll be moving toward this little intersection here of those 2 highways south of Sunset Hills, eventually going towards Arnold. But again, that's just southwest of St. Louis. Continue to stay in your safe place. And if you need to, you can share the stream with them as well. Again, we're doing extensive coverage right now on this seemingly tornado outbreak right now that's developing here across the Illinois and Missouri areas here in the lower Midwest. New radar scan will be in here in just a second. I think we're going to go back to this other radar site that's going to update a little bit sooner here. So that tornado, if it is still on the ground, it'll be right in between Highway 30 and Highway 141 and 21. It's going to be approaching areas in between Murphy and Shady Valley, southern side of Fenton over the next few minutes, and just south of Sappington. That's where the tornado is located, if it is still in progress. And again, that's the debris that's being lifted up right now into the atmosphere. It's right between Highway 30 and Highway 141. Zooming in here, that's right along Old Sugar Creek Road. If you know what that is, that's where it is. It's just south of Murphy. If you're local to this area, that's where the debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere. If this tornado, again, is still in progress, which it is likely, we still have a tornado here moving eastbound, and it will be approaching Highway 121. If it is not on the ground, it still could produce a tornado at any time as this moves to the east. Still a very strong area of rotation. We actually have 2 pockets of rotation, it looks like. We got like one kind of there, but this is the main one right here. That's the tornado. But that other one that's actually kind of exists right there. This is still a confirmed tornado. So again, still a confirmed tornado in progress. They just updated the warning. It does include Green Park, Sunset Hills, Fenton, Missouri, Murphy, Arnold, and Maxville, near Interstate 55, just southwest of St. Louis. And your tornado is right there, moving eastbound. You need to go to your shelter if you've not already. You gotta run there, do not walk. It is going to be approaching Arnold and Interstate 55 within the next 2 to 3 minutes. And we have another tornado on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
We have a
Seek
tornado that has just been
immediately.
confirmed over Kemper in western Illinois. This was just confirmed by weather spotters. This is actually confirmed 14 minutes ago, but this is just coming in now. That's near Kemper. So this storm is also producing a tornado in western Illinois. That's moving towards Carlinville, Highway 4, Highway 111. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Run there, get the mattress off the bed, whatever you got to do. This is another tornado that's on the ground. If you're in a mobile home, you got to go to a sturdy structure. Mobile homes are not the place to be right now. Again, we got 2 different tornadoes on the ground. One here and one here. That was a horrible circle. Right here, just southwest of St. Louis. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we're going to get a new one in a second for those just southwest of St. Louis. It's right now moving eastbound, going to be going through Interstate 55 near Arnold. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it will be right over that intersection of Interstate.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. Highway 21 and 141. We have another tornado warning. And this one is going to be back over in Illinois as well. That is for the storm that we've been watching for over an hour now. This is the one that did have a tornado on the ground. And we have another tornado warning. But this is the one that's going to be going through Standard City, Zanesville, and Raymond. This is what Connor's on right now. We will go to that if it does drop. We have now 6 tornado warnings. We have another one just issued. I'm guessing it's on the one. This is a different one. This is now in St. Louis. So a new tornado warning just northeast of St. Louis. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is just east of St. Louis near Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, Collinville, and Granite City. Once again, another tornado warning. This is going to be moving into these areas. It's not confirmed, but it could produce a tornado at any time. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and lowest floor possible. These are all the different tornado warnings that we have right now, in addition to the one in Mississippi that's southeast of Rolling Fork. So we have 6 different tornado warnings right now here around the St. Louis area. This is unbelievable. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the storm that's near Fenton and Sunset Hills. I am seeing a much broader area of circulation. I don't see any CC drop right now, but I do see near Sunset Hills another pocket of rotation developing, and this is what I was talking about a few minutes ago. That is going to be probably moving towards downtown St. Louis, so that could develop into something down the road. We will continue to watch that closely. The other one looks like it may have occluded. If it is still on the ground, it is over Arnold, and that storm is producing some damaging winds right now. So that is moving east. I'm going to pan out again for those that are just tuning in. We have a tornado outbreak that's happening right now across Missouri and Illinois. If you know any friends or family in this area, please give them a call or text. Make sure that they are weather aware about this event. If they're in a tornado warning, obviously make sure that they are in their safe place. Again, we'll be doing extensive live coverage, so share this with them if they need live coverage. And once again, we do have 2 confirmed tornadoes that are still in progress. We have one near Chesterfield, Illinois, which this was confirmed by weather spotters. I don't see anything strong, but if it is still on the ground, it would be right near Chesterfield and Medora, moving eastbound going towards Carlinville. So continue to stay in your safe place. This is a completely rain-wrapped area of circulation, so if that is still on the ground, you are not going to see it. So go to your safe place. Stay in that shelter spot. And then this is still radar indicated. New radar scan will be coming in here at any second. So we'll look at these 2 different storms. This is still confirmed as of now. It would be over Arnold if there's still a tornado on the ground. So go to your safe place. Again, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Connor's driving right through that storm that is tornado warned. The furthest northern one that's tornado warned, that just got a new tornado warning near Standard City. And the wind is super strong there. So there might be another tornado that's potentially developing there. I'm going to have to listen to him here. He can't see it, so if there's a tornado, he cannot see it. That's going through Standard City, Illinois, approaching Zanesville and Raymond. Yeah, we're looking at these little notches here just northeast of St. Louis for that area of rotation that could drop a tornado. There's a new pocket of rotation near Sunset Hills. Don't see nearly as much rotation there anymore. If we still have a tornado, it would be near Arnold, Missouri. Moving eastbound. The tornado warning that was confirmed in Illinois, that is no longer confirmed. It is back to radar indicated. So just an update there. I don't see any CC drop right now. southwest of St. Louis, but we could still get a tornado with that at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are anywhere in these pink polygons. Another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
St. Louis is under the tornado warning as well. This is a new tornado warning for St. Louis, Dupo, Columbia, Belleville, which is in western Illinois, and Centerville. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is radar indicated, so it's not confirmed, but it is radar indicated rotation, which is moving northeast. We have 7 tornado warnings. Obviously, we're trying to cover these the best you can, or best I can. So, I highly recommend if you have cable, turn on cable, because that'll help as well. But, obviously, we're trying to keep you posted with the latest on all these tornado warnings. We have 7 different ones now. St. Louis, the downtown area, is included in this tornado warning, which I've been watching this pocket rotation near Sunset Hills. That is what I'll be concerned about near St. Louis, if that tries to develop. Centerville, St. Louis, Dupo, you all need to be in your safe place. And this is all right now moving to the east. I'm just going to zoom out again. Again, we don't have anything confirmed right now, but I want to give you an idea of where all these warnings are right now. Again, all these right now are moving eastbound at 30 to 40 miles per hour. See if we have any other reports on these storms right now. Brooklyn, St. Louis, Lorton, Caseyville, Dupo, Limbs, all included in that tornado warning. We have another severe thunderstorm warning northeast of the 2 tornado warnings. Let's go back to radar, just updated. Velocities will update here in a second. If we have a tornado on the storm near Glen Carbon, Illinois, it would be right there near Granite City. That'll be approaching Edwardsville and Collinsville. And if we have a tornado on the ground with a storm near Sunset Hills or Arnold, we would mostly be watching this area down here for development near Arnold. The Sunset Hills rotation looks to be occluding as well, so that one doesn't look nearly as intense. The rotation that's near Granite City is intensifying. And that might be dropping on the ground right now. Can't confirm it completely. It's not super definitive, but we do have a small CC drop there near Mullen Brox. It's just popped up in the last scan. There might be a tornado here just east of Granite City that's dropping right now, according to radar. It's not confirmed, but that might be a tornado dropping right now. Which again, we'd be moving towards Glen Carbon. That's right in that notch that is intensifying right now. So there might be a tornado here just northeast of St. Louis that will be approaching Glen Carbon, Collinsville, and Edwardsville over the next several minutes. If you have any friends or family here, make sure they're doing all right. This is another dangerous storm right now that could develop into a tornadic situation. Yeah, this is almost undoubtedly going to be a tornado outbreak. I don't think anybody expected this many tornado warnings, and I don't think anybody expected this many tornadoes at this point. I mean, it's unbelievable. We'll see. Let's see what this radar site looks like. Yeah, I do think there's a tornado on the ground going towards Glen Carbon. If it's not on the ground, it's close to it. And that's approaching Highway 255, Glen Carbon, Maryville, in western Illinois. Yeah, if you're in Troy, Maryville, or Glen Carbon, you need to get to your safe place. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure. That might be your local McDonald's. It might be Just something that's sturdy. Mobile homes are not safe. And that right there would be your tornado if it's on the ground. We'll get another radar scan in about 30 seconds, and we'll see if we can confirm anything on any of these storms by radar. Connor Croft is on the northern tornado warning. That is in Illinois. That's the one way back up here that has had intensifying rotation. That could drop at any time, and so Connor's kind of in the rain-wrapped area of that, but if we get anything confirmed from him, we'll obviously relay it back to you. All right, new radar scan in just a second. Let me go to CC. Velocities take too long. I don't see anything confirmed here yet. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So the 1 year Glen Carbon might not be nearly as strong. If we may have even had a brief tornado, but this could still drop a tornado down the road as it approaches Glen Carbon, Interstate 270, and Interstate 70 over the next several minutes. And then back down near Arnold right now, we have a very strong swath of winds, which could still produce a tornado threat if we get any sort of embedded circulations. There actually could be a tornado on the ground there near Columbia. That rotation's pretty strong. We have another area of rotation that's back over near Dupo. So 2 different pockets of rotation there. If you're in any of those tornado warnings or anywhere in these pink polygons, you need to, again, get to your safe place. Get to shelter immediately. I'm just going to quickly zoom out here. I'm going to circle all these different circulations. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 4. We got 4 different areas of circulations, all embedded in this line of storms that's developed just on the east side of St. Louis. And again, we have another tornado warning. We have 8 tornado warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a tornado warning now for Mount Olive, Staunton, north of St. Louis, near Godfrey. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is yet again another tornado warning. And once again, we're going to be watching for an embedded circulation basically in this cluster of storms that's developed. So it's going to be somewhere in here near the Beth Alto area, approaching Warden, and as well as Interstate 55, Staunton, and Mount Olive. We have a broad circulation near Staunton as well, so just keep that in mind. We got another circulation up there. But yeah, there's legitimately 8 tornado warnings right now. That's not exaggerating. We have 1 in Mississippi. We have a bunch here in western Illinois. We have 1 still in Missouri, which is south of St. Louis. I don't think anybody could have imagined this. Luckily, all of them right now are all radar indicated. We don't have anything confirmed. This one's technically still confirmed, but the tornado warned storm here is now outside of Missouri. It's now going into western Illinois. All right, we got a new radar scan. Let's go storm by storm again. New velocities should be coming in here in a second. See any CC drops yet, but we have to match it up with velocities. And all of this is just south and east of St. Louis for the most part. We have a strengthening area of rotation. The tornado warning, by the way, near Arnold, Missouri, has been canceled. So that's done. We are down to 7. We still have a ton. We have a strengthening area of rotation right now near Cahokia, Centerville. We have another one near Columbia. In western Illinois. We have another one near Glen Carbon. We have another one near Edwardsville. We have a stronger one that's developing now just south of Bunker Hill, west of the Staunton area here, north of St. Louis in western Illinois. This could drop at any time. That's pretty strong rotation. That could drop a tornado at any time. And again, that's moving east-northeast. We have another strong pocket of rotation near Standard City, Illinois. That's moving east-southeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. It's going to be associated with the storm that has already been tornado warned for Carlinville, Gillespie, Wilsonville, and Mount Olive. That is moving towards Mount Olive and Interstate 55. Another area of rotation. I don't know if I've ever seen 80 miles in length of tornado warnings before. This might be a first for at least me. This is just insane. All right, we're back down to 5 tornado warnings. The one in Mississippi was canceled. The one behind this storm was canceled. So we're down to 5. With that said, any of these could produce tornadoes at any time. Again, if you're anywhere in these pink polygons, get to your safe place. I'm still waiting for the next radar scan here. We'll see if any of these are on the ground. At this point, we're basically just going to be focused on if anything hits the ground, because we got multiple storms that could drop a tornado. We got one that's west of Stoughton. We got another one that's near Collinsville. We got another one near St. Louis. We got another one near Columbia. We got one up at the very top of your screen near Mount Olive, and that doesn't even fit all the tornado warnings. We got another one back where Connor is. Do radar scan in just a second, and we'll see if anything's on the ground. Which again, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground near just south of St. Louis or even near Collinville. We have a couple of stronger rotation spots, and also even one near the Beth Halto area, near Bunker Hill. Wouldn't be surprised if that dropped at any time as that moves east northeast. The radar scan at any second. This is a tornado outbreak. I mean, there's almost no way this is not a tornado outbreak at this rate. The radar's taking too long. Got strong rotation northeast of Columbia, Illinois. Got strong rotation near the Warden area of Illinois. And we also have some rotation near the Gillespie area. And let's see if this is updated. Still hasn't updated. Alright. Let's dive into this a bit more. I don't know. It's close. It's not far from where the rotation is. Again, if you're in Columbia or Centerville in western Illinois, you need to go to your safe place. We may have a tornado there. And then further up here to the north, we have a strong pocket of rotation approaching Bunker Hill and Stoughton. That's a tornado on the ground that is now going east-northeast. This is not confirmed officially, but that is tornado on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That right there is a tornado that is now just dropped west of Warden. This will be approaching Interstate 55. Correlation coefficient is picking up now on a tornado that is on the ground approaching Stoughton, Mount Olive, south of Bunker Hill. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is in western Illinois. I'm trying to stay hydrated. Again, what you're looking at right now is a tornado that's in progress. This should get updated at any second. Let me zoom in on this. This is on the north side. There you go. Confirmed. Not PDS, but it is confirmed. North of Holiday Shores, near Prairie Town. That's going to be approaching Stoughton, Binney, Livingston. If I'm mispronouncing anything, just go with it, because at this point, it's almost impossible to pronounce everything right. So again, that's a confirmed tornado. That's our only confirmed one. That's approaching towards Stoughton, Mount Olive, and Warden. This could go PDS if it continues in the direction that it might go. We're getting another radar scan now, so we'll see. Yeah, this is still confirmed. That's a tornado that's in progress, approaching Warden, Interstate 55, and Stoughton, Illinois. If you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place, as there is a tornado on the ground that is approaching. It's right now over Prairie Town, so homes, buildings potentially getting damaged by this right now on the north side of Holiday Shores. It's very rural between Prairie Town and Livingston, but once it hits Livingston and Stoughton, those are much more populated areas. The Mildstad area just southeast of St. Louis, that rotation is intensifying, so that could drop a tornado as well at any time. Belleville, if you're in Belleville, Illinois, go to your safe place. That could also drop a tornado. Okay, we're gonna stay on the confirmed tornado. That's the only confirmed one we have as of right now, which again is northeast of St. Louis, approaching Stoughton and Warden. Again, this is the correlation coefficient. This gives us an idea of debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere, and that right there is a tornado that is on the ground approaching Stoughton, Livingston, and Warden. And you got to get to your safe place immediately if you're in this part of Illinois. This has been unreal so far. And when you think about it, these storms are still far from done, by the way. They are still far from done. I mean, we still have multiple hours to go. Alright, I'm going to zoom back out until we get another radar scan. Now right there is your tornado that is confirmed. But all these pink polygons, again, are tornado warnings. All just east and also north of St. Louis. And we might also have another tornado trying to drop again north of Hillsborough. So we might go to now 2 confirmed tornadoes potentially here. And this is moving eastbound. We have another confirmed tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Confirmed tornado near Glen Carbon. This is radar confirmed. Radar hasn't updated, but it is now confirmed on the ground. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground now. Both northeast of St. Louis. Seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Got 1 here and probably 1 in here somewhere. Waiting for the new radar scan. That tornado would be located approaching Interstate 55. It's going towards Coon Station near Edwardsville. Moving east-northeast, going to be going towards Marine, Grand Fork, and Highland, north of Interstate 70. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This debris signature is getting larger near Warden. That is a tornado that is approaching Stoughton. You need to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. That could be potentially a strong tornado that is heading towards Livingston, Illinois, and Stoughton near Interstate 55 near Warden. That could again be a potentially strong tornado that is heading in that direction. And those are your 2 tornadoes, both circled in black. Both just northeast of St. Louis. This is a large CC drop, though, on the one that's near Stoughton. Don't see a CC drop here, but I obviously could be missing something there. Either way, both tornado warnings. Again, you need to get to your safe place immediately. Both confirmed tornadoes moving east-northeast. Please seek shelter immediately. I'm just going to stay on the correlation coefficient. That again is a tornado, potentially strong tornado heading towards Stoughton, Illinois, near Warden. That's debris that is being lifted up near Warden, approaching Livingston and Interstate 55. New radar scan coming in probably about a minute, but unfortunately, again, that is a tornado going towards Interstate 55 near Stoughton and Warden, just south of Mount Olive. And again, we got a tornado in progress just northeast of Glen Carbon. That tornado is right here. That's going right over Interstate 55 as we speak. We don't have any PDS yet, but that storm, not ruling out that it goes PDS. If that rotation continues, it's gonna probably go PDS, but it's not yet. So that is a lot of debris right now that's being lifted up near Warden, Illinois. And I'll be approaching Livingston over the next several minutes. I'm going to stay on this view here. And that right there would be your tornado. That is all debris that is being picked up by radar. So that's debris. Trees, potentially, you know, parts of buildings being lifted up right now on the north side of Warden, Illinois. This will be in Livingston in the next few minutes. And the latest scan completely evaporated it. So this may have occluded, which is good news on that particular storm. But we'll see. Still stay in your safe place if you're in Stoughton or Livingston, just in case this is still on the ground or it does drop again. That may have occluded. Still waiting on radar updates here. If there's a tornado, it's right there. But I'm not seeing a super serious CC drop now on that storm. Okay, so back up here to the north, by the way, near Zanesville, we've had reports of a funnel cloud. Connor Croft's on that storm. This could drop a tornado. It's northwest of Scrum City, going towards Witt. And then this storm here, I don't see a whole lot, honestly, near the Gillespie area, but still stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon. And then the tornado may have just occluded near the Warden area. And we have another tornado potentially still in progress near Marine. This will be going towards the Grant Fork area and Highland over the next few minutes. That is a huge tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now, this might be one of the largest tornado warnings that I've ever seen. And this is for all of these storms. So we have a large tornado warning now just for everything. I mean, we already have so many tornado warnings, they just... You know, we're not going to keep getting more because every area in this area of storms is rotating to some extent. So, new tornado warning for Greenville, the Carlisle area, Breese, O'Fallon, Belleville, Oakville, Irvington, Centralia, and Sandoval in western parts of Illinois. At this point, there's just too many areas of rotation to have them all individually warned. So they've essentially just said, we're issuing one big tornado warning. So it's huge, and it's rightfully so, because if there is a tornado with any of these storms, it obviously could produce damage in any of these areas, and these storms don't look like they're letting up anytime soon. So once again, this is moving east at 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour, so it's actually a bit faster. So they've just issued this tornado warning. I've never seen wording this like this before. A severe storms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located along a line of storms extending from Livingston to near O'Fallon, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So again, if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, anywhere, you need to go to your safe place, your shelter spot, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In addition to this, if you're in this area here, you have a few minutes, right? Because the storm area is still well back to your west, but you should be going to your safe place as fast as possible. Again, we do not see tornado warnings this large usually, and it's just because of how many areas of circulation that we have in this line of storms right now. If a tornado gets confirmed, it might get kind of confusing, so again, we'll keep you posted with all the details there. This rotation looks like it's recycling and intensifying again near Stoughton. That's near Mount Olive. That is a very strong couplet of velocities right now that's in this area. So if we get a tornado on this storm, which it could still technically be on the ground or dropping again, that's a very strong pocket of velocities going away from the radar, which would indicate that there could be a tornado here. The other areas of circulation further south are a bit broader right now, but we will continue to monitor those storms closely. We do have a hook developing in this one near Marine. And again, we have a hook right here that we could get a tornado here near Interstate 55, south of the Stoughton area. If you're just tuning in, tornado outbreak ongoing in western Illinois. Again, very dangerous storms across the board. We have 6 tornado warnings. That's not a typo. We have another, this is a huge severe thunderstorm warning too. But this entire area right now is dealing with a lot of embedded circulations in this line of storms. A lot of it is rain wrapped. So with that being said, it's becoming a pretty dangerous event right now.
Has been issued.
And make that 7. We have another tornado warning for Hillsborough, Witt. This is where near where Connor Croft is right now. We have 2 pockets of rotation. We got one that's strong north of Litchfield. We got a broader circulation near Stoughton. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building. If you are in this tornado warning, that is right now moving eastbound. This is just unbelievable. We'll get another radar scan in a second. We'll see if anything's on the ground in a second. Straight line winds just passed us in Troy, Illinois, 70+ miles per hour. Thank you for the report, Brian. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all with this area of storms. Again, we are in western Illinois right now with multiple tornado warnings. Like, unbelievable amount of tornado warnings right now. Alright, we're going to see if we have any CC drops. I do apologize for the fast scrolling, but again, we're trying to look at every storm relatively fast because we got literally like 8 different areas of circulation right now. This tornado warning has just been condensed, by the way. Here's the velocities. I would be awfully cautious if you're in Sorrento, Coffin, or Taylor Springs. This is not a tornado, at least as of now. Or it actually might be a tornado. There is a little bit of a CC drop there. If there is a tornado here, it could easily go strong because of how strong the velocities are right now going away from the radar. Like that right here is like 80-mile-per-hour winds. And so this could easily go strong if we get a tornado there. We have a strengthening area of circulation near O'Fallon. It's not on the ground, but it is starting to intensify a little bit. And then we also have another circulation going towards Pocahontas, Illinois, near Marine. This is also moving eastbound. That is going to be heading towards Interstate 70, and that could drop a tornado at some point. And then back where Connor is, we still have that strong area of circulation near Raymond, and that could also drop a tornado at any time. Essentially what I'm saying is that any of these storms could drop a tornado at legitimately any time. So continue to please stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I'm going to circle every single rotation that we have. We got 6 up and down this area. So those are all the different circulations. Max, this is insane. Tell me about it. I'm trying to speak as fast as possible to get all the information out to you guys, so, you know, just keep up with how fast I'm talking. There's so many things happening right now. This is an intense mesoscale convective system that's basically developed here that's producing a bunch of these QLCS tornadoes. And I do want to remind you, by the way, any tornado warning here could drop a tornado at any time, even in between radar scans. So I want to remind you that we might not see a tornado on the ground if it's in between a radar scan and it's brief. We may have already had multiple of those over the last several minutes. But once again, this is a tornado outbreak at this point that's happening right now in western Illinois. Quick update. Storm Prediction Center just mentioned a downstream watch is likely. They are saying an embedded tornado or 2 will also remain possible. It could be more than that with how many areas of circulation we have. So I would not be surprised if we end up getting another, you know, at least some sort of watch, but probably a tornado watch at this point, if things like this continue. But hopefully this weekend's before these storms go any further east. This has been unbelievable. All right, new radar scan. Let's look. I'm not seeing any CC drops yet near O'Fallon or Marine. And then the one near Stoughton look what the velocities look like. It still looks like it's recycling here. This is probably the most definitive area of rotation that we've had thus far. That's near Walshville, west of Coffin, north of Interstate 70. That's a pretty area. That's still a broad, but potentially a strong tornado could develop out of that. It's still a broad area of rotation, though. That's moving east-northeast, going towards Sereno, the Coffin area of western Illinois, south of Taylor Springs. This is, again, another pretty large area of rotation that we're watching, and we still have that area of circulation back up near Zanesville that also has the chance for a tornado near Raymond. This is moving eastbound. Again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. So again, all of these tornado warnings right now are all across western Illinois. We have multiple areas of circulation, and again, dangerous area of storms. If you know any friends or family right now in the track of these storms, please give them a call or text. Get the word out. This is still a very dangerous area of storms that could be producing tornadoes as it continues to move throughout parts of southern and central Illinois, primarily south of Springfield for reference, so mostly southern Illinois. And it's going to probably continue at least for the next 45 minutes to potentially next couple of hours, depending on how this all evolves. By the way, Dakota, type in chat really quickly, please. Dakota. New radar scan coming in just a moment. We have another tornado warning. This one's in Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a tornado warning, radar indicated near Lometa, Texas. We're not going to focus on this a whole lot. But this is another strong pocket of rotation northwest of Lampasas. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Yet again, another tornado warning. Unbelievable. That could also drop a tornado at any time. We will go back to it if it does intensify further. All right, new radar scan. Let's check this out. See if we have any CC drops on these storms. Which the latest scan, I'm still not seeing anything definitive for a CC drop. So, which again, what I mean by that is again basically confirming a tornado by radar. Once again, we could have tornadoes in between radar scans. It's very possible in this sort of environment. But once again, all these storms are capable of tornadoes at this point. The O'Fallon rotation's actually been weakening, which is good. The rotation that's back up east of Stoughton, just southwest of Hillsboro in western Illinois, that one is still on the stronger side of things. The one that's approaching Pocahontas, Greenville, and Pleasant Mound is still on the stronger side of things. That is moving east. So continue to stay in your safe place. And then we still have a broad area of large circulation near Raymond, Illinois. That is also moving east. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado outbreak that's basically in progress right now in Illinois and Missouri, which Missouri is already out of this, but it was ongoing back over in Missouri not long ago. I'm going to be watching the rotation in Texas closely. That could also drop a tornado. That's near Lometa. If you're in Lometa, Texas, you need to go to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is another dangerous storm right now that's in progress there that could drop a tornado. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, please at me, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay any information that we get on the stream. The radar scan in just a second. And we don't have anything confirmed as of right now. This tornado warning has remained observed. This was observed back about 20 minutes ago, so just a heads up. That's not confirmed. We obviously could still have a tornado, though, on the ground anywhere here, across anywhere from Raymond back into Belleville. And we also have our tornado warning in Texas, which we'll also be watching for very closely. So that is another strong pocket of rotation. New radar scan in any second here. This is still a confirmed tornado here near Stoughton.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this was 3 minutes ago. But this is actually confirmed. That is now moving into Welshville. So this was confirmed 3 minutes ago. Confirmed tornado over near Sorrento, moving east at 45 miles per hour. If it is still on the ground, it is now over the downtown area of Sorrento. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. They don't have a tornado warning on this particular area of rotation for a confirmed tornado. With that being said, this is a tornado that is on the ground, or potentially still is on the ground, moving towards Coffin, northwest of Mulberry Grove, and northwest of Greenville. So continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in Sorrento, you need to go there now if you're in Sorrento. Or Sorrento. Panama, Donaldson, Illinois, Paisley Corners. You're all on the track of this if it's still on the ground. This is unbelievable. Let me zoom out again. Rotation near Lometa, Texas is still is intensifying. If we have a tornado on the ground in Lometa, Texas, it's going to be coming there in a moment. That rotation's also strengthening. I don't see a CC drop on this, but it could still technically be on the ground. Again, CC doesn't always show every tornado, especially if they're brief and kind of going, you know, intermittent, especially if it's if there's multiple different pockets of rotation on a particular storm. And the radar only tells us so much. But if there is a tornado, which there very possibly could be with this storm, it would be right over the downtown area of Sorrento right now, moving east. And once again, this is moving east-northeast. It'll be approaching Coffin over the next several minutes. Seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Again, the storm near Lometa, Texas, that could go confirmed at any time too. If you're in Lometa, Texas, you got to seek shelter immediately. That rotation's pretty strong too. The radar scan, I think, just came in. We'll see what the CC looks like. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the ground according to radar. And as I've mentioned several times, we very easily could have tornadoes anywhere in this area embedded in those circulations. Which this one near Sorrento, once again, looks the most concerning. It's been the strongest area of rotation that we've had thus far over the last really 20 minutes or so. And this one again could drop a potentially, you know, strong tornado if we get one here. That'll be moving towards Coffin over the next several minutes. And then the rotation near Raymond is still strong. Which again, Connor Croft is near right now. That rotation is still pretty strong. That's going to be approaching Witt, Illinois over the next several minutes. We have another pocket of rotation near Pocahontas that's trying to intensify. This could drop a tornado in Pocahontas or, you know, Greenville. If you're in Greenville or Pocahontas, Illinois, you need to go to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as that could drop a tornado at any time. But the storms that are down near Belleville, do not look nearly as concerning at this time for a tornado, but they are still producing the threat of some significant damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. And once again, this is the rotation in Texas. We'll keep checking up on it. No correlation coefficient drop, which means that it is not confirmed by radar yet. It is still a strong area of rotation, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning in Lometa, Texas. And we'll wait for another radar scan. Again, the strongest area of rotations north of Hillsboro and northwest of Greenville, Illinois. Again, all this moving east at 45 miles per hour. Power off in Highland. Thank you for the report. This rotation is still strengthening near Sorrento. New CC update in a second. And this could go on the ground. If we get a tornado, it could be strong. This is the strongest area of velocities I've seen, at least going away from the radar so far out of this area of storms. And this, again, if it does drop, would be strong. If you know any friends or family in southern or western Illinois, and give them a call or text, make sure they're aware of this threat. I know there's only a severe thunderstorm watch. With that said, we've had multiple tornado warnings. We've had multiple confirmed tornadoes. And it's very possible that we get, you know, maybe even a strong tornado out of this activity. How crazy this has been. We are down to 4 tornado warnings, by the way. They've dropped a lot, mainly because the 2 tornado warnings here in western parts of Illinois are very large. They've basically replaced the multiple tornado warnings that we had. So just keep that in mind. Again, we only have 4, but they're covering like 80 miles of range here. Yeah, it's about 70 miles of range in western Illinois that's being covered by these tornado warnings. And we don't have any CC drop right now. And again, a CC drop would mean that there's a tornado on the ground. We don't have any of that yet. But that could always change as this area of storms continues to move eastbound here across western Illinois over the next several minutes. Circle all the rotation again. We got 1 here, we got 1 here, we got 1 here, and we kind of got some down here. It's not much. The ones that are down on the southern side of this MCS are a bit weaker. So back near O'Fallon, Belleville, those are a little bit weaker, still areas of rotation. And then back north of that, the 3 other circulations are much stronger. And those also, again, could produce tornadoes at any time. If a tornado does drop, it would probably be out of those 3 northern locations that we're talking about here. That rotation near Lometa, Texas is broadening out right now. So still a threat, but that one's a little bit less concerning right now. So just an update there. Connor saw a brief tornado. When? Moments ago? By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Yeah, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage for the next several hours. I think it will be needed for the next several hours because of how many tornado warnings we've had and that are still to come here across much of southern and western Illinois. Yeah, Connor's right now going through storms. I'll quickly pan to him.
Road
We got multiple strong pockets of rotation right now. We'll go back to them in a minute. Let me go back to... We have multiple pockets of circulation. Again, the one that Connor's on is back up near Raymond. It's a broader area of circulation that is moving eastbound, going towards the Colton area and Holman. And then we also have a other area of rotation near Sorrento. This is a large area of circulation that could got another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is now on the southern side of all these storms. This isn't even in the area that we've been talking about. Radar indicated rotation north of Chester, near Redbud, Bloomsdale, Sparta, and Coulterville. This is by far the most tornado warnings I think I've ever covered. We've had so many. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. So another tornado warning. If you know any friends or family in this tornado warning, give them a call or text. Make sure they're getting to their safe place. If you are in any of these pink polygons, you need to go to your safe place immediately. That is a storm shelter, a basement, Lenovo. We're not updating computers right now. Lenovo, or again, go to your storm shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That is a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a, again, tornado shelter, any of those places. You got to go to your safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure. Once again, we have approximately 80 or 90 miles now covered with tornado warnings. We have so many different areas of circulation. It's really unbelievable. None of them right now are at this point confirmed. This one was confirmed. I don't think it's on the ground as of now, but we'll double check, and if it's not, then we'll take off the tornado on the ground tag. I'm not seeing anything confirmed right now in this storm, but once again, just east of Sorrento, Sorrento, Illinois, going towards Coffin. We still have an area of rotation there that could drop a tornado at any time. And then still a stronger pocket of rotation near Greenville and Pleasant Mound, near Interstate 70. And rotation beginning to intensify now, just east of Interstate 55, near the Danby area, near Fultz, going towards Evansville, Redbud, Coulterville, and Sparta. If you're in that tornado warning, again, go to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Would this be considered a tornado outbreak? I mean, I almost can guarantee you that this is going to be at least some sort of tornado outbreak. And for the record, a tornado outbreak basically would mean at least 6 tornadoes in a 12-hour period. We've at least, I think, had 3 or 4. Maybe more than that. I mean, we've... again, a lot of the tornadoes that are happening right now are in between radar scans. We do not know, at least by radar, if tornadoes are happening between radar scans, because these are every 3 minutes. So between those 3 minutes, we could technically still have a tornado with any of these storms. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that includes Western Kentucky, Southwest Indiana, and Southern Illinois. So if you're in any of these areas, you're under a new severe thunderstorm watch, mainly for damaging winds or hail, but obviously tornadoes still remain a possibility, especially if we continue to have this QLCS continue to produce tornadoes. Which, at this point, I would not be shocked by that. And once again, I'm not seeing anything confirmed and on the ground right now by radar. That does not mean we don't have tornadoes happening, because again, we only have so much information. The scans are coming in every 3 minutes. We still have multiple pockets of rotation. I'm going to zoom out again. I'm going to circle all the rotation. All right, all the different areas. One north of Hillsboro. We got a large area north of Greenville, Illinois. We got another kind of anticyclonic area south of Greenville. We got more rotation near Interstate 64, west of Centralia. And then we also have another pocket east of Interstate 55. Once again, this is a severe squall line. That's actually what they're calling it. They're calling it now a severe squall line that is capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage. Located along a line extending from Woburn to St. Rose to New Memphis. This is moving east at 45 miles per hour. Again, flying debris will be dangerous to anybody that's caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofing, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. O'Fallon is pretty calm right now. Yeah, you've gotten past the tornado warnings, so you're just on the back side of the storms now. This, I wouldn't even rule out that this could go to a derecho sort of event here. I'm not ruling that out. It's a very elongated area here of damaging winds. A derecho is essentially just an elongated area of damaging winds that, you know, a line of storms basically that produces widespread damaging winds over basically about a 240-mile length. So this has been going probably for, I don't know, at least about maybe about 100 miles now. So if it basically doubled, I think it would be considered a derecho. But again, it's at this point, derecho or not derecho, it's kind of irrelevant. It's all basically at this point just widespread damaging winds and at this point tornadoes too. Again, strong rotation south of Coffin, Illinois. We could get a tornado at any time there. This area of rotation has been the most impressive over the last several minutes. And again, that could drop a tornado. That'll be moving towards Ramsey, Vandalia, St. Elmo. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning here in a few minutes for this area, like St. Elmo and Vandalia, Illinois, west of Effingham. If you're in Effingham, by the way, you need to be prepared because there's going to be some storms coming toward you. Whether those are tornado producers or whether it's just damaging winds, either way, still damaging. What I want everybody to do right now, if you're out in front of these storms, so southern Illinois, if you're not in the warnings, but you're like out in front of it, make sure that you are protecting loose lawn items. Bring the patio furniture into a safer spot. Make sure as well that you're hatching down trampolines. Flying trampolines are a legitimate hazard in these sort of storms. Cover plants. Bring the car into the garage. Make sure you're protecting animals. If you have pets outside or whatever it might be, protect them. Because, again, at this point, we're talking about some significant damaging winds. And, obviously, tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's your new tornado warning. That's for Vandalia and St. Elmo. Another tornado warning. This one was kind of expected. I mentioned this a moment ago. Ramsey, St. Elmo, Vandalia, right along Interstate 70. It is radar indicated rotation. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are included in this tornado warning. Yeah, multiple spots of rotation. Your Greenville moving to this area. How's the rotation in Texas? I'm looking right now. It's still there. It's just a bit broader. They might issue a new one on that one, possibly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's for Shelbyville, Pana, and Coden. That is on the northern side of this squall line. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. The rotation is near Witt, Highway 16. That's your rotation. It's going to be moving right along this area, going towards Pana and Shelbyville. I wouldn't rule out that they issue this slightly further than the north, because that rotation is kind of hugging that northern line. We do have a little bit of rotation as well that's anticyclonic near Hillsborough, basically going the backwards direction from what we're accustomed to. And again, that's all moving right now east-northeast. This is never going to end. We have power outages in Texas already. Yeah, I'm not ruling out that we have a lot of power outages right now coming out of this stuff. Missouri has 21,000 without power. It's not recently updated. Illinois right now only has 7,000 without power, but that's also not recently updated. So there are a lot of power outages. Also, make sure if you're anywhere in these areas that you are getting flashlights handy, because power could go out. Make sure that you have candles, some sort of source of light. Charge your phone. My phone was at 2% earlier. Don't have that happen, especially if you lose power. Charge your phone. It's a very dangerous squall line that's producing widespread damaging winds and a threat for tornadoes. And all this activity right now is moving northeast. All these areas right now are radar indicated pockets of rotation. With that said, we obviously could get a tornado at any time. In between radar scans too is also possible. Checking to see if we have any reports on Twitter. By the way, if you have any reports, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you have any sort of photos or videos, you can follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX and message us there, or on Twitter. But obviously, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, don't try to take photos. Just go to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And also an update on Texas. The rotation has broadened on that storm that was near Lometa, Texas. Large hail is still a concern though. So continue to stay away from windows, as hail could go into windows, especially if there's strong winds in that area, which it looks like there is. All right. New radar scan in just about a minute. And we'll again see if anything's confirmed or anything goes confirmed. All these, again, still radar indicated rotations, but obviously it's covering a very large area. St. Elmo and Vandalia, by the way, you are both in that tornado warning that was issued a few minutes ago. Effingham, I would make your precautions like now. Take precautions and make sure that you're staying very vigilant. Anywhere in front of this, if I'm going to circle a bunch of areas here. If you, and again, we're looking at southern and central Illinois right now. If you're in any of these areas here, you should have your precautions already taken or get them taken now. You know, have multiple ways to receive alerts. Watch the radar very closely. Again, we'll be live throughout this entire thing, so you can watch us here on YouTube. We'll keep you posted as these storms continue to move to the east. And just stay very vigilant, because, again, this is a dangerous squall line that's producing, at this point, widespread damaging winds. Even some large hail, but that's becoming less of a concern, and the threat for tornadoes, which we've already had multiple confirmed tornadoes at this point. I believe we're going to have some better views on velocities here, a little bit at least. Yeah, here's the rotation near Witt. This is a better view of that. So the rotation's moving towards Ramsey, Witt, Coden, and Shelbyville. So that's one pocket of rotation. Another area of rotation, west-southwest of Ramsey. Another one near Pleasant Mound. And then nothing we can really see from there. Let's go to this radar site. We're starting to get to more radar sites, so we'll have better views of stuff. That's a strong pocket of rotation near Breese, it looks like. Yeah, strong pocket of rotation near Breese, Illinois. And that could drop a tornado at any time. So here relatively soon, we'll have more radar sites out in front of us. So we'll have better views of certain storms. If you're just tuning in, folks, this is a dangerous squall line that's, again, been producing multiple tornadoes. At this point, it's probably going to be a tornado outbreak. Again, if you are anywhere in the tornado warned boxes, those are those pink polygons, you need to go to your safe place. We don't have anything confirmed as of right now, but that could change at any time as these storms do continue to evolve and move further east. We are watching multiple different areas. We're going to be in between 3 different radar sites. So confirming stuff might become a little bit harder for at least a brief amount of time. But we'll do our best to at least keep you posted if anything does end up getting confirmed. There's obviously multiple storm chasers out there. We have Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. He's on the storm that's near Witt. This one has some strengthening rotation right now. That's going to be going towards Shelbyville, Illinois, Stewartson, and Effingham as well, by the way. Be mindful. Storms will be on your way here soon. Pretty broad area of circulation near Greenville, by the way. It looks like it's a bit weaker, at least on the back side of this area, but we do have some rotation that's near Interstate 70, going towards Vandalia right now. Yeah, the threats of tornadoes are south of Springfield. We do have some storms near Springfield, but they're not tornadic. This is all south of Springfield, Illinois. I'm surprised there are 0 tornado watches. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't issue one for this area, but I mean, they are issuing warnings well ahead of time, so that's at least a good thing. New severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Vernon near Highway 127. That is east of Chester. This is also for Pinckneyville, Illinois. This is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's a widespread threat, by the way, so make sure you're hatching down trampolines. Make sure that you're protecting plants. Any loose line items, protect all that stuff if you're anywhere in this yellow polygon that's just been issued there near Mount Vernon, Illinois. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is a threat across this entire area. And this area, again, is huge. This stretches for 178 miles north to south, with widespread damaging winds being possible. Or at least numerous, but potentially even widespread as well. And we're going to be in between a lot of radar sites over the next few minutes. Unfortunately, we're kind of losing some of our view of these storms just due to the nature that, again, there's a lot of radar sites in different spots. But we do still have some strong rotation approaching Sparta, Illinois, and once again, that could produce a tornado at any time. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, we are definitely talking about some strong damaging winds as that continues to move to the east. And then back near Breese, we still have some rotation there. You'll see that here on the velocities, winds going toward and away from the radar. Still some circulation there. Just south of Route 50, approaching the Carlisle area. That'll be going towards Sandoval, Illinois here pretty soon. And then further to the north, we still have a very broad area of circulation. I'm not sure if we're going to continue to see anything on this one. It's been weakening out over the last few minutes. But with this environment that we've had so far, I wouldn't rule out that it does try to intensify again. And then near Ramsey, Illinois right now, that is a strong area of rotation that's developing on kind of a discrete cell that's out in front of this line. So that is near Ramsey right now. So that right there, moving east-northeast going towards Route 51, that is a strong pocket of rotation that could produce a tornado at any time. And make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. So another pocket of rotation right there. I'm going to stay on this view here for a second. That is a strengthening area of rotation right now. We got two of them. Correlation coefficient doesn't show anything, but those are two pretty strong areas of rotation. Not sure if we have any other radar site on this. This is our closest one. We're in between so many radar sites. This radar site doesn't show as much, but it's not nearly as close. Again, two strong pockets of rotation that are near Ramsey and Witt, Illinois. We still have some other broad spots back down to the south, but not nearly as intense. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Strong pocket of rotation in Texas again. That is southeast of Lometa. That'll be going towards Lampasas. It's west of Killeen. It is. It might get a new tornado warning in a minute, so that would be our next tornado warning. If we get one, it'll probably be that one. That's back down in Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. Well, I literally just said it. Lampasas, Texas, you're under a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated rotation. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a strong area of rotation. So again, Lampasas, Texas, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a strong pocket of rotation right now that's approaching really Route 183 near the Nix area, going towards Lampasas. Lampasas is a very populated town here in really in like central Texas, just west of Waco and west of Killeen. And I would not be surprised if we got a tornado on that. That is really strong rotation. We'll go back up to the north in a second. All right, no CC drop yet. Again, we'll keep a close eye on that. I'll continue to look at that on my phone too, so I'll keep looking at it. That is some really strong rotation over Ramsey right now. That is really strong rotation. Let's see if there's any other radar sites that are verifying anything on this. We're in between 3 radar sites, but that is really strong rotation near Ramsey, Illinois. That'll be going towards Herrick, Coden, and Lakewood, Illinois, over the next several minutes. Strong pocket of rotation. That's moving eastbound. Yeah, if you are anywhere in these tornado warnings, you need to stay in your safe place. Do not get out of there unless you're behind these tornado warnings that are, you know, back out to the west like Hillsborough. You don't have to be in your safe place anymore. But if you're actively in a tornado warning, you should at least heed the warning. Just heed it. Just go to your safe place. Do not mess around with these storms. We have so many areas of circulation. That means, like, we literally could have a tornado with any of these storms. It just, again, they could be brief. We don't really know because the radar only updates so often. Once again, we could get a tornado at any time on this storm that's going towards Herrick, Coden, Lakewood, and eventually towards Shelbyville, Illinois. That is a strong pocket of rotation. By the way, we do have 7 tornado warnings. So that's not an exaggeration. That is literally how many we have right now. It's just been unbelievable. New radar scan here in just a minute. We need split screen so we can watch these all at once. I don't know how we could even split screen this. I know there's this option, but I don't think it'll allow me to go another area. I don't think it splits like that. So much for a couple of tornadoes today. Yeah, this has been pretty unbelievable. And still a strong pocket of rotation here, Ramsey. Waiting for the next radar scan. It's still pretty strong. Don't have a CC drop on this, but it obviously could drop a tornado at any time. And then the tornado warning in Texas right now. Going back to that on my phone. Lampasas, Texas right now. We still have some strong rotation. It's not confirmed at this point. But that could still drop a tornado at any time. And that's again going towards Lampasas. Quickly zoom out here. So again, here's all the storms that we have tornado warned in southern Illinois. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a area that stretches for about 100 miles north to south from Missouri, all the way into Missouri, all the way back through central and southern Illinois. Again, if you're just tuning in, you haven't heard anything about this. We have a squall line that's ongoing. It's producing extensive wind damage, and it's produced multiple tornadoes at this point. And there's a possibility that more tornadoes could come out of this as this activity continues to move eastbound. So if you are in any of these tornado warnings, you need to take them very seriously and stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We still have a strong area of rotation that is near Ramsey, Illinois. That could drop a tornado. And we also have a tornado warning outside of this area near Lampasas, Texas, that has a chance to produce a tornado. But again, just unbelievable what we've been seeing so far. And this is all moving east at about 45 miles per hour. This entire squall line is capable of producing tornadoes. Again, if we get anything confirmed, we will obviously hop right to it. We don't have anything confirmed at this exact moment. But it's very possible that we have tornadoes happening in between radar scans, which obviously could produce, again, damage. Tyler, it's down in the description. I'm not seeing a CC drop on the storm in Texas. The rotation was strong there for a few minutes, but it's beginning to weaken again. So that Lampasas storm is beginning to weaken, at least for the time being. I think I'm getting some photos on that storm. I'll see if I can pull them up. Connor's on the tornado warning. That's on the northern side of these storms, by the way. If you do have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We also have Discord link below and our Facebook page link below. Let's see if we have anything that I can show. I don't see anything right now that looks too crazy from Facebook. All right. 100 miles of tornado warnings. Yeah, I mean, there's a small split between this, but it's 115 miles of tornado warnings basically right now across southern Illinois. Or one of the largest areas extensively that I've seen in quite a while. Any confirmed tornadoes yet? If we didn't have a confirmed tornado out of this activity, I would be shocked with how many. I mean, again, there have been tornadoes, undoubtedly. We've already had a couple confirmed by radar, but like, you know, there's definitely been tornadoes. There's just no way with how many tornado warnings we have. And for those that are just tuning into weather for the first time, this is not normal. This is not normal at all. We do not see tornado warnings like this that often that are across this extensive an area. Again, tornado warnings are only used for when rotation is strong enough where there could be a tornado. So this is obviously evident right now that we have, again, significant storms right now that are ongoing across much of Illinois. And even back into Texas. We had a tornado warning in Mississippi, Texas, all those places. Had somebody in chat say that Marine, Illinois got hit by a tornado, which there was a tornado warning there earlier, so it's definitely possible. Wait for the next radar scan. I think we're in a, I don't know which radar site to even use anymore. We got 3. So we still have a broad area of circulation near Breeze, Illinois. That was a little bit stronger at one point. It's a bit more broad. Still have some circulation near Ramsey. I'm not seeing anything super strong right now, but we'll continue to watch it closely in case anything does try to drop there. Which from this radar site that's north of the storms, it's been showing some pretty strong rotation near the Herrick area, but it is possible that the hail is playing a factor into that, which could potentially be causing contamination. We haven't had any CC drops, so nothing confirmed yet on that storm. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I do apologize, by the way. I think my OBS just cut out, but I think I'm back. Oh, I don't know how long that was like that. It's probably because we have too many viewers. I have no clue. It should be good now, though. Are we lagging still, or are we good? No lag? Alright, cool. It's happened before, and I don't remember when that last happened, but... we should be good. All right, update on the tornado warning here for Western Illinois. It has just been condensed. It still includes Breeze, Bartleso, Covington, that's near Centralia, Central City, Junction City, Sandoval, and the Carlisle area, and Irvington. Still on the edge of these 4 towns or cities there to the east. But this tornado warning still ongoing, just got condensed a little bit. Again, nothing confirmed on this storm at this point, but there is still a chance that we do get a tornado at any time as this activity continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon. And we still have a tornado warning near Sparta and the Coulterville area. This rotation seemingly a bit broader right now, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. That tornado warning does go for about 17 more minutes, or 12 more minutes, and then the severe thunderstorm warning may replace that tornado warning further down to the east of that storm. So this will be for those in Mount Vernon, back through Pinckneyville for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then back over to the south of Springfield with these storms approaching Effingham and Shelbyville. These are still storms that are capable of producing a tornado threat. We still have some rotation near Coden and a little bit near Ramsey. Again, nothing confirmed out of this activity as of right now, but all this activity is capable of producing a tornado as this activity continues to move eastbound. And again, all this will be heading towards Effingham, Stewartson, and Shelbyville over the next several minutes. And let's quickly check back up on the Texas tornado warning. So we're between radar scans. This is the one near Lampasas. This rotation's broadening out pretty quickly. They actually might cancel this tornado warning. That rotation has really died out fast. It was much stronger at one point. It actually may have produced a tornado near La Meta. Some very strong rotation there briefly. But that rotation's broadening out. So the one in Texas, I'm not nearly as concerned about. We'll keep a close eye on it, but that rotation has been broadening for the last several minutes. And for those in DFW, storms haven't fired up yet, but they should be within the next hour. I'm surprised they actually haven't yet. That environment is super favorable for storms today with how much instability there is. All right, and then back to Illinois. Again, we still got 4 large tornado warnings in effect for central and southern Illinois. We still have 1 back down in Texas. And we have a new one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, another tornado warning. And this one is for Salem, Kinmundy, Sandoval, Luca. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is another tornado warning on top of everything that we've seen. And this one's going to include those in central and southern parts of Illinois. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. It's another tornado warning. They're issuing this pretty well ahead of time because of how many circulations we've had. They're giving very advanced notice at this point. And this is all moving eastbound, going towards Kinmundy, Interstate 57, Salem, Luca, Sandoval. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for east of Springfield for damaging winds. So just keep that in mind if you're near Decatur. Wow. This has quite literally been unbelievable here. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest over the next several hours as these storms continue to move east and produce the threat of tornadoes. And once again, there are multiple circulations. I'm trying to go over all of them, but we just have so many. This is really the main area that I've been watching for the last several minutes. That's going to be approaching Shelbyville, Illinois, near Coden. It still has a chance to produce a tornado. So this is really one of the more concerning areas. It's nothing strong, tight, and confined that would indicate a tornado, but that'll be moving towards Stewardson, going towards Interstate 57, Mattoon, Effingham will be in the track of that. We'll probably get another tornado warning here in about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes maybe, for those in Effingham and Mattoon. So if you're out in front of this near those areas, that would be the next area that's in the track of this activity. And if you know any friends or family in central or southern Illinois, feel free to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be keeping you posted with the latest as all these storms do continue to produce a tornado threat for the next few hours. And make sure if you have any friends or family behind these storms like St. Louis, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're doing all right. We've had a lot of storms here. A lot of these have produced severe weather. A lot of them have produced tornadoes at this point. And so there has been at least some level of damage across many of these areas. Power outages are ramping up across Illinois and eastern Missouri. And I would expect that number of power outages to continue to go up in Illinois. Bond County, Illinois has one of the highest numbers of power outages right now. So just heads up there, that's one county that has one of the highest number of power outages. Still have some strong rotation approaching Coden and Shelbyville. And the tornado warning that's southeast of St. Louis near Sparta, that one is still producing some rotation, but I don't think this one's going to get a new tornado warning, but we'll have to wait and see. There is definitely still a hook here. We do have an inflow. It is a QLCS. We could get a tornado there near Sparta as it moves eastbound. No CC drop yet. But that rotation we'll have to continue to watch very closely. But we're kind of in a bit of a radar hole right now, so it's going to be a little bit harder to see everything from this distance, at least when it comes to correlation coefficient and velocities. Surprisingly, no PDS yet. Yeah, I mean, well, that's one thing that's surprising, but what is really just surprising in general today is how many tornado warnings we've had. And this just goes to show that some severe weather events can go crazy. Like this. Like, it's not unheard of. This happens sometimes. And so, you know, if... This is why you should never, you know, rule out a severe weather day like this. Even though it was an enhanced and there was only a 5% tornado risk. Obviously, a lot of these storms I do think have produced mostly damaging winds, but that tornado threat, again, has obviously showed itself here this afternoon and evening across many areas. And we still have, as of now, 5 tornado warnings here across much of Illinois. And the tornado warning in Texas has been canceled, by the way. So that's the only one that we don't have anymore. So all the tornado warnings right now are in Illinois. It makes it a little bit easier so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Let's go back to Sparta again real quick. Not seeing anything too strong there. Again, no CC drop on that one. There is CC right there, but that's not the rotation. I'm just going to stay on this until we get another radar scan. By the way, thank you to anybody that has super chatted or become a member. Again, we've had a lot of tornado warnings. We're primarily focused on that, but I do appreciate your generosity. Try to get them at some point here soon. Hopefully. But these tornado warnings have been crazy. I'm still going through some of our reports here. By the way, new severe thunderstorm watch just issued. That's for Effingham. That's actually, I think, Springfield too. Yeah, Springfield got added to that severe thunderstorm watch. So this watch has now been expanded. So if you are near Terre Haute, Charleston, Effingham, you are all now included in a new severe thunderstorm watch. Not a tornado watch, but a severe thunderstorm watch. So if you're anywhere in this watch, make sure that you are staying very vigilant and staying very weather aware. Wow, this is a live cyclone report on Radar Omega back over in southeast Missouri. Very ominous skies there. And again, we have another pretty significant storm over here near Frederickstown producing some large hail. So some significant hail ongoing down that direction. And once again, we'll probably get a new tornado warning here in a few minutes for Shelbyville. Sullivan, maybe, Mattoon, kind of going in this direction. We'll probably get a new tornado warning somewhere in here. So Paradise, Mattoon, Interstate 57, south of Sullivan, Stewartson also. All going to be in the track of this area of really 2 circulations right now. 1 and 2. 2 different pockets of rotation. And both of these could still produce a tornado down the road. We have another area of storms developing east of Springfield. And it's only damaging winds right now, but we have had some rotation near Harristown. So we have another area of storms to watch for now, which is going to be this area near Springfield, because we have another cluster here near that warm frontal boundary that is now also beginning to show at least some signs of rotation. At least some broad rotation. That'll be moving towards Decatur. So I'll have to watch that closely as well. Yeah, we still have 2 strong pockets of rotation north of St. Elmo. And we got 1 and 2. Those are going to be moving towards Shelbyville. If you're in Shelbyville or Coden, you need to go to your safe place immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, like anything about a tornado or damage or anything like that, at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay information. Once again, the tornado warning in Lampasas, Texas has been canceled, so just a heads up there. And that's our latest update on that storm. So we don't have any storms right now in Texas that are an imminent tornado threat. They are all very well weakened down there, so nothing concerning for the time being there. But what is still concerning are the storms that are currently, again, aligned here across much of central and southern Illinois. Again, all these areas of rotation are still radar indicated. The threat of a tornado still exists with these storms. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are in any of these pink polygons. Probably get another tornado warning again in a few minutes near Shelbyville, is my guess. It is becoming nighttime, by the way, across many of these areas, which does mean that we are going to begin to go into a phase where nocturnal tornadoes are possible, meaning that observations of tornadoes are going to be harder to, see. And that essentially means that it's going to get a little bit more dangerous because it's nighttime. Daytime, it's a little bit better because if you're driving, you at least have visual sometimes, at least if the storms aren't rain wrapped, you have visual of the storms. But the fact of the matter is we're going into nighttime now, and you can see that at the bottom right of your screen. Connor's driving right through a tornado warning cell right now, and it's nighttime. So it's going to get much harder to see these storms at this point. The tornado warning for those in Shelby, or not Shelby, what was this again? In Pinckneyville near Sparta, it has been canceled. So that warning's no longer ongoing, or expired. Sorry, it was not officially canceled, but it expired. So rotation's not strong enough, at least for now, for there to be a tornado warning there. But we still have 3 tornado warnings here across central, or really central southern Illinois. And these are, again, all moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Tornadoes still remain a possibility here as they continue to move east. By the way, here's the for the first time in I think about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I think this is the first time in 2 hours we are under 5 tornado warnings. That is insane. Here's the tornado threat that was outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. So this gives you a perspective that we are probably about halfway done, at least with this QLCS tornado threat. Obviously, it really peaked in here. We could still see it peak down the road. I mean, this is nowhere near done, but the tornado threat is really basically mostly confined to this area here, but obviously mostly in this now. So granted, again, we're probably going to at least get a couple more tornadoes, maybe a few more tornadoes, as this activity does continue to move eastbound, going towards Effingham and Terre Haute over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, or if you're anywhere out in front of this area of storms, continue to stay very vigilant, as there will likely be more tornado warnings here over the next few hours. I don't think we're anywhere close to done still. We do have some damaging wind potential here, just south of Lincoln, Illinois. I would not rule out an isolated tornado with this activity. Yeah, I would not rule out an isolated tornado with that activity that's back up east of Springfield. That's an entire line of storms that's developing now, and that could also potentially pose a threat for tornadoes down the road. Wow, I just popped in 3 tornado warnings. We had a softball game. You missed the point where we had 8 tornado warnings for like an hour. Like, we literally had 8 tornado warnings for probably about an hour. I don't know how long it exactly was, but 3 is a substantial downgrade of what we had before. Now, granted, if they were still issuing tornado warnings just for the pockets of rotation that are ongoing, there would probably be more than 3 tornado warnings because there are just so many of them. I do think a problem here over the next 45 minutes is going to be that we are in between 3 different radar sites, and it's going to become much harder to see these areas of rotation that are currently ongoing. So they may just continue to issue these large block tornado warnings. But we'll have to wait and see. Again, there will probably be new warnings here in a few minutes because these storms are getting awfully close to entering into areas like Shelbyville and Effingham, where the warning will not be able to go far enough here to cover those areas, because these areas will probably get included in new warnings at any minute now, I think. Whether that is a severe thunderstorm warning or whether that is a tornado warning, it still remains very unknown. All right, tornado warning has just been condensed. Vandalia, you do not have to be in your safe place anymore if you're in Vandalia, Illinois. If you are in St. Elmo, Illinois, you should be in your safe place right now, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in case there is a tornado on the ground or one potentially coming toward you. And we still have an area of rotation near Coden, which is still a potential area that we have to watch for a isolated tornado. And all this activity is moving eastbound right now near Shelbyville and Effingham, near Interstate 57. Continue to stay in your safe place over the next several minutes, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Wow. We're talking about significant damaging winds right now that it's approaching Harristown and Decatur, Illinois. That is potentially upwards of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now that are approaching Harristown and Latham. That is bright red, and this bright red would mean that there are some high winds that are coming to your area. That is upwards of 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds that are heading in that direction. You need to get away from windows and treat this as a tornado warning. If you're in Latham, Harristown, and also if you're in Decatur, stay vigilant. That is a very strong pocket of winds right now moving eastbound. I think this is mostly going to be straight line damaging winds, but I'm not ruling out an isolated tornado with this activity. That is an intensifying area of damaging winds right now. That is right now moving towards Harristown, Illinois, Clinton, Route 51. Dangerous area of storms there. All right, looks like we might not get more tornado warnings. We'll see. The National Weather Service did just issue a new large severe thunderstorm warning for those near Shelbyville, Effingham, and Flora. This is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. In addition to that, there is also a tornado possible label. So that might replace the bulk of the tornado warnings that we have. We'll have to wait and see. The rotation near Coden looks a little bit broader now on radar. And near St. Elmo, definitely a bit broader there. So they may not issue a new warning there. We'll see. And this is also the other radar site down to the southwest. Notice the rotation looks a lot broader there. We'll continue to watch this activity very closely. We still do have 3 tornado warnings on it, so see if anything develops there. All right, let me see if we have any other reports on this area of storms. Tornado damage being reported in Eureka, Missouri. Power lines are down and a few structures have been hit. There are no injuries at this time. That's according to Stephen Jones on Twitter. Just relaying information. And again, we'll be retweeting photos and videos on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. There are multiple damage reports coming out of various areas. I'm trying to look through all of it. We had a tornado in Greenfield, Illinois, about an hour and a half ago. That has been confirmed. We have some damage in Sunset Hills from a brief tornado, most likely, in that area. That's in Missouri. We have mammotus clouds as well on the back side of this area of storms, so that's cool. Mammotus clouds are a bit cooler. More significant damage in Marine, Illinois. Potentially straight line damaging winds or a tornado. That was when we did have some strong rotation in that area. And I am retweeting a lot of the damage photos that I'm seeing right now on at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. But a lot of mammotus clouds on the back side of this area of storms. So once you are done with these storms, I would definitely recommend at least trying to look outside. You know, if you're back behind these tornado warnings, you might end up seeing some mammotus clouds. And if you do see mammotus clouds, make sure to send a note to us on Twitter. And I'll try to show a few of those on stream. Mammotus clouds, by the way, are those like bubbly clouds that look like Dippin' Dots. I'm not pronouncing it right. It's all right. It's been that kind of day. Wow. I'm surprised, honestly, that this has not been upgraded. Those are some really strong velocities on radar. mean, those are some crazy winds that are being picked up by radar. We're looking right now near Latham, unless this is just contamination or something like that. These winds on radar right now are being estimated. And now this, granted, is a little bit off the ground at like 90 miles per hour, 97. I'm guessing that's just contamination, but like that's really strong winds if that's happening right now. Blowing up over the last few minutes. That's gonna be on just northwest of Decatur. Is anybody near Latham or Harristown, Illinois, in the chat? Are you guys hearing or seeing anything? Just let me know in the chat. All three of these tornado warnings will be expiring here shortly. We still do have a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of that for tornado possible, which does still mean we're watching for an isolated tornado threat. And then Salem is still under the tornado warning, Centralia and Sandoval, for the next 35 minutes. And that is a strong, or at least a stronger pocket of rotation that is developing now near Salem. So this storm definitely still has a shot at a tornado. This is within the last few minutes. We're getting a better shot there of rotation. And we also have a little pocket of rotation just west of Effingham, Illinois. Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient, but once again, that is another area of rotation there that has been developing. Oh no, this is...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a concerning storm for many reasons. That's north of Decatur, Illinois. This is a very concerning storm. One reason why is because of how strong the winds are right now. They could be as high as 70, 80, maybe 90 miles per hour. And now it's also tornado warned. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to go to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That could be a tornado that's on the ground. There may be a tornado here. That's near Latham, Illinois, just northwest of Decatur. This could be a strong tornado if it is indeed on the ground. I can't confirm it yet. The correlation coefficient's been very hit or miss here. But that is a very, very, very strong area of winds that we have on radar. And so if there is a tornado here, again, it could be strong. You need to go to your safe place immediately if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows if you are anywhere just north of Decatur, near Latham. Need to go to your safe place immediately. This is a dangerous storm right now that could produce a tornado, potentially strong tornado at any time as it moves eastbound, going towards the Forsyth area, Oriana, over the next several minutes. And you gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. That's away from windows, that's on the lowest floor possible, and that is in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is just north of Decatur, Illinois. It's a pretty populated area. Try to see if we have anything confirmed on this right now. This could be, again, this could be on the ground. We got a correlation coefficient picking up on something. I don't want to do a false alarm and say that this is definitely on the ground, but like this could very easily be on the ground, and if it is, again, it's strong and potentially very dangerous. How strong the velocities are here. Again, it's just northwest of Decatur, Illinois, moving towards the Argenta area near Arena and Forsyth and Maroa. So again, if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. You got to run. You got to walk. This could be a very dangerous storm right now that's in progress. Potentially a strong tornado if it is on the ground, moving eastbound just north of Decatur. And you got to go to your safe place immediately if you're in this tornado warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled, by the way, from the DFW Metroplex of North Texas. Completely unrelated to this, but just want to give you a heads up there if you're down that direction. Waiting for the next radar scan here on velocities. Sounds like we're getting confirmation that this is on the ground. Still hasn't updated on here, but by the sounds of it, this is likely on the ground. And if you are near Forsyth, Illinois, you need to go to your safe place immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. I have not seen anything confirmed on this, so I'm not going to, again, raise the alarm yet. But, again, if there is a tornado, it is going to be strong, moving towards Forsyth, near Maroa. So, again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to go to your safe place immediately, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Go there now. You need a run. I mean, that looks like a CC drop to me. It's looked like it for the last several minutes. A report of a tree being blown down 11 minutes ago in Latham, which is where a potential tornado just went through. And this is just north of Decatur. Not seeing any CC drop at this point, but if there is a tornado, it would be right north of Highway 121, moving eastbound just north of Forsyth, just west of Forsyth. And seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. By the way, Urbana will be in the track of this area of new storm activity here relatively soon. This is basically another cluster of storms that's developing at this point. So, it's going to be another concerning area, basically, that we're going to have to watch for. Also, we still have a tornado warning in Salem. The other tornado warnings near Effingham, like St. Elmo, have been canceled or expired. So those are done. Again, if we have a tornado, it'll be right there near Forsyth. Sorry, did not mean to hit my mic. This is going towards Arena and Argenta, just southwest of Maroa, Illinois. And continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. The Lincoln National Weather Service just said strong rotation with the storm near Latham and Logan County, Illinois. That's all they said. So there hasn't been any official confirmation on this. But if there was a tornado here, it was likely strong. That we did have a CC drop, sort of, but it wasn't 100% on that. But we do have a hook on this storm. Once again, could produce a tornado at any time. It's gonna be moving right. It's going to be moving right into Route 51 between Maroa and Forsyth over the next few minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place. As a basement, a storm shelter, a closet or a bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. You have to go somewhere else. If you're in a mobile home, you got to go somewhere else. It's not safe during a storm like this. This is, again, north of Decatur right now. Still seeing if we have any reports on this. And keep you posted if we have anything confirmed on this. But as of now, I'm not seeing anything confirmed. But again, if it does drop, it could be a strong tornado as it moves eastbound towards the Argenton area near Arena, going towards Interstate 72. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. There's about a little bit here. That is a strong pocket of rotation right now that is going to be going right towards Route 51 over the next few minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place. That is a hook echo if I've ever seen one. That is a hook right there that we have. It's a very organized storm. So once again, this could drop a tornado. The Arena area, Argenta, and Forsyth, north of Decatur, will be in the track of this here over the next few minutes. Again, if there is a tornado, or if one develops here, it very easily could be strong. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is likely either way, so if you're anywhere in the yellow polygon, I would also make sure that you are going to your safe place. It looks like Connor right now is going through some damage path area. Real quickly cut over to him. I just don't know what's going on there.
A new tornado
Sorry, there's no new tornado warning.
Issued.
There's no new tornado warning. Ignore that.
Fine, okay. Yeah, it was only that tree down, so it must have just been a weak tree. Want to make sure that wasn't.
Looks like there was just a tree down the road there. All right, we'll go back. Saying poles down in Latham. There are trees down. We've had that report. That report was about 15 minutes ago. That was kind of before, though, that rotation was intensifying. As of right now, we're not seeing a CC drop on this, so this isn't confirmed, but it is a pretty defined supercell that, again, could produce a tornado at any time. A pretty clean hook right here. This will be going toward Interstate 72, just north of Decatur right now. And if you are north of Decatur, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and anywhere in that pink polygon. Storm is capable of producing a tornado. If it doesn't even produce a tornado, it'll still produce wind damage, because we do have some strong damaging winds here on this storm. Still have a tornado warning, by the way, down near Salem, Illinois. Just keep that in mind. We will continue to keep you posted if anything changes there. It is still radar indicated rotation on that storm as well, so nothing confirmed. But that one also could produce a tornado at some point down the road, if it does intensify. And the rotation near Mason, just south of Effingham, Illinois, has become a bit stronger. So if you're in the Mason area, I would recommend just staying in your safe place just in case that tries to produce a tornado. If you know any friends or family in central or southern Illinois that are in the track of these storms, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they are staying, again, very weather aware, staying very vigilant. And we will continue, again, to keep you posted here on the Max Velocity channel. Make sure you're subscribed down below. And we'll continue to keep posted with severe weather coverage here for the next several hours. As these storms continue to move east, they'll eventually go into eastern Illinois, southeast Illinois, western Kentucky. We are still far from done with these storms, by the way. I just want to quickly zoom out while we're in between radar scans. The severe weather threat for today is not close to done. We still probably at least got 2 to 3 hours left of at least some damaging winds and hail, and a few tornadoes from Indiana back into Kentucky, and even Tennessee. So this threat is still well from over. We still got a pretty good chunk of time until this is all said and done. So we probably at least got 3 more hours, but possibly more. So obviously, if you're anywhere here across Illinois, anywhere in Indiana, just, again, stay vigilant, stay weather aware. And if you do go to bed tonight, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place just in case. Once again, the rotation on this storm, very strong going away from the radar. Going toward the radar is a little bit weaker, but doesn't require much to get a tornado here. We've had some pretty strong rotation on this for quite a while. Even if we don't get a tornado, we definitely have some straight line damaging winds here. Going towards Arena and Argenta near Cisco. Going to be going towards Monticello, Illinois, just north of Decatur. And continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building. And this is currently tracking to the east. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be for Effingham. This is a storm I was just talking about a minute ago. The rotation was strengthening there. New tornado warning near Effingham, Illinois. That also includes Watson and near Newton. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. We've got 2 pockets of rotation. Again, Effingham, Illinois, and Newton are included in this tornado warning. So again, go to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you're included in this tornado warning near Effingham. I was kind of concerned about this one getting warned too. We had rotation intensifying there. This has just been unbelievable. Does anybody know how many tornado warnings we've had today? Like an exact count? We've at least had 24. At least. Still have some broad rotation near Luca and Salem, Illinois. I don't know if that one will get tornado warning again. We'll see. But again, stronger rotation near Watson. This will be approaching Effingham, the Dieterich area, and Newton over the next several minutes. And then back over near Decatur, Illinois. We still have a tornado warning here. That rotation has remained pretty organized, and that one obviously could produce a tornado at any time. That is north of Decatur. It is still radar indicated rotation, but that one also again could produce a tornado as it continues to move to the east. The Argenta area will be in the track of that here over the next few minutes. Yeah, if you guys have any reports that you see on Twitter, feel free to at me in them at MaxVelocityWX. I'll be trying to again relay any other information that we get with these storms over the next several minutes, as we do have a lot of warnings still. The latest scan shows a bit broader rotation on the main pocket of rotation near Watson. The one near Effingham still remains pretty broad as well, but the one just south of Effingham has broadened out, at least over the last scan here. Obviously, again, it could intensify again, so continue to stay in your safe place just in case this does recycle as it continues to move towards Newton, Illinois, over the next several minutes. And then further down to the south, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield, Benton. This is for damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, this also includes the threat for a potential tornado. It is still a tornado possible. It's not a warning, so we still have a chance here for an isolated tornado out of this activity as it moves to the east. We still have our tornado warning north of Decatur. We are going to continue to monitor very closely. I think it is mainly turning into a damaging wind threat, but we will have to we'll have to wait and see if that rotation tries to intensify again. 20 warnings as of 3 hours ago. That's it. I feel like it's more than that. I think we've at least had 25 tornado warnings today. There's a website you can check it. I just don't remember what it's called. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. We still have some broad pockets of rotation here near Effingham and Watson. Again, a lot of this right now moving east. It's going to be approaching Newton and Rose Hill over the next several minutes. No CC drop, meaning we don't have any debris being lifted up into the atmosphere as of now. And back near Salem and Luca, Illinois, we still have some rotation there. It doesn't look super strong at this point, but we will continue to watch that activity as well as it moves east. Wow, I mean, this rotation's been kind of crazy. Mostly straight line winds if you're near Forsyth, but we do still have at least some broad pocket of rotation north of Interstate 72 and north of Decatur that still has the chance to produce a tornado as it moves east towards Monticello and Interstate 72. Again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm going to zoom out again. We're going to go zoomed out for the time being until we get another radar scan. And again, if you're just tuning in, you are tuning into a tornado outbreak that's essentially happened here across much of the central and southern parts of Illinois and Wisconsin, where there have been over 24 tornado warnings today, approximately. Again, give or take, it might be higher or lower. And once again, these storms have been very dangerous. And all these storms have the capability, again, of producing tornadoes. So if you are in the track of these storms, continue to stay very vigilant. Have a tornado action plan in place, as there's still a chance here that we do get a few tornadoes over the next couple of hours. And still radar indicator rotation for the time being near the Argenta area, going to be going towards Monticello. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. If they do, it would probably be in the next, like, 3 minutes. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Glad you stayed safe there in Salem. Yeah, that storm near Salem we've been watching, too. Let me go back down to that. Still have at least some rotation east of Salem, but Salem, you're good at this point from the tornado threat. Still have a lot of broad rotation near Effingham, Illinois. Again, it's a very broad area. We'll continue to watch it closely. And then southeast of Lincoln, we still have a pretty large but broad area of rotation near the Argenta area, moving towards Cisco. And Monticello, Illinois. I'm going to see if we get a new warning on this one. We might. Still moving eastbound. Monticello? Is it Monticello or Monticello? Or neither. I'm going to say zoomed out for the time being. So we got 3 tornado warnings right now across central and southern Illinois. We got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again, it has been a crazy afternoon and evening so far. So we'll continue to keep you posted. Probably have another update on some of these warnings here in a minute. Monticello? It's Monticello. Okay, Monticello. Oh, this is the Radar Omega live camera from that the Colleen tornado warning cell from earlier. Pretty cool skies there. All right, okay, we're good with the pronunciations. Again, if I get a pronunciation wrong, it's all right. It's not the end of the world. We don't need a whole war in the chat about pronunciations right now. Not like yesterday. We had a big war yesterday in chat. I do think this area of rotation is still strong enough to produce a tornado near just north of Decatur. But we'll see what the National Weather Service thinks here in a minute. We called Bucerus Bucky's yesterday. That was like the only name we could call it. It was impossible to call that anything else because I couldn't figure out the pronunciation of that for like 20 minutes. Just got another radar scan on this. Yeah, it's a broader area of rotation. I don't know. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning. I don't know if it's strong enough to issue a new one, but it definitely has a shot at producing a tornado if it can intensify a little bit further, maybe mature. It's moving right along Interstate 72, going towards Cisco and Monticello, or Monticello, or Lemoncello, I don't know. Again, in Illinois. Let's go back down to the south again. Yeah, I'm not seeing much rotation on the storm near Salem and Luca. Southeast of Omega. Not seeing nearly as much rotation on that storm. That one probably will not get a new warning. I wouldn't be surprised, though, again, if we get an isolated tornado out of this. If you are just south of Effingham, near Newton, there is definitely still some rotation there, and that could still drop a tornado as that moves eastbound towards Rose Hill. Hidalgo Hill... I can't even say that, whatever. Anywhere just east of Effingham. Again, in this pink polygon. Still have a broad area of circulation. That could still drop a tornado as it moves eastbound. Again, we don't have anything confirmed on that one, but still has a chance to produce something. as it moves further east. And let's see. The Fredericktown storm also has rotation. This one's not tornado warned, but we do have rotation on this one near Fredericktown, Missouri. So I'll also have to watch this storm now. That is also rotating. Never ends. Look at that storm right there. This is a live cam on Radar Omega out of southeast Missouri looking at that storm. So this is a pretty large storm here. Pretty solid storm structure there. Yeah, for those that are wondering, whenever I say CC, that is the correlation coefficient. And again, what that is what essentially detects debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. So if we have a tornado, we can at least try to determine that. And it's basically a tool that'll help us determine tornadoes. It also helps with determining hail as well. That's another thing that it does help with. Connor, by the way, is on the Effingham tornado warning, so we'll obviously keep a close eye on that storm. That one is, again, still a tornado warning cell near Effingham, Illinois. CC is a pizza place. Okay, well, we're not talking about pizza here. We're talking about weather. Yes, Effingham is under a tornado warning. The rotation's down to your southeast, but you are technically in that tornado warning still. But if you're in Effingham, like the downtown area, I think you're fine. The rotation is well to your southeast now. It will be approaching Newton over the next few minutes, just south of Interstate 70. And I'm going to be approaching, actually, Highway 33 here over the next few minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in that tornado warning. Effingham, you're all right, though. It's off to your east now. At least, like, the western and central side of Effingham. Eastern side, I would still stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. By the way, thank you for everybody that has been patient with me today. Obviously, there have been way more tornado warnings than I expected, and I think many people expected. And again, thank you to anybody that has super chatted or become a member. I will try to get to them at some point here soon. I do really appreciate all the support. And also thank you to anybody that subscribed as well. Again, we'll keep you posted if anything does change here. We still have 3 tornado warnings. None of these are confirmed right now. But obviously, if any of them do drop or get close to dropping, I'll let you know. The rotation that is near the Cisco, Illinois area, west of Monticello, is still rotating, but it's broad as of right now. I don't know if they issue a new tornado warning, it'll probably be here shortly, so they might or might not. Damaging winds is still possible across this entire area of storms, and stretching across much of Illinois and even back into Missouri, where damaging winds is still going to be a possibility, upwards of 70 miles per hour. And again, a couple tornadoes still remain possible as well. All right, the tornado warning near Decatur has been canceled. The tornado warning also back down near Salem has been canceled. We only have 1 tornado warning now, and that is the one near Effingham. This is the lowest we've had our tornado warning counter at today since 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, we had no tornado warnings. We've had tons of them ever since. It's been quite literally unbelievable what we've seen today. Hopefully, there's no tornado warnings from here, but obviously that could change. All right, let me quickly get to at least... Let's go to Twitter real quick. And broad area of circulation southeast of Effingham. Storm Prediction Center just issued their newest outlook. Here is their latest outlook. So they still have an enhanced risk across Kentucky, Tennessee, southwest Indiana, and southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and northeast Arkansas. There's a slight risk that goes from Texas back into Indiana, and a marginal threat from Ohio back into Texas. So they just updated the severe weather outlook which again, an enhanced risk still in effect. I will give you the exact details on that here in a second once we get them, and we'll see if there's any like major changes here to the outlook. And the tornado risk is still the same. The wind threat is still the same. So tornado risk 5% still. Wind risk is still elevated, and then hail risk is still pretty much the same. They removed the hatched area, but that's still ongoing. All right, real quickly. Oh my god, there's so many super chats and members. I'm not gonna be able to get through all these. Let's see. Thank you, Khalil, for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, and also Kel. Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Farley, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Dom, as well. Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Don, for becoming a member. Thank you, Haley, for the $5 super chat. A lot of these super chat messages are old, and a lot of them are irrelevant, so I'm not going to answer those questions at this point because they're so long ago. Thank you, Bug, for the $9.99. Thank you, Gail, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Bug, for the $4.99. Thank you, JD, for the $100 super chat. Holy cow. I really do appreciate that, JD. And thank you for your generosity. Please put some hearts in the chat for JD. I'll try to get through the rest of them here in a few minutes. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we still do have a tornado warning near Wheeler and Newton and Rose Hill, east and southeast of Effingham. Again, this is moving eastbound. Rotation is still very broad, so we'll continue to watch this closely. They may end up just canceling that tornado warning and allowing this severe thunderstorm warning to take over, but we'll have to wait and see on that. I've been live for almost 4 hours and I've not even taken a bathroom break. That's how active it's been. That never happens. Usually by hour 3, we have to go. That's another crazy part of this event. Yeah, that rotation's broadening out quite a bit. Yeah, again, I don't think this is going to drop anything, at least right now. I would still, again, stay in your tornado safe place for the time being, just in case we get something here near Wheeler. But, once again, it is still a broader area of rotation. And hopefully that continues. All right, here's the latest. The tornado warning has been condensed. They're going to keep it going. It does include Newton, Rose Hill, Wheeler for the next several minutes. Effingham, you're no longer in the tornado warning, so you do not have to be in your safe place. But if you're in Newton or Rose Hill or Wheeler, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. As it continues to move to the east. Yeah, we've had several tornadoes today. If you're just tuning in, we've had more than likely a tornado outbreak across much of Illinois and Missouri. So it's obviously been very active. We've had multiple tornadoes, but it's kind of hard to pinpoint every tornado. There's been so many. You know, it's hard to pinpoint all of them. And the other problem that we've had today, too, is that a lot of the tornadoes that have probably happened now, between now and about 2 or 3 hours ago, or about 2 hours ago, a lot of them are probably been brief, and they have not been picked up by radar, and some of them may have not been observed because of them being rain wrapped. So it's pretty difficult to tell at this point how many tornadoes we've actually had. It's more likely than not we have had more than 6, which would be a tornado outbreak. But yeah, it's again one of those kind of situations. Whoa. We might have a tornado on the ground near Newton. This has intensified in the last couple of minutes. This may be a tornado on the ground near Newton, Illinois. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in Newton, Illinois. This is potentially a tornado on the ground. We are so far away from radar sites, and if that is a tornado, that is that's a serious uptick in terms of debris in a very short amount of time. This could go PDS if we end up getting a... This is the latest scan. Doesn't show nearly as prominent, but that is at least, more than likely, at least a brief tornado that just happened here. It's moving towards Newton. If you're in Newton, Illinois, you need to get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Again, this is right now moving into Newton, Illinois. And stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is going to be approaching, after this will be approaching Hunt City, Oblong, Stoy, Santa Marie, Yale. All those areas will be in the track of this over the next several minutes as this continues to move east. So again, go to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a tornado that just dropped moments ago near Newton, and it might still be on the ground right now. As it continues to make its approach to Newton, it'll be going on the south side of town most likely, but it'll be basically in the vicinity. It's close enough where debris could go flying pretty far away from this. It is nighttime, it's nocturnal, so this is a pretty dangerous storm. Near Highway 130, just south of Highway 33. Looks like the south side of the town will probably get hit by this. CC still showing debris. That's going to be approaching Santa Marie here in a few minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, the lowest floor possible. Has not been officially confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that CC drop was probably enough for that to be a tornado. If it's not on the ground anymore, it would be again approaching Newton and Santa Marie. Be on the south side here, down this direction. If you're in Wheeler, you are fine. I would still stay at least away from windows in these areas, just in case debris goes flying far away from the that possible tornado here. Once again, this is moving eastbound, and it will be approaching Newton and Santa Marie, Illinois over the next several minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Apparently this has been confirmed by Reed, so I'm just going to go with his word at this point that this is a tornado that is on the ground again, just south of Newton. And it will be approaching Newton, Illinois, and eventually going towards Santa Marie. It's very unknown about the actual details about this tornado, but we have had a CC drop on this for a few minutes now. This is the general area of where that tornado would be. I don't know if we have any other view on this. I don't think we do. Yeah. Yeah, even the Indianapolis radar site's showing pretty strong rotation. Again, tornado approaching Newton, Illinois, and also going towards Santa Marie. They need to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. And the CC drop has not looked as bad in the last few scans, so it may not be on the ground anymore, but it at least was on the ground there for a few minutes. Kaylee, that's the calm before the storm. You should be going to your safe place. Not wait. This is not PDS, by the way. I don't know why I keep seeing people saying PDS in the chat. This has not been warned as a PDS tornado. It actually hasn't even been upgraded yet to a confirmed tornado. With that said, there has at least been reports there from Reed that there was a tornado here near Newton, Illinois. And it's going to be moving towards Santa Maria over the next several minutes. And that tornado, if it's on the ground, it would be going right through Newton. Rotation's strong right there. Might even have a couple there near Newton. This is moving eastbound. We're going to be going towards Newton and Santa Maria, just east-southeast, by the way, of Effingham. Yeah, I'm just saying, the National Weather Service didn't say PDS. Reed might have. I'm just saying, like, it's not officially PDS. Either way you split it, it doesn't matter. Again, you still need to take this as seriously as if there was a PDS tornado. It's the same sort of thing. So once again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, if there's still a tornado, it's going to be one of these two circulations that are going to be approaching Santa Maria and just southwest of Hunt City over the next few minutes. Connor's kind of on the back side of this area of storms, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to it. These storms are racing right now to the east. Yeah, this is still more than likely a tornado near Newton, Illinois. This tornado has not officially been confirmed. I've heard people say in chat Reed has confirmed this, so I don't know. But the rotation's strong, and I mean, there's still a CC right here. Just south of Newton right now. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is just south of Newton. And it will be approaching areas just to the west of Santa Maria. And after this, it's going to be going towards Santa Maria, pretty rural areas north of Route 50. So luckily, it's going to be going through more rural parts of eastern parts of Illinois. Now, just an update, by the way, we have tons of damaging winds still ongoing here across this entire line. So continue to be vigilant if you're anywhere in eastern Illinois and eventually going into Indiana. I still don't see anything completely definitive here. I mean, we've had a couple of little CC drops, but like, again, there may have been a tornado maybe a couple times here, but I don't think we've had anything official confirmed. There is still a tornado, though. It's going to be just to the south of Newton when we go towards Santa Maria. I've had a couple of signatures on radar of the CC drop and also the rotation be quite tight. So we may have at least had a couple of tornadoes here just south and west of Newton, but you know, warning's never been upgraded, and we still don't have a new warning on this. So the rotation area here, it might get rewarned in a moment, but it's going to be heading towards Santa Maria. It'll belong Stoy and Robinson and Santa Maria over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in this tornado warning or even just in front of this, I would definitely make sure that you're going to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. As this still is a dangerous storm, and even if it's not producing a tornado, it is still producing damaging winds, which could again be rather significant, upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Got two storm chasers on radar Omega right behind that too. We're up to 11 severe thunderstorm warnings again. The warnings have just not gone down much at all when it comes to even severe weather. You do still have a tornado possible label on the storm that's near Fredericktown, Missouri. It's moving east-southeast. Cape Girardeau would be in the track of that here eventually. That's the storm right there. Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Overshooting tops. Lots of lightning. You actually got some cloud-to-cloud lightning here on that storm. Again, this will be approaching Santa Maria over the next several minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place. It's going to be approaching Oblong, Illinois, Robinson as well, and Flat Rock. Let's see if we have anything on Twitter that may be confirming that. We may have had a tornado. I don't know. They have a couple of CC drops with tight rotation. The problem is with, you know, this particular storm too, is that we're just so far away from radar sites. I mean, you know, we're good. We're like 50 miles away, and it's a bit difficult sometimes with these storms because we are so far away from radar sites to confirm stuff, especially from a distance. But I mean, again, we probably at least had maybe a tornado or two there briefly. I'm not seeing anything super definitive in the last couple of scans. CC isn't really dropping much here, so there again probably was at least a tornado, maybe two, but after that it's been kind of weakening here over the last couple minutes. Still has a chance though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised again if they issue a new tornado warning out in front of this, but the rotation's already left the pink polygon, so we actually have a couple spots here now. Near Oblong and Robinson, a couple of spots there, rotation. Semi blown over near Effingham, Illinois. Yeah, unfortunately, the winds are just so strong, straight line damaging winds, that there are probably going to be a lot of semis blown over, which is why I do want to urge you, if you're on the roadways tonight, take it slow and stay vigilant as well, if you're a truck driver especially. It's definitely dangerous out there. Yeah, a lot of power outages also. And if you are out in front of these storms, make sure that you have flashlights on you, charge up phones and iPads and any sorts of light basically. Make sure to charge that up, because it's gonna, again, there's definitely a possibility tonight that you could lose power with all this storm activity. And there's lots of lightning, lots of wind, hail still possible, tornadoes still possible. I mean, everything's still possible here. All right, we'll see if they issue a new warning. If not, I am gonna go pee, because I have not had a single time of standing up here in the last 4 hours. We've had unbelievable amount of activity, so hopefully this kind of, you know, starts to wind down at some point here soon. But you know, we still got damaging winds and tornado threat ahead. Fairfield, by the way, heads up, there is a significant patch of damaging winds coming toward you. That bright blue representing damaging wind potential upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour moving east. All right, they haven't issued a new tornado warning in the rotations outside the area. I'm going to quickly pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Oh my gosh, we did it, chat. I never thought I'd see the day. The left lane opens up. Oh! Never thought I'd see the day, chat. Behind me is really trying to cook.
All right, we're back.
All right, buddy. Oh my gosh, this guy's flying.
I don't know what Connor's doing at all. I just had him on because at least it has something. He's pretty close. He's actually in the tornado warning still. It's still out there. This tornado warning will be gone in approximately 30 seconds, I believe. 45 seconds. If no more tornado warnings get issued between now and 45 seconds, guess what? That'll be the farts time. Oh, it's gone. Guess what? This is the farts time in over 3.5 hours that we have not had a tornado warning. That is crazy how long we've had tornado warnings for. We are finally without a single tornado warning. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That was one of the more intense coverages that I think I've had on this channel. We had at one point 8 tornado warnings. We had multiple tornadoes at one point as well. So, once again, just unbelievable what we've been dealing with here over the last, couple of, or even few hours. That hasn't even been a couple hours. It's been a few. So, again, I do appreciate everybody's patience. And again, anybody that did super chat or become a member, I really do appreciate that. Let me try to get through some stuff here real quick. And because I'm so behind on notifications. If I missed your super chat or membership, I really do appreciate you. Just a heads up. There are so many. Holy cow. Thank you, Jason, for the $4.99. Thank you, Kathy, for the $5 super chat. Is this the worst tornado event that I've ever covered? I wouldn't say this is the worst. I mean, when it comes to the amount of warnings and stuff, and the amount of different storms we had to cover, 100%. But, if I covered that entire tornado outbreak when the Ohio Valley had it back last month, I think that would have been much worse. We only kind of caught the tail end. But, yeah, that would have been way worse. I think this is definitely one of the top ones, though, when it comes to just the pure tornado event and all that. Thank you, B. Smith, for the $10 super chat. I'll be driving from St. Louis. Yeah, it's better to stay safe, B. It's definitely better to stay safe. Better to stay safe than sorry. I would just stay off the roads tonight if you can, because, again, these storms are nasty. It is a huge line of storms still ongoing here. An entire squall line that's been producing some significant damaging winds for the last little while. Thank you, Beth, for the $19.99. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Sarah, for the $9.99. Thank you, Bruce, for the $10. Thank you, Nova, for the $10. Also, thank you, Mano, for the $4.99. Thank you, Sheer Wind, for the $10 super chat. Should this die down past Indianapolis? I think overall the severe weather threat will be much lower for Indianapolis and Ohio. I think the main concern from there will probably be damaging winds if there's anything still severe. I do think the tornado risk will be much lower by that point. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of a severe weather threat at this point out of these storms. Lots of lightning, by the way. These storms are highly electrified. Thank you, Lisa, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, CH, for the $4.99. Thank you, Brock, for the $4.99. TX for the $5. You guys are crazy. Thank you, Jason, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Justin, Cade, Mad, Questionable. Thank you for your $5 super chats. Thank you, Weather, for the $9.99. I hope this weekend soon. I mean, this has been unbelievable. Legitimately, do I think this will weaken? I think it's going to stay intense probably for at least another hour and a half, 2 hours. And then I do think it'll start to weaken once we get closer to 10 or so. I think this area of storms will become more disorganized by then, but it is still marching along. I think we're still at least a little ways out from being done here. Thank you, Anna, Robert, and Mitty, all for becoming members or gifting members. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Guy, for the $19.99. Thank you, Nancy, for the $19.99. Thank you, Linda, for the $5. Thank you, Bradley and Ems and Shane for the $5. Thank you, Shane, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Shane, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Holy cow. Thank you, Jen and Game, for the $5. Thank you, Olivia and Height, for the $10. Thank you, Marine, for the $10. You guys are all very generous, and thank you for your generosity. All right, Tennessee. Tennessee is still a little ways out from really most of the storm activity. You're probably going to get storms after like 10, and it would start up here on the northwest side of the state and work its way down. I do think the main concern will be damaging winds in your area at this point. Sounds good, Sheerwin. Appreciate it. Thank you, Civ. All right. Today's stream, by the way, is sponsored by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app for your iOS and Android device, you can download it with the top link in the description below. That is the weather app we've been using throughout this entire live stream. It has a lot of cool features like these live cameras that are all across the country. This storm is producing a ton of lightning, by the way, in Advance, Missouri. This storm is still a good 30 miles, I think, away from them, but look at all that lightning. These are highly electrified storms here across Missouri and Illinois. In addition to that, as live radar feed velocities, correlation coefficient, has computer models and satellite imagery with their subscription models. And in addition to that, again, you get all the watches and warnings. You can get alerts right to your phone. It's another way to receive alerts when there are warnings in your area. In addition to that, they have storm chasers in the app. You may have noticed that. Those people that are going across the screen, like this guy right here, that is those are the storm chasers that you can watch in Radar Omega. Again, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Thank you, Nick, for the $10 super chat. What's my take on Central Arkansas tonight? I think the main concern will just be some isolated storms with hail. We'll see if it gets going, though. I thought the threat would be really more geared toward the late afternoon, but nothing really has developed there. So overall, nothing too crazy right now, but main concern will be isolated large hail. Thank you, Faults, for the $10. Driving from Oklahoma to Indiana, currently in Vandalia. I don't know where the end point is. But Vandalia, I thought Vandalia already got hit by storms. Yeah, Vandalia's already been hit. If you're oh, you're going to Indiana. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, you're probably fine. I mean, the storms, you'll probably catch up to them down the road. But they should hopefully be weakening by the time you get closer to them. And they're also going pretty fast. Keep in mind, these storms are going 50 miles per hour to the east. So if your parents are really slow drivers in the left lane and going up Interstate 70, they should, you know, they'll probably stay behind it for a while, but you'll probably catch up to it at some point down the road. But if you take rest stops or whatever, you should be fine. But 50 miles per hour, you going 70, it's going to take a while to catch up. Thank you, Matt, by the way. Appreciate that. Ohio, yeah, Ohio should be minimal, mainly damaging winds. You're a little quiet for me. I think my microphone's pretty high for volume. Thank you, Joseph, for the generous $19.99. Thank you for keeping me informed. My family feels safe with your insight. I'm glad, and I appreciate you tuning in. Obviously, this has been, again, a way crazier stream than I expected. Way crazier. We got some really strong winds right now approaching Fairfield and the Mount Carmel area. We may get some more tornado warnings here soon for these areas if these pockets of at least broad rotation right now start to intensify. We got 3 of them. We got 3 little notches here. And so we'll have to watch that closely because once again, we're not done with the tornado risk here. These storms are definitely still in an environment where we could get a tornado. Nothing strong yet, but they are definitely notches that have the chance at a tornado. Thank you, JC, for the $5 donation through the donation link down below. I'll check your message in a second. Juggling a bunch of things. Thank you, JC. Appreciate that. Great job. Thank you. Appreciate that. I still don't know. I don't have a clue what I got in my exam. Once again, I don't know. I will let you know when that happens. I'm so excited though. After today, we are done with significant severe weather, probably for at least 4 or 5 days. So, good news there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Missouri. This is near the Marquand area. This is a storm that we were watching a little bit, and that would be why they've issued a warning. The rotation is now intensified just along and east of Route 67. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this storm does continue to move east-southeast. And this could drop a tornado at any time, as it is a strong pocket of rotation right now, moving east-southeast. So, tornadoes again, not done. And this was not really the area that I was expecting it, but to happen, the next one. There's a little bit of rotation again in southeast Illinois, so we'll have to watch that closely. Julie, I think the main concern will be damaging winds. I don't know where that is. I'll look real quick. Yeah, and this tornado warning is in southeast Missouri. This is a storm that is highly electrified as well, so there's a lot of lightning. West Lafayette, probably not going to get much. Maybe just ordinary storms. Appreciate your generosity. Let's see. We do have live cameras on Radar Omega just southeast of this tornado warning cell. Probably a bit too far away to see anything, but again, lots of lightning with this storm. A lot of lightning. There's been a lot of lightning with that storm. But once again, strong pocket of rotation. We'll be approaching Marble Hill here soon. But the rotation's really intensified within the last few minutes. It's going to be moving through Marquand. And again, Marble Hill will next be in track of this. With this area of rotation. All right, real quickly, we're waiting for another radar scan. I do want to check these storms back over in Illinois again. Had a few pockets of rotation here. Not seeing anything super strong right now, but we have a few pockets of rotation that are going to be approaching West Salem over the next few minutes. Again, 3 different pockets of rotation. Any of these could technically still produce a tornado, so if you are anywhere in these severe thunderstorm warnings, at the bare minimum, stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Because we have a lot of different pockets of rotation. This is one of them. That is currently approaching Bone Gap and West Salem in southern Illinois. That rotation's beginning to intensify. We got another area near Golden Gate. We got another one up near West Salem. So 3 different pockets of rotation there. We'll continue to watch them and see if they do try to drop anything. It's all in southern Illinois. New radar scan should be in on this tornado warning here in a minute. These tornadoes need to stop now. Yeah. I wish. Would be nice. If the rotation strengthens down there in southern Illinois, I feel like we'll get another one. There's literally 3 different, or really 2 main notches of rotation there that could produce a tornado. Yeah, these storms, I mean, this radar's not updating. These storms here, these notches look very impressive on radar. This one right here, very tight, got a tight inflow there. You got another one right here near Albion, Illinois. Those 2 definitely could produce something. Not seeing any CC drop on them, but again, pretty strong rotation there. Moving eastbound. Nocturnal storms can be scary. That is not false by any means. Very true. Ooh, that is strong. That is really strong rotation right now. Near Marquand in southeast Missouri. Very strong rotation on this storm, and it could drop a tornado, and it would be rain-wrapped if it is. This could be on the ground, but the correlation coefficient is... It might not pick up on it immediately since it's just so far away from the radar site. Yes, Tucker, that's right. And this is a rain-wrapped area of really strong rotation right now in southeast Missouri. If you are in Marquand or just west of Marble Hill, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately. Interior room of your home or building and away from windows. This is a very strong pocket of rotation right now that is going to be approaching Marquand over the next few minutes. Definitely a dangerous area of rotation, and again, this could easily drop a tornado. The problem is we are far away from a radar site, so, you know, the correlation coefficient won't immediately pick up on debris if there is debris being lifted up right now. So this could be on the ground. We just, again, we won't probably know until at least the next radar scan. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in southeast Missouri, moving towards Marble Hill. It's in Madison County. Very strong couplet. Very strong winds going toward and away from the radar, which would indicate the chance here that we do get a tornado within the next minute or two. If it's not already on the ground, it's very possible that we get one here. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are in this tornado warning. We will hopefully have a new radar scan here in a minute, or sooner.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they've just issued a new tornado warning out in front of this, as this is a growing concern. That is still radar indicated, but it does include Marble Hill now in Missouri. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a strong pocket of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move to the east-southeast. A dangerous area of rotation moving towards Marble Hill. I mean, I feel like this is on the ground. If not, it's a very strong wall cloud or something. But unfortunately, the radar, it's only updating every like 4 minutes, so we should have a new scan here in a second, and maybe we'll get some sort of confirmation on this. We'll see. But once again, if you're in Marble Hill near Highway 34 in southeast Missouri, you need to seek shelter immediately, as this could produce a tornado at any time. This also includes Grassy, Missouri, by the way. So Grassy and Marble Hill and Glen Allen, Missouri, all included in this warning. Just west of Cape Girardeau, by the way. Yeah, we do have a cyclone port on radar Omega looking into this storm, sorta. It's still far to the south, but you at least get the idea that there's a lot of lightning here. Temperatures beginning to drop. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that as the storm gets closer. Again, strong pocket of rotation just east of Route 67. And if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. That includes, again, Marble Hill and Grassy and southeast parts of Missouri. I'm still watching multiple small couplets of rotation in southern Illinois. That is going to be right along the border, basically, now of Indiana and Illinois, kind of in the southeast parts there of Illinois. None of them producing tornadoes as of now, but they are all other areas that we have to watch. Yeah, that rotation's probably going to be right around where that circle is. Should get an update here in a second. Thank you, Marengo. Or Mango, sorry. Appreciate that. All right, here's the latest scan. A little bit broader on the latest scan. I'm not seeing any CC drop. So that may have dropped a tornado, but obviously the scans are only coming in so often, so we may or may not have had a tornado. If there is still a, you know, if we do have a tornado here down the road, it's going to probably be rain wrapped. So obviously make sure that you're not looking outside for this tornado. It's not worth it, especially with how dark it is outside, and with it being rain wrapped, that makes it 15,000 times harder basically to see this. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. And this will be moving east-southeast towards Marble Hill. I'll go back to Illinois here in a second. All right, let's go back to Illinois real quick. Because this radar is going to take 5 minutes to update. We're not going to get a whole lot of information from that. All right, let's see if we have anything going on here. Still got a very strong pocket of winds right now approaching Browns, Illinois. That's 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are heading in that area. West Salem as well. We do have a little couplet of rotation that's approaching that area. It's not confirmed. Kind of too far to the north there. But we still have multiple pockets of rotation, again, moving eastbound. All this activity, again, is not tornado warned. It is all just severe thunderstorm warned, with the main concern being damaging winds, but an isolated tornado still can't be ruled out as this activity moves east. I haven't had dinner yet. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours. I've literally not even had dinner. I expected at least some sort of break here, but it's been so busy. And this is a live cam just south of this tornado warning. Lots of lightning. Very highly electrified storm right now. With this particular storm that is tornado warned. Rotation's going to be moving towards Marble Hill and Highway 34 over the next several minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I can't get Culvers. It's going to be too late. This live stream, I don't know. I don't even know when we're going to have any break at this point. I probably have to DoorDash something. We're still at 11 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. And again, the 2 tornado warnings are on the same exact storm. So it's not like they're in completely different places. But once again, this is in southeast Missouri. And just west of Cape Girardeau. So continue to stay vigilant if you're in this area. Even though the tornado risk is still low, still definitely a possibility as this activity continues to move to the east-southeast. DoorDash is expensive. Yeah, but I mean, we don't have any options. I can't just make something in my oven or anything like that. We have all this activity happening. Connor just said he's very hungry too. He's been chasing for like 7 hours now. Been chasing for a while. Then, storm chasers, you gotta keep up with storms. You don't really have many breaks unless you got like a sandwich with you. Once again, we are on a tornado warning in southeast Missouri. New radar scan, we're just waiting on that. And still radar indicated rotation, nothing confirmed here, but if anything does change, again, we'll keep you posted. If you have any photos or videos that you want to send in to us, you can send them in to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I highly recommend that you do follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX as well. We are going to be posting frequent updates on there, and if we get any updates, again, we'll post them on there on at MaxVelocityWX on Facebook, and as well as on our Twitter page. Latest scan still shows a broadening area of rotation approaching Marble Hill. Still not ruling out that this does produce a tornado, but it's going to take a bit of work for this to produce a tornado as it moves east-southeast. And Marble Hill and Highway 34 will be in the track of this. IHOP? I'm thinking IHOP. That's what I'll probably do. Any confirmed tornadoes? We've at least, I think, had half a dozen, probably. Nothing confirmed. I mean, we've had a few CC drops on radar. We've had a couple, we've had, Connor caught one earlier. So we've at least had, I think, around half a dozen. Probably more, though. Probably more. This is almost undoubtedly a tornado outbreak. Connor's going through a whole lightning storm down there at the bottom right. Maybe IHOP can be a sponsor. I don't know about that. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now in eastern Illinois. It's not enough, at least, to be too super concerned about. I'm still mostly concerned about the damaging wind threat right now that's going through eastern Illinois. And this will be pushing, by the way, into western Indiana here relatively soon. We do have one couplet that is going to be approaching Belmont right here. That's a little bit more intense, but still not anything that I would say that's definitely going to produce a tornado. I'd say more than anything, we are talking about some significant damaging winds here, though. Around 60 to 70 miles per hour. And there is definitely a shot that we get a couple of tornadoes in this area of storms, even without tornado warnings, because all the rotation is going to be very quick. So if you are in eastern Illinois, make sure that you are still staying very vigilant. And again, as these storms approach, I would highly recommend that you do stay away from windows and stay on the lowest floor possible, because there is still going to be a chance here that we do get, a couple tornadoes in this activity, even if we don't end up getting a tornado. Let me go back to the tornado warning. Should have a new radar scan here in a couple minutes. Thank you, Daniel, by the way, for the $10 super chat. Cape Girardeau? Is that it? Also, thank you, Andy, for a very generous $19.99. I appreciate that. Thank you, Andy. For the DoorDash fund. Thank you, Brad, for the $5 IHOP fund. I think we're getting IHOP for dinner. Turning into a bow echo. What, up here? Let's say it's more of just a squall line. They removed the crazy wording about this being a squall line with tornadoes and stuff. There was some interesting wording earlier when, the whole load of tornado warnings happened near St. Louis. We had a lot of crazy wording on that. Waffle House? I've never even been to Waffle House. There is a Waffle House index in the meteorology world, by the way. Fun fact. I'm guessing a lot of you have heard of the Waffle House index. It's most commonly used in Florida. What flavor? Blackberry right now. Alright, tornado warning has been condensed. Mark Quinn is no longer included in this warning. Very small town here, but you're no longer included in that warning. I would still stay in your safe place, though, for probably a couple more minutes as that wind threat comes through. With some lightning still in the area. And, again, Marble Hill is next in track for this particular tornado warning. We'll have a new radar scan here in just a second here in southeast Missouri. And this storm right now is moving east and east-southeast. And again, we're in southeast Missouri. I just said that, but I'm going to say it again because I saw somebody ask in chat. Thoughts on central Indiana? I think Indiana, again, is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. It's honestly, I think, going to be the main concern. My voice is holding up very well. We've been live for over 75 hours. Over 75 hours in the last 14 days. My voice has actually been perfect. It still feels, the same. I don't know how. Usually I do have an issue after like a few days of live streaming in a row. My voice is just built different now. I don't know. I've had no issues recently. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. I think main concern is going to be damaging winds. This area of storms is going to struggle, I think, for a tornado risk. It's very clustered together. Again, maybe a brief tornado, but I think the main concern is going to be damaging winds and some hail here. But the hail threat's also relatively low at this point. Just don't sing. I've been singing a lot recently as well. Thank you, Brent, for the $5 super chat. Is Harrisburg, Illinois is going to split the difference? What does that even mean? My voice is so strong. I got to tell you, when we did severe weather coverages back in like 2022, when we first started doing them more consistently, my voice would go away if we did 2 straight days of live streaming. It was a struggle back then. Become a lot less of a struggle recently. Once again, we still have radar indicated rotation going towards Marble Hill in southeast Missouri. Again, nothing confirmed at this point. Still radar indicated, but still a possibility that we get a tornado here. Rotation was much stronger back a few minutes ago, but it's broadened out quite a bit. So we'll see if that continues. By the way, shout out to Connor Croft, storm chasing with us for the last several days. He's been trucking through these storms like no tomorrow. He's been live like almost every day too recently. No, I've been live doing severe weather coverage, but I haven't had to go through all the rain and driving through it. That's tough. You know, driving through all that rain, and over the last several days, it's been, you know, a lot for him too. So shout out to him. He's been with us every single day pretty much when we've been live. All right, new mesoscale discussion. If you're in Arkansas or Western Tennessee, some increase of severe weather potential remains possible later this evening. New weather watch assurance is possible if storms begin to increase in coverage. So nothing official on this end yet. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch in North Texas has been completely canceled. So that is no longer ongoing. I don't know if you're watching Bones, but that's pretty funny. Pretty funny meme. Okay. Once again, we do have a tornado warning here in southeast Missouri. We are down to 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, so a little bit less than before, but still a lot of warnings. This tornado warning again in southeast Missouri, broadening rotation for the time being. Then we still have a lot of storms right now up and down eastern and southeastern parts of Indiana with damaging winds. The main concern, upwards of 70 miles per hour. The tornado possible label still on a couple of those storms, but it's not looking super concerning right now for tornadoes. The tornado threat hasn't really taken place yet in those areas. Nura, if you're talking about the app I'm using, it's Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. All right, we're waiting for the next radar scan. Should be coming in here at any second. How long does it take me to long does it take me to set up a stream? Usually about an hour. Today, though, I mean, I did most of it around like lunchtime, and I end up having to like literally, like when we went live, I was literally running in just to go live because I was out and about. So today was well before the stream actually happened. See what the velocities look like. Should have a scan on that here in a second. We'll go back in a second. All right, Harrisburg. Yeah, look at that. It actually you might split the difference there. We'll see. Now you're probably gonna get hit by these storms again. The main concern, damaging winds if those intensify. This is becoming outflow driven here. This activity, so the tornado threat a bit lower with that activity comparatively to the other storms out to the east. I've got to say these storms have been really impressive. You know, this has turned into a complete complex of storms at this point. It's still producing damaging winds, still producing some hail, and still producing at least some sort of low tornado risk for the next couple of hours. And this storm's still producing at least some broad rotation right now. This is again moving east-southeast, moving towards Marble Hill. Again, if you are included in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And the rotation's still a bit on the broad side of things, but it could intensify. Getting a report, can't confirm this, but somebody did at me on Twitter and said near Stoughton, Illinois, they said there was 2 houses with damage, possibly from a tornado. So some reports of that. Again, we've probably had at least a half a dozen tornadoes today, if not more. It's obviously been a very active day. Yeah, both these tornado warnings still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed as of right now. This is completely rain-wrapped rotation, by the way, so we're probably not going to see anything. If you are like in this area, you're not going to be able to see anything, so don't look out your window. Just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You should put a tornado counter in your stream. It is. It's on the right side of the screen. The tornado warnings, that's a counter. Tornadoes are very, very unlikely in Ohio. I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting damaging winds as the main concern. Booker, it's Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. DC is fine, yes. Yeah, we have 2 tornado warnings. It's the same area, though. The 2 tornado warnings are just split. Yeah, I don't know the official count of tornado warnings that we've had today, but I'm guessing it's been a lot. I'm guessing it's at least been like 30. Like, we've had a lot. All right. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of other stuff, kind of just trying to look at other reports. We've been getting a lot of reports on Twitter. I'm just trying to catch up on that. A lot of various damage reports. A lot of them are kind of like a little bit old, like they're today, but like a little bit older from earlier today, but... By the way, thank you, Vicky, for the very generous $35 donation. I really do appreciate that. So the donation link, appreciate that. Thank you. All right. I'm not seeing anything that needs to be reiterated at this point. Yeah. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do still have a tornado warning for the time being. That is including Marble Hill, Missouri. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And then outside of that, we still have plenty of damaging winds up and down this entire area of eastern Illinois and now going into western Indiana with damaging winds up to 60, perhaps even 70 miles per hour being possible. That does include Terre Haute, where damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible. Ohio has 43 tornadoes so far. Is that... I don't know if that number's right. Unless we had 14 yesterday. We've had 29 in Ohio this year from the last time I checked. The best money I recently spent was on a tiny weather radio, $15. 3 ways to charge it, has a good flashlight. Yeah, weather radios in general are helpful. And I do recommend one if you are, if you live in an area that's prone to severe weather. You should always have a weather radio on hand. It does help a lot in severe weather events. I'll try to put a weather radio down below if you're interested. Got a couple down below. Max is my weather radio. There you go. Still a broad area of circulation near Marble Hill. Again, southeast Missouri. Cape Girardeau, or however you say it, will be at the track of that here soon. This is a live camera in Advance, Missouri. We actually might have a good view of this. Lots of flashes of lightning. We'll see if we see anything here. This is near that tornado warning. We at least got the cloud. You can at least see. You now can at least see the cloud base. We weren't able to see that before, but you can see the cloud base back there on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Just lots of lightning. These storms have been producing a ton of lightning. I don't know how many lightning strikes we've been getting, but I think it's a lot. Let me check. Wow. 400 lightning strikes a minute from southern Missouri back into western Indiana. That is 6,000 every 15 minutes for lightning. These are very electrified storms. Very. That is unbelievable. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Evansville, Princeton, Washington, Linton, Jasonville, Sullivan. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's a lot of energy. That is a lot of energy. That's one way to put it. These are, again, very highly electrified storms here across much of the country. Again, that's stretching only across 3 states, which is pretty crazy. And the only reason why it's stretching into a 3rd state is because Indiana just started to see these storms. So, crazy stuff. If you could time-lapse that, it'll look good on camera. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, time-lapsing storms is one of the cooler things that I've done actually in the past, but it's pretty cool to do. Gives you an idea of, you know, all the lightning and just the storm in general. It's pretty cool. Nearly 7 strikes per second. that actually is crazy. 7, if you do the math, yes, 7 lightning strikes per second. Now, granted, it's across, you know, a couple hundred miles, but like that's still pretty crazy. We have our first severe storm of the day, I think, in northern Arkansas. If I do a quick measurement here, if we kind of measure it up and down, it's probably about 350 miles. So you're getting like 1 lightning strike a minute for every mile. So it's pretty crazy. Crazy stuff. Sirens here in Evansville. Yeah, if the tornado sirens are going off, it's because of the severe storm. It's not because of an actual tornado. In this case, this does all look to be damaging wind potential now. I think the tornado threat is it's going down pretty quickly, I think, on this line of storms. Still can't rule out an isolated tornado. Sumner, Illinois, emergency management reporting several large trees down. So that's a heads up there, north of Interstate 64, northwest of Princeton. So this area of storm still producing some pretty significant severe weather with trees down. Actually, there's a little bit of rotation. Somebody pointed out in chat. There's a little bit of rotation just to the west of Chrisman, southwest of Georgetown. It's not much, but there's a little bit there. I have to watch that. It's a pretty small cell. It's again kind of riding right along the warm front, so there will be naturally a little bit more shear there to be able to produce an isolated tornado. But yeah, it's interesting. We have multiple. We still have some rotation in this line. It's overall, it's not super concerning. The difference between a tornado happening in that line of storms and there being damaging winds is pretty minuscule, I would say, right now. Because any tornadoes that happen will probably be brief and weak out in that activity. So, and this rotation still pretty broad. I don't know if they'll continue this warning for too much longer, but Mineral, or Marble Hill, excuse me, you are still under the tornado warning for half an hour longer, but not sure if it'll actually last that much longer. Grassy also, Missouri, still included in this warning. Severe thunderstorm watch continues. Many areas. Let's go back to, we'll go back to this. We'll stay zoomed out for now. Again, that radar's updating so infrequently. It's updating like every 7 minutes. So, again, if anything changes there, we'll obviously go back to it. It's not a super intense looking rotation though that looks super imminent for a tornado. Could this line develop into Arkansas just be as tornadic or severe as earlier? No, I don't think it'll be as tornadic, but I do think you'll at least have a shot at some isolated scattered hail and damaging winds, and again, maybe an isolated brief tornado, but I think that threat is really low in Arkansas tonight. Am I a meteorologist? I will be in a year, officially. With that being said, I actually, earlier today, I mentioned this at the beginning of my stream, but I actually went to my local Fox station and met a couple meteorologists there. Pretty cool. Got to tour the studio, which is why I was not live earlier today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I just mentioned this. This is a small pocket of rotation that was developing. This is a super small and very brief tornado warning north of Vincennes, right along the Indiana and Illinois border. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, that's the area of rotation right there. It's embedded in this line of storms. Again, this is right now moving northeast. Yeah, moving northeast right now. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible near Vincennes, right along the Indiana and Illinois border. I'm guessing they'll probably issue another one here too. Vincennes. Okay. Yeah, nerd, you're fine. Cincinnati's fine. Man, just isolated damaging winds overnight tonight. And make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. This is going to be moving into western Indiana here in a few minutes. It's near Bruceville right now. I'm guessing they're going to issue another tornado warning on this for Indiana, because the rotation's already outside of the tornado warning. Or they might not even issue a new warning. I don't know. Rotation's not super strong here, but it's strong enough that we could get a tornado. A little bit weaker though than before. This particular storm did produce multiple trees being down back west near Sumner. Nick, I'll be here at least for I'll be here for a while, hopefully. We'll see how things go. I think Middle Tennessee's not looking at much. Maybe isolated damaging winds. All right, rotation's now outside of this tornado warning. I don't think they're going to issue a new warning, but you know, if there is a tornado or it produces a tornado, it's now into western Indiana where there's not a warning. Again, they just issued this like moments ago. And this right now is moving to the east-northeast, going towards the Bicknell area near Bruceville. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. If you're in the Vincennes area just northwest of that, I'm not looking at much anything of anymore. Rotation's kind of been going out of your area anyway, so you don't have to be in your safe place anymore, but just northeast of that, going towards Bruceville. No tornado warning as of right now, but you'd be next in track for it. How long does it take to record and edit a video? Probably about 1 to 2 hours most of the time. I don't see anything too concerning when it comes to rotation on most of these storms. Still a lot of small kinks that could technically produce an isolated tornado. So definitely still a threat there. I just think a lot of it is like this tornado warning here. This rotation is still very broad in southeast Missouri. I'm not super concerned about that. The one near Evansville, again, mostly just damaging winds. Still not ruling out an isolated tornado. But we'll stay zoomed out here for the time being. I gonna work for the National Weather Service? I'm going into the broadcast field, so no. I don't really like the technical side of things in meteorology, like the very technical stuff. Like technical meaning like very, very technical. Like, you know, we're talking about like I don't even know an example really, but like just something that's like super technical that's not like math related, for example, or like heavily science related. Like I like the broadcast side. That's what I want to do. No, not that technical, Brad. No, not that direction. I'm talking more about like I don't even know, like just like dynamic meteorology, synoptic meteorology, like the detailed stuff in that, like the crazy equations and stuff, like that stuff I don't like. And some of that is used in National Weather Service, like yeah, like math and stuff, like that's technical. Warning goes for 10 more minutes, but again, that rotation's outside of that tornado warning, so doesn't look like too much of a concern right now. Do I cover hurricanes? Yeah, we cover hurricanes. We do cover hurricanes. I have no plans right now, by the way, to get like, again, we still got a year until I even graduate, so it's really irrelevant to think about anything in the future. We're still doing live streams for the next, you know, year at least, and then from there we'll see what happens. Tornado warning was just canceled, by the way, right there on the Indiana and Illinois border. We still do have that tornado warning just west of Cape Girardeau. I don't even know, whatever it is. I'm never gonna figure out that pronunciation. Just west there of that area, still some pretty broad rotation, lots of lightning near Marble Hill in southeast Missouri. If you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place until it's officially lifted. I'm not super duper concerned about this, but we could at least get maybe something brief out of that. Rotation, though, is still fairly broad, so not an imminent concern. I was looking for El Dorado, Illinois. I don't know where that is. You're looking mainly at damaging winds if you get anything. Maybe quarter-sized hail, that should be about it. I have a damage report of a tree down on Highway 37 at Gun Creek in Cesar, Illinois. That's another damage report there. Had a lot of various damage reports at this point of trees down, power lines down. We got a bunch of damage reports actually just northeast of Springfield. This is where we may have had a tornado earlier. Near Latham. 3 power poles down, leaning near intersection of Route 121. And then a roof collapsed. So yeah, we may have had a tornado here earlier in Latham, if you guys were tuning in then. Numerous power lines blown down in Clinton, Illinois. That was probably from straight line winds. So yeah, we may have had a tornado there from earlier. It was never officially confirmed, but again, we probably had a lot of tornadoes that have not like officially been confirmed. Girardeau, thank you. Let's see if I remember that. Cape Girardeau. Girardeau. Still can't do it. Where's Connor? He's in Terre Haute. So he's kind of on the leading edge of this line right now. And most of these storms right now are damaging wind producers. We still do have that tornado warning, which the rotation has not become anything more concerning over the last few minutes. So if anything changes, obviously we'll go to that. If anything does change. All right, I gotta order food. I'm starving. At least I can pronounce Terre Haute. I used to not be able to pronounce that at all. That was a tough one. Earthquake in Illinois? I don't think so. Did we? You inspired me to buy cheese curds. That's actually... that's so funny. Cheese curds are good. We're doing 6 bacon on the breakfast sampler. All bacon. Who actually saw storms today in chat? Let me know. How many of you guys saw the storms? And who is still to see storms? Let me know. That's a bow? Yeah, this has been going forever. It is a pretty large... We do have a bowing segment kind of right here. It's definitely bowing out. Still do have that tornado warning once again, just west of Cape Cape Girardeau, just west of there. But once again, rotation's been broadening out on this. And yeah, if there is a tornado at this point, it's probably gonna be brief and weak. That's why we all call it Cape. If I called it Cape, we might be talking about instability in weather. Yeah, once again, this rotation's still pretty broad right now. Not super concerned about this. And Connor is officially ending his chase. For a long day. Only gonna cost $30 for IHOP. Fantastic. All right. Thank you, Bren, for the $5 super chat. Thank you for all the pronunciations. I appreciate it. All the pronunciations. Need an entire list of them. I forgot about this, but this is the Radar Omega cyclone port just to the south of this tornado warning. Might actually see something here. I'm gonna keep it on this for a second. You know, the fact that DoorDash can charge $30 for some breakfast and it's just a simple entree is just crazy to me. Connor's 2 minutes away from my house. That's crazy. Somebody said in chat, Max, I want to thank you for saving me today. The tornado that touched down in High Ridge, Missouri was very close to my work while watching your stream. I was in the shelter before the sirens went off. I'm glad I could help you, Irish. That's the goal here. I'm ordering the breakfast sampler from IHOP. Getting some breakfast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they've decided to issue a new tornado warning on this storm that is just to the west of Cape Girardeau, near Zalma in advance. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Yeah, this is radar indicated rotation, so not confirmed as of right now. But it could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move into this area. I'll have a live cam on the left side of your screen that's in advance. That is, again, on the radar Omega Cyclone port. So, once again, brand new tornado warning here in southeast Missouri. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, as this storm could still produce a tornado as it moves southeast. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a new severe thunderstorm watch as well for northeast and central Arkansas and western Tennessee until 2 a.m. tonight. The main concern will be the threat of damaging winds and large hail. So, again, new tornado warning here. Those in Delta, Advance here in southeast Missouri. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest as this storm evolves. Once again, the rotation's still on the broad side of things, but we'll continue to watch it and see if it does intensify at all as it continues to move to the southeast. It's a southeasterly moving storm. Pros ordering IHOP at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. That's not normal. All right, I want to go full screen to this because this is the radar Omega Cyclone port. You can see the storm structure right here live. Let me center this a little bit more. That's the storm right there. We have a lot of lightning, so we can actually kind of see this tornado warning cell pretty well. There's a ton of lightning in there right now. You can at least get the idea that this storm is coming. Got a large rain shaft. I don't see anything like lowering wise, but more than likely, if we have a tornado, it's rain wrapped. So it's gonna be hard to see. Over 100 people are watching this right now on Radar Omega. There's a lot of lightning here. I think there's another camera. Let me real quickly check. We'll go back to that in a second. There's one in Bell City too. So we have a couple of live cameras on Radar Omega that we'll look at. The right side of your screen, like kind of in here, got a couple of different, like maybe scud activity areas, maybe a little lowering. It's hard to tell. At night especially, it's hard to tell. Maybe once the storm gets a bit closer, we'll see something more definitively. Again, this is in southeast Missouri right now. Tornado warning for Advance, Missouri, primarily. You're in that pink polygon. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Definitely got something in there. Right there and right back there. This looks like more scud over here, that arrow I pointed. This looks like a bit of a lowering. I also got over here too. I don't know. Might just be scud. This is our third tornado warning in an hour. Stephanie, were you here 4 hours ago? We had 8 or 9 tornado warnings at once earlier. We had 8 tornado warnings for like 2 hours straight. It was absolutely crazy. That looks like scud. That also kind of looks like scud. Maybe a lowering. Over there too. We got like 3 different areas. Yeah, if there is a tornado, it would probably be wrapped in rain, is my guess here. Let's go back to... wrong one. Back to the live cyclone port here in Advance, Missouri. There's so much lightning with this storm. Scud is like a rough cloud. Again, it's mistaken commonly for funnel clouds. It's very hard to tell because we are looking at a storm at nighttime with a lot of flashes of lightning, which helps, but like, again, it's just so hard to tell at nighttime because you only have a brief glance at it. Scud happens a lot when we have a lot of rising motion into a storm. Usually when we have strong updrafts. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for advanced, or sorry, advanced, not advanced, but advanced Missouri, southeast Missouri. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. We are looking at a live cam on Radar Omega to see if we can see anything here. This is where the tornado warning is. I'm still seeing nothing super definitive here. Camera's beginning to shake a little bit. Looks like the wind is beginning to pick up. This includes Delta, Advance, and Allenville, Missouri, until 10 p.m. Still radar indicated rotation, but obviously still could produce a tornado at any time. There's apparently a magnitude 2.2 earthquake in Richview, Illinois, not too long ago. Vincent's had structure damage. If you have any reports, via Twitter, at me. We had a tornado warning there. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the northeast real quick. I just want to see if there's anything over here still. Yeah, it looks like mostly a damaging wind threat across Indiana and Illinois right now. And starting to get close to Kentucky. Now that's your rotation right there. Looks... And let's go back here to advance. And this is live on Radar Omega. Huge sheet of rain right here. Can't see anything definitive though when it comes to a lowering. But it's very, very likely that this is rain wrapped. Whoa! That was a cloud of ground lightning strike on the right. The amount of lightning is just crazy on this storm. Getting one strike every second. This lightning is crazy. The amount of lightning that we have on this storm is just wild. And this is for Delta, Advance, and Allenville, Missouri. Keep in mind, if you're just southwest of Cape Girardeau, that is where we're looking at that area of rotation, the potential for a tornado. This will be approaching Oran, Morley, near Interstate 55 over the next several minutes. And we're looking at a live cam pretty close, like literally inside the tornado warning. Trying to see if we see anything here. Matt Hatter, do you see anything in Markwind? Or in that general vicinity? I don't know where Perryville is. My opinion on StormNet tornado probabilities. I think they're pretty good. It's a good tool. I do think it's very useful to some extent. It still has some kinks though. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. Not even me. Not even cheese curds. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. We got some... Possibly have some rotation to approaching Advance, Missouri. It's a little bit better of a view of the rotation. It's kind of on that leading edge. And if there is rotation, we might see it here. Again, I'm not seeing anything super definitive here. Got a lot of scud and rough cloud shapes, so it just wouldn't be anything lowering wise. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it. We'll figure it out at some point. Cape Girardeau. Cape Girardeau? Is that not what I said? I don't think we're ever figuring this out. Not seeing anything in Marble Hill. Yeah, it's all been radar indicated rotation so far, so hopefully there isn't a tornado. Doesn't sound like there was one previously to this. Jeez, the lightning is just insane on this. Yeah, and this will be approaching Advance over the next few minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. That rotation would be right over, just to the northwest, just northwest of advance. So if we do end up getting a lowering or something, again, we might see it here. But I don't know what direction this camera's looking. If it's looking northwest, we'd probably be able to see something. But it could also be rain wrapped, which everything I think today, for the most part, has been rain wrapped, or very close to it at least. Yeah, rotation still seems to be a bit broad. But once again, this will be approaching advance over the next few minutes. It looks to be more hail, honestly, but again, if we do have a tornado, it would be approaching advance right now, which is, again, what we're looking at right now on the live Radar Omega Cyclone port. Large rain shaft, lots of lightning. This storm's getting awfully close, so we'll see. It's literally coming in right now, much closer than before. Hi, Todd. How you doing? Advance is a small town. Yeah, I think the population in this warning is 3,800, which includes Advance, Allenville, and one other one. Delta, Missouri. So all three of those areas in Missouri included. This is currently live at Advance, Missouri. Again, we are currently looking at a storm that, again, is rotating. That may produce a tornado. We're looking at this live cam to see if we see anything. There's not much to see on radar other than, again, the rotation being located near Advance. And if we do get a tornado, it would probably be in that general ballpark. I would still stay in your safe place if you're in Delta, but it's pretty hard to see anything right now, unless this is just rain wrapped, and maybe once this camera goes into that rain wrapped area, we'll see it. Still hard to see here. My sister-in-law said there were sirens went off, but the winds have died down in Perryville, Missouri is near Chester, Illinois. 45 minutes from Mark Wind. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, that's good. At least there wasn't any damage. Storm spotters seeing a couple of funnel clouds in advance. I'm guessing that's why this warning is still ongoing. We don't really have a great view of this particular rotation on radar, so it's probably on the leading edge here somewhere. And I think we may have seen that maybe at the beginning of this when we were looking at this live cam. We did have a couple like little scud lowering sort of things, but like kind of looked more like scud. Just hard to tell with it being nighttime. Wow. Imagine being in one of these homes, just having, like, I mean, like, you don't even need light. The lightning is light. It's crazy, the amount of lightning on this storm. Almost looks like a movie. Once again, if there is a tornado or something like along those lines, it would be approaching the town at Advance over the next few minutes. And continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It is awfully close to this area that we are looking at on Radar Omega on the live camera feed, which is about to get absolutely pummeled with rain here in a second. Which I don't know. This could, again, if we do have a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped. We do have a little CC area here, but it might be from the hail. Because the rotation isn't super tight here, so it could just be from hail. And Advanced Missouri, you need to be in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Delta, same thing for you. Missouri, you need to be in your shelter spot, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. Still a storm that could produce a tornado, and ooh, the wind's starting to pick up. You got the strong downburst winds with this, so at least we have that. So the wind's very strong. Camera's starting to shake. Rain is going sidewards, so there's definitely some rotation, or at least downburst damaging winds with this. That rain is going right into the camera. It's going like horizontal right now. And now it's absolutely pouring buckets. Yeah, so rain's going sidewards. It's definitely very windy here on this particular storm. And once again, it is moving in the direction of Advance and Delta. Rotation's probably going to dive down to the south, but I would still stay in your safe place if you're in Delta, Missouri. Still have some rotation here. Definitely could still produce a tornado at any time. If you're in Cape Girardeau, I don't think you're in really a bad position at this point. Storms are probably going to stay to your west. Still stay weather aware just in case, but the storms are probably going to miss you. This is the other camera just south of the tornado warning in Bell City. This is... oh my goodness. This is inside of the storm. This camera's shaking a lot. I don't know if you really can tell. Bottom left, you can see it kind of shaking. It's absolutely pouring here. This camera could go out at any time with how much rain is hitting this thing and how strong the winds are here. Looks like a swarm of bees right now in front of this thing. Wow, the rain's really heavy here. Very, very horizontal rain. So, in advance, very strong winds at the bare minimum. So, damaging winds very possible. This camera is shaking like crazy right now. So, definitely some damaging winds. And once again, we could have a tornado on the ground, potentially near Advance, Missouri. Nothing officially confirmed, but the rotation is strong enough where we could have a tornado, and we have plenty of evidence here that there's at least some strong damaging winds here. And the camera is just shaking like crazy. And this is in southeast Missouri right now. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. And that is your area of rotation, which is going southeast towards Highway 25 over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, and undoubtedly they have issued a new tornado warning now for this storm. That's going to include Advance, Morley, Oran, Bell City, Van Duser, Blodgett, and as well as the Sikeston area in southeast Missouri. If you are in this tornado warning, you should seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Once again, away from windows. It's another storm that is producing some dangerous rotation. Let's go to the velocities. Radar just updated here. Radar scan in just a second. Wow, this camera's still getting pummeled, and I think the rotation is rain wrapped in this area. So the rain is now starting to change directions a little bit comparatively to before. It's going a little bit more kind of left here into the camera.
A new tornado warning.
We have another tornado warning now right in Grand Tower and Pomona, and just west of Carbondale here in southern Illinois. So another tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Once again, another area of rotation that we'll have to watch for as it moves down to the southeast. And we're now back up to 3 tornado warnings. This rotation's only developed in the last few minutes. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you should seek shelter immediately away from windows, the lowest floor possible. We now have 3 tornado warnings that are in effect. Once again, 3 tornado warnings. 1 west of Carbondale, Illinois, and then we got 2 more back near Advance, Missouri, just to the west of Cape Girardeau. This camera's still getting pummeled. I haven't seen anything definitive there. This is the other live cam in Bell City on Radar Omega. So we'll see if anything happens there. It's still hard to tell, though. That rotation's, it's right near that live cam. We might see something here. I'm going to stay on this. If there's a tornado, it would probably be in this area. And you can see the rain. It keeps changing direction. It's going more and more left. So there's definitely something here. And there's a high likelihood at this point that we at least have damaging winds, but also possibly even a tornado is in here in Advance, Missouri. It's not super tight, but it's definitely enough to have a tornado at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. It's getting crazy on this live camera. Yeah, the rain has completely changed direction here in this tornado warning. All right, here's the latest. We don't have a new scan yet. Again, we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 of them attached to the same storm, and then the other one west of Carbondale. So if you're just west of Carbondale here, make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, we're still looking to see if we have a tornado here. If there's a tornado, it'd be right in here somewhere. In Advance, Missouri. That's unbelievable. This is crazy. This storm has been a crazy storm. I real quickly have to get my food. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. This, again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Advance, Missouri. Large but broad area of circulation near Advance. Could still drop a tornado at any time. The direction of the wind just keeps changing. Now the rain's going back into the camera again. And the camera is not moving much, by the way. I mean, like, this pole, the only thing that we can measure this with is the pole down here. And that stayed in the same spot. The winds are very strong. Again, I wouldn't rule out that we have a tornado here near Advance. Again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in this area. Very strong winds at the bare minimum, but definitely a chance for a tornado. There's that circulation, so it's literally going right through Advance right now. That live camera is like right in the middle of it on Radar Omega, right on the west side of Advance. We still have a tornado warning near Grand Tower, near Panama, on the Missouri and Illinois border. Still nothing confirmed on that storm. Nothing confirmed yet on this storm. But this is still radar indicated rotation. Go back to the live cam. This has really been our best view of this storm. Max does eat. I literally got DoorDashed IHOP. So that's the reason why I'm eating. This live cam has literally just been looking into rain for the last 15 minutes. If it was daytime, it would be way easier to see what's happening here. But it's just been, this storm's ugly. And it's a slow moving storm, which is the worst part about it. Like, this is dumping rain and it's very slow moving. It's moving southeast at 35 miles per hour, but it's also a large storm. Again, it has the capability of producing a tornado. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fold this pancake box and it's like broken. All right. Oh, rain's changing directions again. Now it's going this way. I mean, this is giving an idea of the rotation inside of a storm just purely based off of rain direction at night. So again, this is a rotating storm. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Still a relatively, again, broad area of circulation, but it definitely still has that kick to it here. I'm going to put this back on the left side of the screen. We'll put it there. Might be too far. There we go. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we still have 3 tornado warnings, 2 of them on the same storm near Sykeston, just southwest of Cape Girardeau, and then 1 west of Carbondale, Illinois. Again, both these still have a chance to produce a tornado. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this area of tornado warnings. Dirty, the only concern in Evansville right now is damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado, but that threat's pretty low. That live cam's still pretty crazy. We'll keep it there on the left, just so it's not full screen and blinding everybody. The lightning's been crazy on that. Terre Haute's done. Yeah, you're done in Terre Haute. So we got plenty of damaging winds. We actually have a tornado possible near Jasper. So a little bit of rotation there near Jasper, Indiana. Still a low tornado risk over there in Indiana. But we still have, again, 3 tornado warnings in Missouri and Illinois. I'll try to get some sleep when this all calms down. I'm getting in a full vacation this weekend. We've been live so many times. I'm so glad that after tonight, the severe weather threat is going to be super low for at least about a week. Approximately a week. That'll be really nice when that happens. All right, new radar scan on the velocities here in a second. We'll see if this is intensified at all. And that rotation's going right over the radar Omega cyclone port. Central Indiana is mainly damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado. Yeah, so there's your circulation. It's now past the radar Omega cyclone port. It's going to be moving towards Bell City, Missouri. This is the Bell City live cam. They did change directions on this, so we might have a better view of the storm now. Yeah, we don't have really a whole lot happening there yet. I don't think the SBC underestimated this risk, honestly. Maybe the wind risk a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I felt like an enhance was fine. Tornado risk maybe a small 10%, but I don't feel like it could have been much higher with what we saw before this event took place. Obviously, we've had a ton of warnings and stuff, but like statistically, we'll have to look what all the tornadoes happened, and we'll see from there if this was really underestimated or we just had a lot of warnings for not much. Like we don't really 100% know yet if this is really underestimated, if you know what I mean. Because there's still a chance that, you know, we might have had 25 tornado warnings, but, you know, maybe only 2 tornadoes. You never know. Even though we've definitely had more than 2 tornadoes. We've probably at least had half a dozen. Carbondale, I would still stay vigilant. The area of rotation will probably stay south of you, but there's lightning and some wind. Oh, look at this. This is interesting. Again, let's full cam this. This is again, the rain keeps changing directions here. And this again gives you the idea of the circulation in the storm. It's rotating. The rain's now going this way. We started with the going like into the camera, and then it went that way, and then it went that way, then it kind of came back this way. Now it's going completely this way. So this is, again, give you an idea. Obviously, we don't have a whole lot of intel at night since it's just so dark, but this gives you an idea that the rain has once again changed directions in this tornado-warned cell. Gives you an idea of the circulation that it has and the rotation. It's very interesting. Pretty neat. I do have to agree. All right, we got 2 live radar mega cyclone ports on the left side of your screen. We'll keep those up. Thank you, Sarah. Report of a semi-overturn in the Vincennes, Indiana area. Trees and power lines also down. Princeton, power outages reported. So we're getting a lot of damage reports now out of the storms. Just south of Terre Haute, several large trees down. It's been a pretty destructive area of storms. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this was a derecho. How much activity we've had. It would not surprise me. New velocity scan in just a second. They actually gave me crispy bacon. Holy cow. IHOP even did that. Nope, no new radar scan yet. We should have one in a minute, though. And we still have 3 tornado warnings. We have 1 just southwest of Carbondale. We got 1, or technically 2, but 1 area basically of the same rotation just southwest of Cape Girardeau. So again, if you are in this either tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Crispy bacon. That's actually a pretty funny meme. These storms are not the same ones that are happening east. That's why these are slower. It's not the same thing. The storms out to the east are more linear. These are just more like semi-discrete. Like these are moving 50 miles per hour. It also depends on the winds aloft too and how strong those are. 25 miles per hour. Yeah, these are slow. Half the speed as the other ones. Just a different set of storms right now that we are dealing with. All right, velocities will update here in just a second. I'm not seeing much on either of these this radar update. This storm's still losing rotation. Near Grand Tower and Panama. Weak rotation. Still got some rotation going towards Bell City. And again, we have a live cam on Radar Omega on the left side of your screen out of Bell City. So we'll see if we see anything. Just, it's hard to tell. Being at nighttime and it also being a rain-wrapped pocket of rotation, it's going to be very hard to see anything. But we'll obviously keep a close eye on it. Do you think Sykeston will be good? I mean, you're in the path of the storm, so if it does intensify, definitely have a chance at a tornado. But definitely a damaging wind threat at the bare minimum. At least some damaging winds. Justin, you would have to contact them. I don't know exactly how you do that. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest, with all the tornado warnings that have been happening tonight, and any more that happen. And once again, we do still have three tornado warnings, 2 of them on the same storm near Sykeston, just north of that, in southeast Missouri. And we have 1 on the Missouri and Illinois border. Overall, I'm not super concerned about this one. Still has a little bit of rotation, not nearly as strong. But just stay in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon, just southwest of Carbondale. For Pamawan, I can't say the name. Alto Pass and Grand Tower, though. Continue to stay in your safe place, just in case that does try to drop a tornado. I still think if we do get a tornado, it's more likely on this storm here, near Sykeston. There is definitely a lot more organization there, even though it's not super strong rotation, just more organized overall. And we've seen the wind change directions a lot on that live cam in advance, so it's entirely possible. Maybe some cheese curd sized tail as well as this moves towards Sykeston. No problem, Coder. Glad you're not really seeing anything there. Hopefully it stays that way in Cape Girardeau. Moana. I'm just going to call it Moana. By the way, if you guys see anything on Twitter of any relayed reports or anything, make sure to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm still trying to relay any information that I get on any of this activity. Anything that I missed, possibly as well. I haven't seen any new reports recently of any like damage or anything like that. All right, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Carbondale. That'll probably replace that tornado warning. So just south of Carbondale, north of Anna, quarter-sized tail is the main concern there. Tornado warning gonna be let to probably be canceled, or will either be let to expire, one of the two. Especially if they don't have a tornado possible label on that. That's my presumption. But again, stay in your safe place until that's officially canceled. Caw is the law. XFL. I'm not seeing anything. This is the back side of the storm now. If we do have a tornado, again, it would be back over near Bell City. They'll be approaching Bell City, Missouri. So yeah, moving southeast. I think this is the XFL version, so it's not UFL. Got it like a year ago. Tornado warning still ongoing for Advance, Bell City, Van Duster, Morley, Haywood City, Orion, as well as Sykeston. If you're in any of these areas, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Once again, this storm is moving to the southeast and still does have a chance to produce a tornado. Even though the circulation hasn't been really strong at all, it's still strong enough to the point where we might get a tornado. Tornado warning has now been canceled near Grand Tower, Missouri. This is our only other tornado warning right now. Fort Wayne, Indiana shouldn't see much. Maybe just some gusty winds or heavy rain, lightning. Yeah, this rotation's still pretty broad. I don't know. I think this is mostly a damaging wind threat at this point. Maybe a brief tornado as it approaches, like, the Sykeston area. This is the live cam in Bell City, Missouri on Radar Omega, so kind of on the, you know, where this rotation would be. Rain's coming pretty much straight down here, so not nearly as sideways as the other live cam we had. It's getting a little sideways now, but yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look super significant right now. We got a ton of storms right now going through Evansville. In Indiana, we got plenty of storms going through most of Indiana right now. We still have a couple of pockets of rotation that will be approaching Bloomington, but overall, pretty minimal threat. I do think the main concern at this point for Indiana will be damaging winds. They have expanded the severe thunderstorm watch, so now it does include much of Louisville and northern and western Kentucky. That's the new update there. I'll stay zoomed out here for a minute while we wait for the next radar scan. We'll pull up that live cam, though, out of Bell City. Let me just pull that up real quick. We'll pull up this one, too. Actually, what's Dexter looking like? Let's do this one. Okay. I have a couple live cams on Radar Omega on the left side of your screen. Bell City's the one that's being hit by this right now, that tornado warning. That line of storms is racing to the east. It's going, well, it says 40 miles per hour. It looks much faster. App is on. Maybe unbiased for the 8 months. Texas? Is there a Texas warning? Oh, yeah. One storm near Mason, Texas. It's not really concerning. It's mostly just hail. Yeah, I'm not concerned about that. Just a hail threat. Maybe some downburst winds. Was this outbreak surprising to me? I would say the amount of tornado warnings that we had all at once was surprising. Yeah, that was just, it was crazy. What am I eating? I'm eating IHOP. I got it DoorDashed. And I just threw my mouse. We had like 30 plus warnings. I don't know the exact count. If somebody can find the exact number of tornado warnings, let me know. I think it was around 30 though. 30 total tornado warnings, at least. Maybe more. Hey, you heal for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate that. And welcome to the velocities. Yeah, this outbreak was, I mean, you know, I think the biggest thing though out of this was that damaging winds were really the biggest thing. It wasn't necessarily just tornadoes. This is a pretty numerous area of damaging winds that went through, you know, much of southern and central Illinois, eastern Missouri, and southern Indiana. So this was a big event, no matter what other way you split it. I mean, even the tornado threat, it may have not been like huge because we had, you know, a few confirmed tornadoes. I don't know. We probably had at least a small scale tornado outbreak because all you need is 6 tornadoes within a 12-hour period for a tornado outbreak in a, you know, a region or whatever. And we almost definitely had that, I think. But even if we didn't have that, the damaging winds were still relatively significant. And honestly, it's gonna be interesting for me to go watch back this stream and just kind of see, you know, everything evolve. Because like obviously in real time, I'm telling you everybody what's going on and stuff, but watching it back, I think it'll be pretty interesting. We do have a report in Evansville, Indiana, of a tree down on South Barker near Edgewood. We're continuing to get a lot of various reports of damage and such in many areas due to the damaging wind threat. Should have a new update on the velocities in just a second on this tornado warning cell. And yeah, the rotation's pretty weak right now. This tornado warning might get canceled. We'll see. There was definitely a lot more rotation earlier. "64 tornado warnings today." I don't think that number's right. There's no way. I think maybe 25 or 30 sounds right. There's a website you can check it. I just can't remember what it's called. I think the Iowa State University website has something that will tell you. I don't know where it is on their website. There were 20. That's it. 37, 20. I feel like we had more than 20. Maybe not. I feel like it was more like 25 or 30. Yeah, let me know, SPL. I'm actually genuinely curious to know how many tornado warnings we had. I mean, we don't have like an overall counter. We just have, whatever's active. So, be interesting to see. "28. I've seen so many different numbers. I saw 64, which just does not sound right at all. If we had 64 tornado warnings, I think we would have, I don't know. There's no way. No way we had 64. Or 67 or whatever was set up above. There was 4 tornado warnings. Okay. Thank you. I guess we only had 4 today. Actually got a storm chaser on Radar Omega positioned for the storm in Sykeston. Is anybody in the chat in Sykeston, by the way? Or like advance anywhere in this tornado warning? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, if you are in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you are staying in your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible. I've reiterated that a lot, but if you're just tuning in and you're in Sykeston or Bell City or Van Duser in Southeast Missouri, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. If we get any new updates, I'll tell you. Obviously, we are in between radar scans every like 6 to 7 minutes. There's not a whole lot I can update you on here, other than that the rotation right now is seemingly pretty broad. And if anything changes, again, I'll obviously let you know. And again, we do have live cams on the left side of your screen so that you don't have to go outside and try to look for this, because again, it is nighttime. This is a rain-wrapped area of rotation, and you're not going to see it. So just stay in shelter in case this does drop a tornado. Yeah, a few people. Iowa State says 28. Yeah, if we had 28, that makes sense. $28 definitely makes sense. Anything between 20 and like 32, I think would make sense. I've got to say, over hard eggs are really good. This is Radar Omega. This is a time lapse of that storm that arrived into Advance, Missouri. Pretty cool. Radar Omega cyclone port. The rain changing directions, I think, is the coolest thing. Really cool stuff. Can't believe you're still live. You're a legend. We've been live for almost 6 hours. Holy cow. Doesn't even feel like that long. Graham, I've gone to Whispering Canyon Cafe before. I think that's what it's called. Or Whispering Canyon. Went there, I think, about a year ago, actually. Not bad. Cape May Cafe is better, though. Yeah, we were live for 8 hours yesterday. We were live... I don't know anymore. We've been live a lot recently. We have at least some circulation trying to develop right now just west of Iran, so that's the next area of rotation on this very slow-moving storm that we might have to watch for. It's relatively broad and weak, but again, that's rain-wrapped, so low chance there we get an isolated tornado. How many tornado warnings so far today? We've had around 25 or so. I like barbecue. Barbecue's pretty good. Probably my favorite, actually. That's awesome, Graham. You pronounce every town wrong. Yeah, sounds about right. Our pronunciation of towns has been horrendous yesterday and today. I'd say today hasn't been horrible, but yesterday was pretty bad in Ohio. They have damage in Duff, Indiana, just south of Jasper. Dispatch reported a tree on a roadway. So, still a lot of tree damage. I've seen a lot of trees down on a lot of these storms. A little bit of rotation there on the leading edge of that area of storms there near Guthrie, Indiana. It's not much, though. And I feel like a lot of activity is mostly just damaging winds now. Alright. This tornado run goes for 7 more minutes. So we'll see if they continue it or not. Are town pronunciations on any of my tests? No. They are not. Funny enough, it's not something we really actually test on. Somebody said on Twitter, they said that they were in Vance and they watched a tornado go right past their house about 20 minutes ago. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that. Obviously, it's just a, you know, you never know. It's social media. It's not confirmed because we don't have any proof really, but somebody also mentioned that there was a wall cloud at the time that they saw pass. So, again, it's kind of one of those situations where we don't really know. I mean, the rotation, again, unfortunately, this radar is only updating every, like, 7 minutes, so it's not helping us a lot with this particular storm because we could see a tornado develop in between radar scans, but obviously we can at least give you a general idea of where the rotation is. which again would be near Iran and Morley, moving towards Sykeston. But once again, it's kind of one of those situations where we just don't really know, especially with it being nighttime. It's hard to tell. So while we wait for our next radar scan, how is everybody doing this evening? Everybody's having a good evening so far. It's been obviously very busy. And I'm glad that we are very close to being done with the severe weather event. Alright, this person just said about the Advance tornado. There may have been a tornado in Advance, Missouri. They said that, I'm not sure if there's much damage, mostly through open fields. So according to Braden Burns on Twitter. If it wasn't on the ground, it was dang close. So there may have been a tornado in Advance. Thank you, Daniel, for the $4.99. I'm not expecting much in Memphis. Again, if you get anything, it would just be damaging winds. That's about it. And then that'll probably be after midnight. If you get anything. I'm good, you need a break, you think? We've been live literally 14 of the last 18 days, I think. It's been literally crazy. You want pancakes? I got 2 pancakes. Good old IHOP. I'm surprised, honestly, that DFW did not get any sort of storms. I'm shocked, honestly. I feel like they should have. With how much instability was available in Texas today, I'm shocked that anywhere in North Texas did not get storms at all. Like, it was crazy to me. To be honest with you, I expected storms. Like, I was like almost guaranteeing that there would be storms in the DFW Metroplex, and there wasn't. It was crazy. We still have a couple of spots of weak rotation south of Bloomington. Yeah, I'm not ruling out an isolated tornado, but I do think the threat still remains on the lower side of things. No problem, SMM. Cap held strong. It sure did. Literally, it actually did hold very strong, which was again, I did not expect that. I really thought that we would get storms. Yeah, broad circulation still near Iran. Only goes for 3 more minutes. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning or not. This does include Scott County, Missouri here for 3 more minutes, unless they issue a new warning, which we'll see if they do. By the way, Braden, in advance, if you actually did see a tornado or saw damage, definitely make sure to call your National Weather Service, your local office, which in this case is Paducah, and they'll do a storm survey. So make sure to do that if you actually did legitimately see something. And if anybody, by the way, saw a tornado, damage, whatever it might be, that you think may have been a tornado, call your local National Weather Service and just say, hey, we may have had a tornado here, and they'll do a survey. Because I know many of you in chat were impacted by these storms today. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. Alright, tornado warning expires in 1 minute. If it does, then we'll have no tornado warnings at all. Potentially. Possibly. There's a little bit of rotation again in Indiana, but It's not super concerning as of right now. Tornado warning has been canceled. And we are finally off of tornado warnings yet again. Let's get some cheese curds in the chat for that. Yippee. Yeah, there's still a few broad pockets of rotation up and down this line. We got some damaging winds. Oops, heading through this area. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning left. Holy cow. Only one warning left after what has happened today. That's pretty crazy. Dylan, the main concern is damaging winds if you get anything. At this point. And I don't even think you're going to get that. I think it's just a lot of lightning. Actually got a couple of live Radar Omega cyclone ports here. Which, yeah, if you need a weather app to track storms, keep you ahead of the storms, I highly recommend downloading Radar Omega, which you can download with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It has a ton of features, including the live camera feeds that they have across the country, like this one right here. They have tons of live cameras. They're called cyclone ports. They're all across the country. In addition to that, they have storm chasers inside of the app, like this one near Sykeston, Missouri, which you can watch right inside the app on your iOS and Android device. In addition to that, you can track out storms across the country. Put a speed of a storm and it'll track it out for you. They have storm reports, wind reports, hail reports, all that sort of stuff is in this app as well. They have severe weather graphics. I mean, they have literally everything that you need to make a forecast and also be prepared for severe weather. Very customizable as well. They also have computer models and satellite imagery with their subscriptions. You can download it for only $8.99 on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. I highly recommend it, especially if you have to stay ahead of the game with these storms. It'll keep you ahead of the storms as they continue to move through much of Indiana and eventually into Ohio later tonight. Which right now, Dayton, Ohio is looking not too shabby right now. Actually got a plane right here flying. But yeah, again, make sure to download Radar Omega on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below, which again is the weather app we've been using this entire live stream. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. I don't sleep or eat. That is fantastic. There's a few people talking about on Twitter that advanced tornado warning that we had in Missouri. There have been again, we've had at least a few people talking about how there was likely at least the tornado got very close to touching down. So I've seen a lot of people talking about that. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. At least I can kind of interact a little bit now since we don't have any tornado warnings for the first time in literally forever. And again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in today's live stream. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well if you found it informative thus far. And also, thank you to anybody that has super chatted, become a member, any Venmo donations, any PayPal, whatever donations. I really do appreciate it. Again, I hopefully got to all of them. I probably missed a lot of them. But I really do appreciate it. And I really do appreciate all of your generosity. It really does mean the world to me. We've had, again, we've been literally live for so much over the last several days. Like, I mean, again, 6 hours today. We were live 8 hours yesterday. It's been a lot of coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, literally for the last several days. We had at least a 6-hour live stream so far today. We had an 8-hour live stream yesterday. We had a 5-hour live stream. Or actually, sorry, we had 9 hours of live streaming on, what's today? Thursday? We had literally 9 hours of live streaming on Tuesday. So we've had 9 plus 8 plus 5, or plus 6. Which is 17. We have 23 hours of live coverage just within the last 3 days. That is literally crazy. And even before that, we had multiple days of live coverage. Like another 5-hour day before that. It's been crazy. crazy wall-to-wall coverage. So if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. We are actually only 38 subscribers from 160,000. So if you've not already, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's free to do. The red button down below. Thank you, Robbie, for the $9.99. Columbus, Ohio. I think the main concern for Columbus will just be isolated damaging winds, and that's about it. I don't expect much there, though. I don't think we'll have much severe weather. How do you do this in study? I don't know. A lot of people ask me the same question. I don't know. I gotta say, this is the best bacon I've had from IHOP, like, ever. This is the... trying to make sure nothing falls, but... still got my hash browns left. The bacon's pretty good. It's like a wall of hash browns. Or a block of hash browns. Yay, we officially hit 160,000. Yay! Appreciate y'all your support. I don't even know how in the world we're at 160k. I couldn't tell you. It's crazy. I miss bacon. Crispy bacon. Do my professors and classmates know I live stream? Not many of them. I use my YouTube subscribers for credits. I don't think that's how it works. The only reason why some people know now that I do this stuff is because one day when I got my YouTube play button, which is back there, I brought it into I basically brought it in to show one of my professors. And you know, all of a sudden somebody was asking about it, and I was like, I guess I'll pull it out of my backpack, you know, and then everybody saw it, and I'm like, oh crap. So everybody knows pretty much now, at least in, you know, one of my classes. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Haley, for the $4.99. Cincinnati is mainly just, again, damaging winds maybe at worst case scenario, and lightning. That's basically about it. Here's the severe weather outlook for tonight, which has not updated recently. It updated, you know, a few hours ago. But basically at this point, the slight risk of severe weather still ongoing, which still means that damaging winds is possible. But the main concern is with this activity here, which will move towards Cincinnati, and damaging winds as the main concern. Few more storms might develop in Arkansas and western Tennessee. And again, those will mostly be overnight tonight with damaging winds and isolated hail. It's just an anomaly, Vigil. It's not. Again, it's a normal year, but it's not really a new normal per se. It's more of just, again, you know, some states, some years have a ton of tornadoes, and sometimes you don't have any. Like Texas is below average, and Ohio is way above average. So it's one of those situations where it's just, you know, it's an anomaly. It's like saying, you know, I mean, like, I don't know, like South Dakota or something. I don't know, like some random state. You know, let's say they get 22 severe thunderstorm watches in 1 year, but their average is like 7. You know, that's an anomaly. Let's say the next year they only have like 3. You know, it's kind of one of those things where it just goes up and down a lot. Outlook for Louisville, same thing. Again, isolated damaging winds is the main concern. There could still be a brief tornado, don't get me wrong, but I think the tornado risk at this point is it's dropping off. By the way, if you're not already following us on Twitter, make sure to follow us at MaxVelocityWX. Follow our Facebook page too. I'll post a link in the chat. Make sure to follow us on there. We're posting a lot more on there, so make sure to follow us. And we will continue to keep posting updates on those 2 platforms. If there's any sort of tornado confirmation and stuff, I will 100% make sure to at least try to put that stuff out on those platforms tonight or tomorrow. Tomorrow, technically. Yes, Jet. Yep. Literally nothing happening around me. Lame. I don't know if that's lame, honestly. I wouldn't want to get hit by these storms. Let me real quickly show you guys. We're gonna go back in time real quick. I'm gonna pull up my actual live stream, and we're just gonna go back in time to when we had. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if I've seen a number this high before, but this is literally when we had 8 tornado warnings. 8. At 5:58 p.m. Like, this is crazy. I'm gonna watch this back probably, you know, at some point tonight or tomorrow, and this was crazy when this happened. We had as many as 8 tornadoes for approximately half an hour. We had as many as 7 tornado warnings for about over an hour. It's literally crazy. It's crazy what we had tonight. It really is. Severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled in Indiana. So the only warning that we have now is actually near Batesville, Arkansas. Little cell there. Moving southeast. Looks like we're starting to finally wind down. What platforms do I stream to? I only stream to YouTube. Facebook we do for North Texas weather. When that is the only focus, we'll do a dual stream to this channel and also to North Texas. But today was a day where there's a lot more places involved, so we didn't stream to Facebook. And then TikTok I've thought about streaming to. It's just the complexion of it is kind of annoying. Like, you have to like stream on your phone for like 30 minutes to even get access to it. It only lasts for 14 days and yada yada yada. It's kind of a stupid process. So I've thought about streaming to TikTok. It's just the process behind it is really stupid. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Louisville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And once again, this is going to be... We're basically getting to the tail end of the tornado threat. So over the next like half an hour or so, that's pretty much it for the tornado risk. So we should be done with that by 11. So maybe still a brief tornado between now and 11 in this area. But Louisville under now a new severe thunderstorm, or just west of Louisville, under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Have I ever had a tornado warning in my area while I was live streaming? I have. Yes, I have. I actually have. Believe it or not. It's pretty crazy when that happened too. A couple of pockets of rotation near Morgantown. We got one northwest of Browntown. We might even get a brief tornado out of this activity. A little kink there north of Leavenworth. This is an area that we covered a few weeks back on that other tornado event that we had. The tornado outbreak in the Ohio Valley a few weeks ago. There's still a little bit of rotation here. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry. We do not have a tornado possible technically, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Hey Jacob, for the $4.99. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. I think we will have about a week or so off from severe weather, hopefully. About a week, hopefully, after today. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping that we just have a break for the next, like, 2 weeks. Looks like we're going to have another large storm by the end of next week, though. This is what it looks like on the future. This would be Thursday and Friday. Ugh. Another large storm probably Friday, maybe Saturday. That sucks. That'll be next weekend. But we at least have about a week off, I think, from severe weather after today. And prepare for finals. Yeah, but finals aren't until that weekend. I'm going on vacation to somewhere this weekend. I'm driving somewhere. I don't know where, but we're going somewhere. I need to get away from weather for at least like a day. We've been live so much recently. Tucker, are you still here? By the way? Oh yeah, you are. You can leave. You're good. Weather will find you. You know, I went away last weekend. You know, I went away for one day, and I was watching the severe weather, like, threat for the next day. I was just worrying about it. I was like, I have to go live tomorrow, but at least I had a good day away, and we'll have at least one of those this weekend for sure. Is this gonna hit Louisville? Yeah, Louisville's gonna get a threat at least of some damaging winds, it looks like. At least some gusty winds, but maybe even some isolated damaging winds up to about 60 miles per hour. And not a significant threat, but significant enough that you should at least stay vigilant and stay weather aware. Thank you, Kale, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, if you guys do want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It's one of the top links in the description below, or it's that join button down below. By no means do you have to do it, but it does support the page above and beyond, and it is one of the best ways to support the channel. We have now a little over 350 members, which is pretty crazy. Just for the record, by the way, this live stream, I think during the duration of this live stream, we have had a tornado warning for about 5, maybe 5.5 hours out of the 6 hours that we've been live. I've barely been able to talk to anybody. We've been just live so much. I have to buy Radar Omega. Yeah, Radar Omega is great. Again, even if they weren't a sponsor, I mean, I would obviously recommend them. It is a fantastic app, and it has a lot of great perks. It's a really fantastic weather radar, and they're constantly updating it. There's like lots of stuff that they've been adding recently. I don't mention it very often, but they do have like the volumetric 3D radar too, which I don't really use that much. But let me try to drag this over. Like, it shows you like the 3D view of storms on radar, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't use this super often usually, but it is a pretty cool feature. This is like the 3D view. Looks like a bunch of mountains. Yes, Lindsay, that's exactly what's happening. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. Northern Kentucky, mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. Maybe a brief tornado over the next 30 minutes, but after that, it's mostly just isolated damaging winds from here. I've never been in a tornado, no. I think it was interesting. I was talking to a couple of meteorologists today at Fox, and they were talking about like their backstory. And one of them was kind of like, you know, I got into weather ever since I was young. I was like super passionate about it, and like, you know, I experienced this hurricane when I was 6, and like, I went on a story like that. And there was another meteorologist there. He was like, I didn't have this story that most meteorologists have. I just was, you know, I was just into weather. There was no horrific event that happened, you know, that made me get into weather. Which actually, it's interesting because a lot of meteorologists seemingly do get into weather because of, you know, something tragic or something that happened. Thank you, Julie, for the $5 super chat. Was this the highest view count today? Concurrent viewership, actually, yeah, I think so. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but yeah, it looks like around 6:30 we peaked at 15,200 viewers. Holy cow! So I guess today we did actually hit a peak concurrent viewership. That's the highest we've ever had. I think the highest before that was like 13 or 14,000. 13,000, I think it was. So yeah, that was the highest we've ever had. I wasn't really paying attention to that number, but wow, that's pretty crazy. Thank you, Chuck, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. We did have damage in Vincent, Indiana. Trees and utility poles down. Or utility lines, sorry. And a semi overturned. So there was some damage there. Mostly straight line wind damage, though. We didn't have a whole lot of tornadic damage, at least reported out of a lot of these storms recently. We obviously could have had a tornado in here, but it's unknown. If I had the opportunity, would I ride with Reed? 100%. Yeah, no doubt. Just, I would have to be around for that, which I have not really had any free time at all for the last, like, several weeks. Was I the only one live? I wasn't really paying attention to who was live. I think Reed was live. I think Brandon, Vince. They're usually live anyways, but I think they were live. Connor obviously live. I couldn't think of anybody else off the top of my head right now. Was Ryan not live? I mean, like, I don't usually pay attention, and also, like, legitimately, before I went live, I literally did not look at the radar for like 4 hours. So when I went live, I had no clue what was happening. I kind of already had like an image of what would be happening, but like, you know, it was just kind of out of nowhere when we went live. There's a lot of storm chasers live on YouTube now, like a lot of other people. I haven't really looked into much. Corey, I don't know his last name, but I know his first name. It starts with a G. And then Chris Hall. There's a lot of storm chasers nowadays on YouTube. Yeah, this doesn't look like a tornado threat. Usually, it just looks like wind. Most of this is wind at this point. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. Maybe like a little bit here, southwest of Columbus, Indiana, but it's not much. I don't think it's gonna be enough to produce a tornado at this point. Again, we'll stay live here for a little bit longer to see if anything does develop here. Just in case. I usually wouldn't stay live for literally 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, but obviously there's still a lot of you here, and I know you guys are still wondering, but we'll keep a close eye here for a little bit longer, see if anything does develop. I think a lot of it, again, is dying down, but... Oh yeah, Brad Arnold, forgot about him, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's a ton of storm chasers. Like a ton. Make that 3. We got another severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Louisville. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being possible. Can I zoom out? Yeah, I mean, I can zoom out. There's not a whole lot else happening outside of that area. We do have one storm in northern Arkansas that's severe, with 60 mile per hour winds, and then some storms near Poplar Bluff. Do have a couple of live Radar Omega Cyclone ports in this area. Wow, did not expect to open this up to a flash of lightning. But Poplar Bluff. Once you graduate and land a job at a news channel, do you think you'll still be able to maintain your channel? Right now, this is full time, so I'm not, or currently not planning right out of college getting a job. Obviously, you know, YouTube kind of goes down the drain or whatever happens, and you know, I feel like it shouldn't be too hard to do that with all the experience that I have right now. But yeah, right now I'm still planning on doing YouTube after college, at least for the time being. But we'll see. Again, things can always change. It's still a year out, you know. It's still wells away. Don't sell out, stay here. Sell out. Sell out and go to a news station? I wouldn't mind doing either, honestly. Like, I enjoy doing both. You know, whether on TV and YouTube. I do enjoy this a lot, though. I do like having at least somewhat my own schedule, kind of doing it. But, yeah. Andy Hill's awesome. I do talk to Andy Hill here and there. Andy Hill doesn't do live streaming anymore, but he's cool to talk to. Did I go to a Western Kentucky weather camp in 2019? No. I did not. Oh, we're talking about a different Andy Hill? Is there another one? I'm talking about the one from Ryan Hall. Andy helped me one time. There was a Michigan it was kind of like a Michigan tornado outbreak that we had. Can't remember when last year, but he was helping me out because there were so many different circulations. A lot of them end up being confirmed tornadoes. And he was just messaging me and like, you know, saying this rotation's here too. And I was like, okay, guess we'll go to that one too. You too, Gangsta. You too. Interesting name. He was a meteorologist? Really? I didn't know that on TV. I didn't know that. I don't know really much of his background, to be honest. Do I cover earthquakes? Not really. I mean, we had an earthquake apparently in Illinois tonight. It was a 2.2 magnitude, but I don't usually cover it. We've been live, by the way, about 30 times this year. Fun fact. 30 times. It's crazy. Crazy how many times we've been live this year. Those tornadoes in Michigan last summer were crazy. Yeah, they were. I remember going live for it. It was crazy. Tinny, no, there is not. But it's worth the $8.99. Power went out in Columbus, Indiana. Yeah, we do have some strong storms going through there. relatively shortly. Mostly a wind threat right now. All these storms at this point are mostly wind. We actually have a tornado possible label on this storm near Louisville. We're going to stay live at least through this Louisville storm because I do think this does still have at least some chance of producing a tornado. We'll see. We've been watching this one closely. It'll be approaching Louisville here in the next like 20 minutes. I'm trying to finish my IHOP that I got like an hour ago. Tucker, you can go. I said you're fine. Well, almost midnight. .6 magnitude earthquake? That's like nothing. I don't know if you can feel that. That's really weak. Chronic, I've heard a lot of things about stuff. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on it, really. I've heard a lot about it, but... Really kill dude, does he? I haven't noticed that. Good old flying trampoline meter. We are the only ones, I think. I could be wrong. Maybe there is a flying trampoline meter somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure we're the ones that invented this, the flying trampoline meter. The medium risk of flying trampolines. Today was a medium risk, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if any news stations have caught on to a trampoline meter yet or not. Or, like, anything like that. Like, I don't know. Got a strong area of rotation developing. Near State Route 135 near Dogwood. Yeah, there's definitely a rotation there. I don't know. We'll have to watch this storm again. It's approaching Louisville. We'll see if it tries to produce a tornado. It's definitely has a chance. We'll see. There's also one near Corydon. There's a couple of different pockets of rotation right now. How's Cheatham, Tennessee looking? I think if you're in Western Tennessee, you still got a shot of isolated damaging winds and hail. It's a low risk, and then anywhere further east of West Tennessee, it's basically nothing. I'm not too concerned about Tennessee. Again, just mainly isolated damaging winds and hail. You can go to bed. You're good. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts just in case, but you should be fine. Yeah, I invented the trampoline meter. It's kind of a weird thing to invent. I was thinking about making some new t-shirts for trampoline stuff. We do have flying trampoline merch at shopmaxvelocity.net, but I was thinking about making some, like, you know, interesting sort of things. Like, I don't know, I have some ideas for new t-shirts and stuff. We'll see. Got some ideas. Need a trademark for the flying trampoline meter. I'm not getting a trampoline. I'm not trademarking a flying trampoline meter. Sounds crazy. I've told Tucker to go to bed like 3 times, and Tucker is still here. Is there a tornado heading towards Louisville? I don't know. I mean, right now we don't have anything confirmed or anything, but like we have 2 areas of rotation just west of Louisville. So we're gonna stay live, at least for a few more minutes, and see if anything does develop here. If it kind of weakens out before it gets to Louisville, we'll, call it, but still a chance. Just a low chance. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified when we go live next and with our latest video forecasts. We'll have a video tomorrow. It'll be a weather update because we do have a large cold blast coming to the United States this weekend. Yippee, winter returning one more time. Sorta, not really. It's not really winter, but, late winter, early spring kind of vibes coming back, at least for the weekend, across much of the country. And, in addition to that, again, make sure that you are following us over on Facebook at Max Velocity WX. The link will be in the chat. And also follow us on Twitter, which is also at Max Velocity WX. And we'll be posting updates as we get any new updates on, any sort of damage reports or anything like that. We'll keep you posted. Thank you, Alan, for the $1. That $1 can't even get me a candy bar anymore nowadays. It's unfortunate. 5 more hours of the stream, right? I don't think so. I might combust if we go 5 more hours. We've been live 24 hours in the last 3 days. 8 hours a day. We had 9 hours. We had 8 hours yesterday, and we're gonna get close to 7 hours today. Hey, I'm not complaining. I honestly, I enjoy doing this. It's just, it's a lot. Especially when I'm in college, full time. It's a lot to balance. Like, don't get me wrong, I love covering weather. I do. And, yeah, it's obviously, I've never been this busy with live streams in my life. Like, even the last couple of years, we've never had this much when it comes to live streaming in a singular month. I don't know if we've had a month ever that we've had 15 live streams at least in 1 month, and we've had 15 this month in April. So it's, I think we're on a record, and we're not even done the month yet. I mean, it's only April 18th. We've been live 14 of the 18 days, and we've had 15 or 16 different live streams. I really missed the intro in the latest videos. It'll probably return tomorrow. I've been starting some of these videos off recently with that kind of intro, like just going right into it because, it's more significant. And the videos have been really long recently. Like, they've been kind of long, at least. So I've been trying to condense them a little bit. The CC is a minute old, so it might not be on the ground. I was about to say that this area rotation's a bit stronger near New Middletown, near Corydon. It's close. I mean, we may have a brief tornado, potentially something there. Louisville's now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's possibly a tornado, though. If there is a tornado, it's probably brief, but that might be a CC drop there. It's very small, but that may be a little tornado that dropped right there. Close-up radar site does show some stronger rotation too. Yeah, I'm not ruling out that that's at least some sort of small tornado that might have just dropped there just southwest of Lanesville. Yeah, not 100% on that, but like it's close enough. It's very close. If there's a tornado, it's going to be heading right toward Louisville, but it's probably brief and weak if it did touch down. I mean, like, the CC is 1 minute old, and so the velocities is 1 minute after that, and it shows it weaker already, so maybe something brief. I can't confirm it, but might have been something brief. Maybe a brief tornado. Oh, yeah, we're up to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. It didn't update. All right, we'll see what the next radar scan holds. See if anything actually develops out of this. But yeah, it's definitely a possibility that we just had a tornado there. The rotation's strong enough, so maybe a brief tornado there near New Middletown. If you know any friends right in this area near Fogle Road, between Hillcrest and New Middletown, give them a call or text and ask them, hey, did you have a tornado? see if they did. Thank you, Steven, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to all 13 new members today. I do appreciate everybody, or for those that did become a member today, I do appreciate that. We are slowly climbing up to almost 400 members here on the channel. Tucker, go to bed. Why are you still here? Oh my goodness. I've literally said it like at least 3 times now. Everybody's saying in chat, Tucker, go to bed. Nope, we don't need Tucker chat monitoring, so it's alright. Alright, looks like that rotation's weakening. Yeah, we may have had something brief, though. I'm not ruling it out. Maybe a brief tornado. But rotation's a bit weaker. Yeah, main concern right now is damaging winds at this point. So he said, Tucker, time to clock out. Time to clock out, bro. I still haven't even finished my IHOP. My pancakes are cold. My hash browns have barely been touched. we haven't made any progress on IHOP at all. Tucker's working overtime. Actually, I think Tucker might be working overtime. I think Tucker's been here for at least 40 hours this week. This is Radar Omega Gamer. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I think we're using Allen House warnings. I think that's the system. I do highly recommend getting Radar Omega, though, on your iOS and Android device. It's a fantastic weather app. It's only $8.99, has tons of features, including the live radar feed, correlation coefficient, velocities, has storm reports, you got live cameras, you got cyclone ports, storm chasers that are live in the app, and there's also computer models and satellite imagery with the subscription models. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It is an $8.99 one-time fee, and they also have 3 subscription tiers. So the app comes with a set of features, as I mentioned before, and then with the subscriptions, you can get things like the computer models, the satellite imagery, higher resolution, that sort of thing. But with the base $8.99, you still get a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of people get the app like as is, and it's enough for them. Like, you don't need to get every single feature. They also have a handy-dandy tracking tool, so you can track out storms and give yourself an ETA of when storms will arrive. Pretty cool stuff. One-time fee, it's an amazing app. I spent a lot of time on it watching weather, 10 hours for me. That's pretty crazy. I don't expect much in Knoxville, Tennessee. Where is Knoxville? Isn't it West Side? Oh, Knoxville. No, you're good. You're good in the neighborhood, as Applebee's would say. I think that's Applebee's, isn't it? Is Applebee's good in the neighborhood? Or am I tripping? Who's covering Ohio tonight? I don't think anybody is. I don't think Ohio's going to be significant at all. Just isolated damaging winds. Thank you, Laura, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. Looks like the rotation's weakening out. On this particular storm. So, Tucker, why are you still here? I've said Tucker leave. Tucker is still here. Eating good in the neighborhood, that's what it is. Yeah, Ohio's not going to be significant. Again, if you're in Ohio, you're good. Just chill. And you can go to bed. Isolated, damaging winds is really my only concern there. Look at the live cam on Radar Omega out of Warren County. Looks beautiful. I'm not concerned. Again, isolated, damaging winds is the main concern. and we need to get Tucker going to bed. So with that being said, we're done. We're done. I do appreciate everybody tuning in once again. Really long live stream, over 6 hours. We've been live a ton recently. I'm really ready for the weekend and getting a break, so I'm excited for that. Thank you, James, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. Thank you again to anybody that became a member today. If you super chatted, thank you very much. If you donated at all, I really do appreciate your generosity. Once again, if you need a weather app, download Radar Omega. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You will 100% not regret it. It is a fantastic weather app on iOS and Android. And yeah, again, fantastic weather app. We've been using it this entire live stream. It's exactly what it looks like on here. Make sure to download it. Again, top link in the description below. Appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring the last 4 live streams. I really do appreciate that. If you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. It's the red button down below. Subscribe. Like the stream if you found it informative. And I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Today was the highest viewed stream we've ever had when it comes to concurrent viewership. So I'm glad I was able to help over 15,000 people at one singular time. That's pretty crazy. And almost 400,000 people total. So really crazy stuff. I'm glad I can help so many of you guys out with severe weather coverage and tornado coverage and all that. Again, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below. We'll have a video tomorrow. I'm hoping we're not live tomorrow. I was about to say we're going to be live tomorrow. We're hopefully not going to be live tomorrow at all. I don't think severe weather is going to be significant tomorrow at all in the southeast. Also, again, make sure to follow us on Twitter and on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We will be posting updates for tornado damage and all that. Link will be in the chat, and it's also down in the description below. If you're on Discord, you can join our Discord server. The link to that is at the very bottom of the description. So make sure to join our Discord server if you have that. And we will see you guys all again in the video tomorrow. Stay safe tonight. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan in place just in case something gets hairy. But I think we'll be all right tonight. I don't think there's enough of a reason to be live anymore. The storms are weakening out and that tornado window is closing. And I think Louisville, for those that are in Louisville, by the way, just damaging winds. I don't see any rotation that's significant enough for me to be live still. It's been pretty much weakening over the last several minutes, so I'm not concerned about it. Just stay vigilant, and again, stay away from windows at the bare minimum, as there will be some damaging winds, potentially some trees, and maybe some flying trampolines along the way, as tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday does come to a close here across the United States. And tomorrow is Flying Fences Friday, which will be primarily in the southeast. So Tucker's still here. I don't know why. Unbelievable. Tucker, go. All right. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe, fresh your night. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to our very extensive 14 out of 18 of the last days being live. And we'll see you guys all again in the next video or live stream. Have a great night. We'll see you guys again soon.